for a certain color, your brain becomes way slower or even completely unable to see that color. The category shapes the perception. So your language isn't really describing your world, it's deciding what your world contains. We do not think with logic. We think with metaphors that we did not choose ourselves. Just think of like the metaphors that we live by. There's thousands that are programmed into our psyche. Time is money. Love is a journey. The mind is a container. None of these things are facts. They're metaphors that became little prisons for us. Every belief that you've ever held, every certainty, every fear, every limitation that you think is just who you are, was shaped inside of a language that you didn't choose. You didn't pick the categories, the metaphors to understand yourself. You didn't pick the metaphors you used to know who you are as a person. You inherited these things. If you grew up and
hey, hope you're doing okay.
Like lazy or not enough or problematic,
yeah, I'm open sourcing all my files for
quiet,
Christmas.
difficult, shy.
Check out Language as Alien Parasite here on my stream.
Broken. They didn't describe you, they became you. And the moment that someone labeled you, your mind built a world around that.
Wrong stream.
The world became a huge cage.
Wrong stream.
Doesn't reflect your identity. It constructs the identity. In my opinion, the scariest part of that is once the construction of the identity is complete, we defend it like crazy. We protect the thing that is limiting us. We say things like, that's just my personality, or I've always been like this. Like our identity is some kind of geological fact instead of a language program. But answer this question honestly, and this is another experiment. If you had been raised in another family, another culture, another language with different labels and different metaphors and different narratives, would you be the same person? Of course not. So that means that our identity is not the pure, authentic me that I think I am. It's a side effect of language that raised us. You've only met the version of you that language allowed you to be. And we spend our lives trying to live up to a sound, a word. And language takes every experience that you have and cuts it down to fit inside of a category that existed way before we were ever born. You never met your mother as she truly is. You met the word mother. You met mom. You started defining it as mom as fast as you can. In fact, that's the oldest known word ever discovered as a fun fact. How many arguments have you had with people that were never about the situation? They were about the words that you and someone else used to describe the situation. How many moments of connection were maybe ruined because people use the same word that had different meaning? And if you think about your emotions, a lot of people don't feel sad. They feel the word sadness and everything that the culture taught us to attach to the word sadness. And if you think that you're bored with your life, or maybe you're bored in life right now, I promise that you're not. You're just seeing the world through some linguistic categories that are on repeat. Chair, bottle, hand, normal. All of a sudden, your life becomes a slideshow of things that we already think we totally understand because we have a label for it. It turns the sacred things into ordinary things. I want you to feel something and try it out. Wherever you are, look at the nearest object in the room. Wherever you're sitting, wherever you're standing, don't pick a special one, just whatever's closest. Maybe it's a water bottle or a chair, or maybe it's your hand, anything at all. So, all right, you got it? Good. So now, just for 2 seconds, refuse. I want you to absolutely refuse to name that thing. Don't say the word in your head. Don't categorize it. Don't reach for the concept of what it is. Just look at it without any language. Right there. Notice how fast your mind tries to name it automatically. It's desperate. It can't stand not knowing what to call something. So it's like the mind panics when language goes silent. And I think it does this because without language, you become present. There's a sudden sharpness, increase of reality and clarity. There's a moment of raw, just presence that almost feels like a memory from childhood. That's how I would describe it anyway. That's what the world feels like without the parasite jumping in line. The parasite can still be there, but you're just putting it in its actual place where it's meant to be, behind the experience. I want you to think of the most real moment in your entire life, the moment that punched through everything, like the birth of a child, maybe a breakup, maybe a death, maybe it was a moment of terror, or maybe it was the kind of just incredible awe that just shuts down your breathing. In that moment, there weren't any words. None. Language arrived after that experience, and then it tried to shrink that thing into a sentence because language couldn't hold the size of what happened. That is your proof. Every moment that you felt truly alive in your life was so much bigger than the language that you used to describe it. And if language was just a tool, then we could put it down, but we can't. Try not naming something for 10 seconds. The brain goes into a panic. It begs for a label. It demands some kind of a category. And that's a system with survival instincts. And anything that comes before your perception is in control of your perception. Maybe you're probably realizing that this isn't just a theory, that this is something that you can actually feel. But there is a catch here. Waking up to this is just the beginning. We still have to break the spell. And for the last 2 years, I've been building that book designed to do exactly that. And the book is called Tongue. It's definitely not a normal book at all. It's not written the way that a book is supposed to be written. It breaks every single rule, and it doesn't teach you about language. It bypasses language for you. And it's maybe the most bizarre thing that you're ever going to see printed on paper. Every line, every page was engineered to pull your experience back in front of the words where it's supposed to be. So Tongue is just a small little paperback, and it works by destabilizing the automatic naming reflex. It really does disrupt the parasite, and it forces your perception to show up first and your language to show up second. Some pages read you out loud in a way that you've never seen done in a book before. And some pages of the book glitch out your inner voice completely, and some pages collapse meaning on purpose, so you can feel raw reality start bleeding through the cracks a little bit. It's a weird experience. It's very strange. It's not completely comfortable, but the book's written in a way that skimming through it will do absolutely nothing. It took 2 years because I had to design every paragraph to interfere with your language operating system. And this is the language system we've been living inside since childhood. But if you read Tongue, it's on Amazon, and it is just a cheap paperback. But if you read it line by line, the book does something subtle and dangerous. It gives you perception back, and it brings the world in front of the word. Starting today, Tongue is available on Amazon. Read it if you're ready, but it's not to understand anything. The book's not.
Sorry, I'm watching language.
I'm gonna give you an experience to see the world without the
I'm watching the
jumping in front of
language as a parasite. Sorry.
Something open in you. I designed the book Tongue to really finish the job. Either way, I hope this video was interesting for you. It gives you a new perspective on language, and you can click the link down in the description. Check the book out on Amazon if it's interesting for you. Either way,
do you want to read Revelation?
I have a statistic that says like 49, I can't remember the number, 50-something% are not subscribed to the channel. Number one, I know you hear it from every single human being on YouTube that like and subscribe and all that stuff. That shit helps so much more than people say. They pretend like it's not a big deal. It's a big deal. So this video was important to you. If this video was helpful for you in understanding or looking at language in a different way, then please consider leaving a thumbs up down below. It's totally free, and so is subscribing. Thanks so much. We'll see you in the next one.
Do you want to see a zoning map of my city?
Sure.
All right, there's the trapezoid, the hexagon, and the pyramid. 3 different sizes.
Okay, hold on.
What should I tell AI to generate?
I don't know. Hey, Traveling, do you agree that nursing should be taken off of the professional list? Do you agree with the Board of Education, well, the Trump administration, to take nursing and social work and all that stuff off of off of off of the professional schooling?
No, those are definitely professions.
Yes. Okay, you passed the test.
What does that mean for the professions? What does that mean for the schooling?
That means that you can only take out you can only get like a certain amount of loans from financial aid, and then you'll probably have to take out like a private loan to pay it.
And those are higher interest rates?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, I hate Trump so much. Hopefully,
Hey Sierra. Or hey Ghost.
okay.
Hey Ghost, I got all these different Final Fantasy games. I got 15, I got 16, I got Rebirth and Remake. You know, the
That's
new one.
good.
Yeah,
That's
like
good.
I love Final Fantasy.
I don't have time for games anymore.
Oh, you said you don't play games no more?
I don't have time for them anymore.
Oh, is it because you're like, because you're booked or?
Well, yeah, and because school.
No, that's good. Like, follow your dreams, do your thing. Like, I'm gonna make a book series in the future too, but it's gonna be on some horror shit. But you know, it's gonna be on some horror based stuff. But you know, but mind you, I will wait till like I'm in that inspiration mode. Like, you know, when the inspiration hits me.
Don't,
No,
because the place for inspiration is you're never going
I
to
know what you mean. I thank you for saying that. I mean, I get as a storyteller, I know exactly what you mean. It's just like when I go to certain places or I go to sleep and I have certain dreams, like I get the inspiration. Like sometimes it'll hit me seasonal. Like I get the inspiration once in a blue moon by like let's say once a month or like I'll get hit by a pang of inspiration. Something will happen. Like I'll either watch a show or some event will happen. I'll travel to some place or something. I'll have a conversation about something interesting, and next thing I know, I'm thinking about something, and I'm like, okay, like like the inspiration would hit me, and I was talking to Chris here about making a character for RPG, and then I actually started making a story in my mind based around the character. It was a shapeshifter. Or more sort of a polymorph, but I want to say shapeshifter, but she's kind of like the character Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII.
I think so.
Yeah, she's the ninja. Like it's kind of like they're like basically like a ninja like that. Like and basically, have you ever watched X-Men 2 or have you watched Terminator 2? If not, it's fine. But there's a character. Well, there's two characters basically. It's based on like these characters get shapeshift. They could shapeshift not just their body into different people, but they could shapeshift into their body into different objects. Like let's say blades. Like they had this metallic ally. Like they could shapeshift their body into different metals and stuff that were different constructs of metals. Like kind of like swords or whatever. Like this one woman in X-Men 2, she was like Wolverine, but she could turn her fingers into several, her fingernails into certain, like, basically into those claws, like all her fingernails. Like, instead of having the three, she would turn her fingernails into that, or she would extend her hands, and she could change the shape of her hands into a long blade or something. She could change it and shapeshift it. Something like that, like, like you could shapeshift into different people, kind of like Misty, like the blue girl from X-Men. You probably know who I'm talking about, but more so like where you could change the shape of your body as well. Like you can get taller, smaller. You can change the substance of your body, like make yourself more dangerous or something. Like I was trying to make a character who's like a ninja, but who's like kind of like I don't know, like that was the idea. That's the idea. But like I'm trying to think of as far as story, I'm thinking of story, and I'm still thinking of other powers and stuff in the story I'm trying to make. But I know what you mean. Thank you for saying what you said. Thank you. Sorry, my connection dropped for a second. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but that's what I'm doing right now. Like I'm as far as the story, I don't know what the general story. Like Chris did ask what the story. I was like, I don't know. Like I just know what the character is, and it's the same thing. When I made a different character years ago, it was a really cool character. Her name was Mona. She could go between dimensions. Like she was a cool character. Like she was one of my favorite characters I ever made, and I made her story. Like she was based around how can I say this? She was like a mafia. She was like a mafioso, or she was like a mafia heiress, or whatever. Like basically, her father was like a godfather, or like the head of like a mafia family. But he was like a former detective. He was a former detective, and essentially, and he saw like what was wrong with the system, and he said, "You know what? I'm going to change the system by crime and all this." Like, and so he got like into like you could say organized crime like the mob. But the thing is this: he changed. He didn't operate like the normal mob would. Like he didn't want like drugs on the streets. He didn't want the communities to tear themselves apart. Like he actually wanted things to be like a family. Like he was like trying to build things back up the way it needs to be. Like he was kind of like a proper person. Like because he seen how the system and how corrupt people were, especially like his other like when he was a detective or working in the force with other police officers. He seen how corrupt the system was and how corrupt the force was. Like because they tried to sell him down the river, and his partner tried to kill him basically. But the point is like it's like that's a long story, and it's kind of cool. but she kind of sees what's wrong with the system, like in as far as that story. You know, like, and like I put a lot of thought into that because, mind you, I wrote about it. When was it? You know, years ago with my friend. Like I had a friend, like we were talking about it. We were writing it. We did a lot of cool stuff. Like they have their own characters and stuff. You give me a lot of inspiration. But I have like a lot of other characters like that. Right now, I'm not sure. Have you ever played the game Control? Ghost. Oh, it's really cool. Have you ever played Alan Wake? It's a really cool game. Like the story is amazing. I'll have to send you a video. Like there's this the story is pretty cool. Like it's like basically like this segment of the government. You know, like this top secret segment that they basically go out and they find different objects of power that are out in the world, and basically like they try to not just keep them contained or keep them. It's not like SCP or anything, but it's like they're trying to keep these things like under, like make sure that no one like messes with them or like, or I guess to say like this, they're trying to keep them under lock and key for everyone's safety in the world. Like there's different objects of power. They can be as small as a pin, or they can be as tall as like a skyscraper. Like there's like one object of power they had. Their first one was basically a building. They call it the first house or whatever, and it was basically it's like a skyscraper that goes up into the sky, but it also goes as far. It's a skyscraper that goes down into the ground as far as it does into the sky. Like so, basically, it has this huge underground complex. And it's really cool, but basically it's like it connects to the astral plane essentially. In the game, that's what they explain. Like it connects to the astral plane, and it's just like this place is just like there's a certain like there's entities in this place that like they're trying to connect to, and they basically are helping them find different objects of power. But there's certain people, when they find objects of power, it unlocks their own abilities. Like they have ability, you know, teleconnect abilities and stuff. Like, you know, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. I'm just playing it right now. Like I was the game was. Oh, what's going on? Hmm. That is disgusting. Oh goodness. I'm playing this game right now, mind you.
I don't know why my computer kept doing that.
Oh, what was it doing?
It kept like not picking up my voice. It would pick up my voice and then it would not pick up my voice.
Mm. Sometimes our computers do stuff, you know, weird stuff. Oh, I meant to ask, Ghost, have you ever? Do you know that movie It?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched? Have you watched the new show?
No, not
The
yet.
Oh my God, the next episode is the last episode for the season. You need to watch the show. You need to watch this like as fast as possible because Pennywise is doing some like he's on some shit. I won't spoil anything, but it's like they fucked up. They fucked up. They don't know. They fucked around and found out. That's all I'm gonna say. They fucked around and found out in this last episode. I said they're stupid for this. Like they made me understand why the movie's the way it is. I'm like, wow, like why the world and the or more so the town is the way. Like I said, they really fucked this shit up. Like if you watch the show, you're gonna understand what I mean. But the show was amazing. It's kind of it doesn't. It's not to say it's kind of slow, but the first episode, like it really builds, and it's like it takes like a moment. It takes how can I say, it's like a couple episodes to really build into where they're going, but it all kind of sinks into itself. And I think on the fourth or fifth episode, but really, honestly, like the show's really good. Like I'll be honest, like I like it. Like as a horror show or whatever, like they hold nothing back, and no one's exempt from getting killed or clocked. Like even kids in the show are like getting killed. So like I'm just saying that right now. Like it's on some shit. Like nobody's exempt from getting an ass kicking in that show. Like everybody's getting that work basically, which is some shit. Cause like it's just like damn, cause you're watching these kids. Cause of course, if you ever watch the movie, you see that kids can get killed. But I don't know. Like it's a good show. It's called Welcome to Derry.
Yeah, I heard of it.
Yeah, if you have HBO Max, I'm not sure if you do. You can watch it. Like I have HBO Max. Oof. Like I watch it and it's good. It's quite good. Oh, dude. Let me see if I can. Oh goodness. Oh. Oh wow. Hmm. I need a generator that has full power. Okay. I think this one has some power to reduce. Wow, none of these are okay. Oh crap, that's where they are. Okay. Need to save this game.
Yo, B, do you see the pricing on this little triangle?
Wait, wait.
Do you see the pictures I posted? The one has pricing?
Where at?
Side chat.
What is going on with my technology today?
Yeah, people have been having weird things happen to them. My computer almost bricked itself like a few days ago randomly.
What does brick itself mean?
Like, it's not turning on ever again. It's gone. It's basically a brick.
Oh. How
Yeah,
did it
a
break
very
down?
expensive brick.
How did your
I was like, I went crazy backing up my files, and then I go to back up my files, and then my external hard drive failed randomly while I was copying files.
Damn.
Yeah, it's scary. I freaked out. It ruined like my whole month. Everything's fine now though. I've been making backups for like a few days.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, you realize that like the supply chain for computers could easily break down.
Why you say that?
Because it's fragile. Like, all of this technology could be temporary.
But not likely because it's like been here for so long.
Yeah, it's only what, like 3 human lifetimes? It's a blink of an eye.
How about know?
This German science channel made a 2-hour video, and it said a 10,000-year history of mankind, and it was 100 years every second or something. And then right at the end, there's like just a flash of civilization. I think that went viral a few days ago. It was the Kyrgyzstan channel.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do that though. Make time lapses of human history.
I'm shocked I don't have like 20,000 people working on this by now.
You know, it took Doja Cat 10 years to get famous.
It's all about the algorithm. The whole thing is censored. It's the illusion of freedom. The algorithm is just total bullshit.
Hey Hunters, Happy New Year. Just thought I'm going to jump on and do a quick update video because stuff is happening at such speed I can't even keep up. But I'm just going to update you. I'm going to update you about the thunderstorm generator. Mainly about that. If you don't know what the thunderstorm generator is, make sure that you watch
this
the
is
last video
literally,
for this one,
this
where
is
I'll be like,
literally the state of
but
America.
essentially, in a nutshell, it is a new piece of technology that is currently going through rigorous independent
This
testing
post,
because
this
the
post right here.
apparatus, the machine, the generator
If I could ever
is
send
something
it.
you can retrofit onto an engine, like a
Okay,
car
there it
engine
is.
or an
That's the
industrial
dinner
engine,
side chat.
and it can reduce the emissions, the CO2 emissions, the carbon monoxide emissions, and it can increase the oxygen output. So essentially, you can kind of turn an exhaust pipe into an oxygen generator, essentially. And it uses plasmoid technology. If you don't know what a plasmoid is, give it a bit of a Google. There is lots of new information and study that is coming out about plasmoids, so you know what. Okay, there's so much to pack in. Now, to kick things off, some exciting news. This week, Nature has published a peer-reviewed paper called Water Can Trigger Nuclear Reaction to Produce Energy and Isotope Gases. This paper reports the discovery that water can trigger a peculiar nuclear reaction and produce energy. Cavitation may induce unusual reactions through implosion of water vapor bubbles. Keep that in mind. We've conducted experiments using two reactor types made from multiple pipe heat exchanger and found that the heat exchange process of water produces peculiar excess heat and abnormally high pressure, leading to the rupture of the reactor.
Yo, B, check out this video in the side chat.
Conclusion. Get past all the astronomically hard maths. Cavitation may induce implosion of water vapor bubbles using various techniques. In the previous study, we found that the heat exchange process in multiple pipe heater produces anomalous excess heat and nuclear transmutation. Now, even though this paper is not directly reporting on anything to do with the thunderstorm generator, it is connected in terms of explaining the science that the thunderstorm generator has and the reactions inside and what's involved and so on and so forth. So it's
Is that good?
It's also very exciting because it shows that if you have chemical
Okay, I'm just checking.
changing of chemicals,
I don't know, like,
water, and we can have like nuclear.
I might write the
reactions
lyrics myself
happening,
instead of having the AI
using
generate it.
water pressure.
What should I have the character say on
So on
stage?
and so forth. I mean, this to me seems to link very well with a a lot of the questions that are brought up when
I'm
looking
gonna
at the
go to
ancient
sleep
world,
before
they
my
go,
class.
why are all these ancient sites
Oh,
in the
okay.
sea, like the
Yeah, you don't want to go.
pyramids and the ancient sites, why are they
Good
all
night.
to do with water?
Good
Why are
night.
they all to do with water pressures, water, getting water in and out of the vicinity, being built on top of water sources, aquifers? Are they connected? We have all of the history and the lore about alchemy in ancient Egypt and the transmutation of chemicals and elements. Were they able to tap it? Are we just retapping into the science that has always been on Earth, that we can forge these reactions with relatively low tech experiments? So in a nutshell, I'm seeing the science that we're talking about in the thunderstorm generator being published in peer-reviewed studies, and it's exciting to see. A plasmoid is essentially a piece of plasma, a blob of plasma. You know, plasma like makes up like 90% of the universe, because we've got solids, liquids, gases, and then gases can turn into plasma. A plasmoid is like a blob of plasma that has like a self-contained magnetic field, and it can kind of go off and do its own thing. And plasmoids are very integral in ball lightning. And if you don't know what ball lightning is, also Google that. It's like a known phenomenon in science, and ball lightning is essentially at the very core of the plasmoid generator. It using ionized water that you sort of put through a bubbler, and then you make it bubble, 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 and then the bubbles go small. The bubbles create these plasmoids, and then the plasmoids cause a chemical reaction inside the thunderstorm generator, very much like a storm cloud, when you've got hot air and cold air and it's spinning in a vortex. Very, very simple. The tech is like so ridiculously almost simple, and it mirrors a lot of stuff that happens in nature. And then we get something called a fractal toroidal moment, which again, the structural pattern of it is very much a yin-yang structure, where on one side of the reaction you've got matter being ripped out of existence, and on the other side, in the yin and the yang, you've got matter being deposited. Literally a chemical transmutation. Stuff is happening, serious transmutation of chemicals, changing of chemicals is happening inside the thunderstorm generator, which is why you can change carbon essentially into oxygen. And there is now proof, as in evidential, factual data proof, that this is happening inside the thunderstorm generator. Previously, it could only be speculated. They cut open one of the spheres. The thunderstorm generator, one of the major components of it is that it is a sphere within a sphere. It's like a ball within a ball made of stainless steel, which is where all of the plasmoids come into the set. That's where the reaction's happening. And they basically got permission to cut one of these spheres open. The thunderstorm generator, this one had been a prototype for 8 years, so a lot of time to build up a lot of reactions. And when they cut the sphere open, I was literally there. I was part of the team that was able to film and photograph inside the sphere when it was opened up, and we could see that all the inside was covered in like this kind of crystal substance. Didn't know what it was, but it was very sparkly to the human eye. And then when we put the magnifying cameras on, we could see that the entire bit of the stainless steel, the inside of the outside and the outside of the inside of the both spheres, if you get what I mean, was absolutely pummeled with these like tiny holes, like millions and millions of explosions had happened inside this generator. You could physically see something was going on. It's not just a case of water and air being pushed around the machine. Because that's what a lot of people, very rightly so, are very skeptical of the machine. And we're like, well, purely that looks like it's very much like a GEET machine. Now, if you don't know what a GEET machine is, it was a sort of similar contraption that was invented a couple of years ago, maybe a decade ago. Thunderstorm generator is not the GEET machine. It is when you understand how the thunderstorm generator works with the sphere within the sphere. That's the whole sphere within a sphere element, the whole plasmoid ball lightning element. It's not part of the GEET machine. So it is two entirely separate bits of technology that happen to look a bit like each other because they've got sort of boxes and pipes. But essentially, why is it exciting? It's exciting because they cut the sphere open. They cut the big sphere open. We could see inside with the magnifying, and then what happened is Bob Greenyer, who is he runs a YouTube channel. I'm going to link it below. The Fleischmann Memorial Project, Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. I'm so excited. So he was able to. Malcolm Bendel gave full permission to fully experiment and scan and have a look at exactly what this crystal substance was. Let's really look under the microscope at what this pummeling sort of what's happening inside this machine. Gave Bob all the permission, literally shipped Bob samples of the original sphere. Bob went and put it under an SEM, which stands for Scanning Electron Microscope. So you can see stuff at like, I think it's like times 400 or like 400 million. It's very, very, very high tech camera. And what he found was I'm just going to say here that this is a very, very minimal 101 description of what he found. If you want a more in-depth scientific explanation for what happened, make sure you go and follow Jordan at Alchemical Science, because he's in a fantastic video. So basically, I spoke to Jordan, I'm copying his homework, and he's copying Bob Greenyer's homework, and that's how we all know about this. But
Howdy, Plasmoid.
so Bob has found after
Video.
the SEM machine, Bob
Hope you're okay.
and could locate a lot of
Also,
Whatever you're watching sounds interesting. I can already see like part of it. There's storm generator.
yeah, go ahead and check it out. I'm also playing Super Robot Wars 30 and streaming all this to YouTube too, just so you know.
The shapes that they are with the spheres and the crystals, and it all lines up with previous scientific documentation about ball lightning experiments, and it's basically proof. It's proof of what's going on inside. I'm going to put up some slides so you can see the amazing photography of what's going on inside this thunderstorm generator. It literally can.
I'll actually be right back.
Just
Okay.
bubbles, blowing around and cooling. That's not what is happening here. Categorically, that is not what's happening here. So, people, if you were sort of on the fence, if you were a little bit skeptical about what was going on, this is really, really irrefutable evidence of. It is irrefutable evidence of transmutation of elements and chemicals going on. There is a big scientific reaction happening in here. Behind at this point. It's a stainless steel sphere, the inside and the outside of the double sphere and the sphere within a sphere, remember? They did a calculation of just how many holes are there in the surface? How many little pummels? This is where the ball lightning and the plasmoid has struck the inside of each of the spheres. And they calculate conservatively at about 4 quadrillion 650 million of those intersection sites of where the ball lightning has struck. That is a heck of a lot of ball lightning going on in one little sphere. Iron and oxygen, with a little bit of carbon. Iron, calcium, and sulfur. So what does this mean? This basically points to the evidence of the magnetic core of the plasmoid. I think because the plasmoids are literally imploding, and they're doing this toroidal moment and causing this reaction, sucking matter from one side, exploding it out on the other, and you're left with these sort of like spheral balls, which was the core of the plasmoid. Has now been sort of goodbye, don't need you anymore. We've done what we need to do. Iron with nickel, calcium and sulfur. There is even, which is which you get from oxygen and carbon. And remember, when we're testing these the engines that have the thunderstorm generator attached to it, first you do a base test and you test the engine with nothing attached to it, and then you test it at every single stage of attaching every single part of the thunderstorm generator. So you've got the bubbler and the ionizing chamber and the actual sphere generator. You attach it all part by part and you test it all the way up, and you test it with 2 machines at the same time, so that you can then compare the answers. So you're not just one machine for the answer, which I think is also very good. They also use machines that have fraud protection on, so they shut off every 10 minutes, so you can't pre-program them in any way, because the machines literally just factory reset every 10 minutes, which is also good, in case you're wondering that people are like hamming the numbers. And I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been to visit many a test now of the thunderstorm generator, and I've seen this happen. And as far as I can see, I can't work out how somebody would fudge this. I can't work out how they would fake this. Also, it's not just London where they're testing it. They're testing it in different continents. So we've got a team in Germany. There's a separate independent team in Germany who have taken the generator and they've taken it apart, put it back together, and they're putting it through rigorous independent testing. And their test results have now come back, and they're going to go public. And they have they have positively confirmed that yes, it works. And the team in Germany, again, Malcolm Bendel, who is the inventor, he's not with the team in Germany. There is also a team in America and a team in, I want to say, Australia. Anyway, they're independent ones, so they're independent testings, and it's interesting because all the testings are coming back with round about the same results, which is that oxygen, while using this machine, the oxygen coming out of the exhaust pipe, there we go, the emissions coming out of the exhaust, huge. They pretty much eliminate carbon monoxide coming out of that I've seen on all of the tests. Carbon monoxide really goes down to like literally 0.1. It's gone. And then carbon dioxide goes down significantly, like conservatively 40%. But I've seen results be way better than that, like up to 70%. As someone who's just investigating this, I'm just relaying what I've seen and what I've found. I spoke to one of the members of the team, the scientist in Germany, who's doing the testing, and he was so amazed and said that from their point of view, the whole experience of being able to test the machines rigorously, independently, away from the inventors. He said that normally the inventors can be there. They really want to sort of micromanage or make sure that they are there or observe when teams are independent testing. But he said that it's been great because they've just been left alone to do this, and Malcolm's not been present, and he completely trusted and was like, here's my instructions, that's how it will work if you assemble it in this order exactly, and do exactly this and this, then this is how this works. Great. So they were super excited, and they were super excited by the results because for them, they got the machine to work. There was the India Smart Tech Conference, which was held in India, and Malcolm and the team took a test engine, brand new test engine, and a thunderstorm generator over to showcase, to do like a live showcase. And that was really interesting because a lot of the major top advanced techie guys in India were able to see it and crawl all over it and understand it. And it impressed the Indian scientific community that much that the Indian Navy have just announced that they are going to be officially independently testing it and looking into it. So it is moving far beyond out of the realm of people just being able to go, oh, it's a pseudoscience, this and that. Like no, it's moved way past that now. We've got independent countries, independent continents testing this, all getting the same, if not incredibly similar results. It works, positive results, and are getting really super excited because the implications of this technology working is so amazing. It means that we could use fossil fuels for hundreds of years. There's about 300 years of fossil fuels for the UK. We could run the entire country off coal for 300 years. But we can't use coal because of the CO2 implications and all of the legislation and the laws. And right now in England, we're being told that we have to switch to an electronic by the year 2035. I think they just moved it to. Nobody can buy a petrol, gasoline car. Everything has to be electric, which actually, when you look into it, isn't that electric cars aren't that eco, because of the lithium batteries involved, and also the fact that we are just not prepared to have an entire country run off the electricity grid of electric vehicles. It turns out to not be that make much sense. So it would be exciting if we could use and reuse old cars. I think that would make much more economical sense and ecological sense if we can reuse old cars and convert them into something that doesn't, emit all the horrible nasties that they can be within the regulation of emissions regulations. This is way more exciting for me. I'm 100% going to put this on my car the first chance I get to put a generator on my car. I'm going to do it, because not only that, but it also extends the life of your petrol, of your gas. So that's sort of like the secondary benefit of the thunderstorm generator. Is not only is it reducing, not only reducing carbon, but it also extends the life of your petrol, and like up to like 50% more, I've heard. So again, making stuff cheaper for us to run, cheaper for the environment. We're using less fuel. There. So that's why I'm so excited about this, because so far it's passing go every time it's going round the Monopoly board at the moment, and I'm very excited about it. So make sure you check out Jordan and Bob's work in detail, because the proof is literally in the pudding, and it's very exciting. I'm very excited. Right, a little bit of housekeeping. New year, new me. No, exactly the same old me, and we're just gonna keep doing this because it's fun. But what is happening this year is Cosmic Summit 2024. If you came to Cosmic Summit 2023, it was honestly the most geekiest, nerdiest fun weekend ever. We got to all go and hang out in this beautiful hotel in North Carolina. My brain was literally blowing up from the amount of information I learned. There was 14 speakers over the weekend, all from slightly different sides, but all looking at cosmic catastrophes and ancient civilizations. And so yeah, this year it's back, but it's changed location. We've upgraded to an even bigger and better hotel. So now we can fit, I think before we could only fit about 500 people in the auditorium. This time we've upgraded so that we can fit about 4,000. It's literally huge. We've also expanded the weekend, so there's going to be the Friday. No, it's not. Yes, there's going to be a Friday night party, which all the speakers are going to be at, so we get to mingle with you before. Because last time we realised that we really do need like a kind of D-Day party when we get there, so that we can mingle, talk ancient stuff, and then get ready for the Saturday. So then we've got Saturday and Sunday, which is going to be back to back. There's going to be 2 tracks of speakers. So if you're not quite into someone who's speaking, you've got options about where to go. There's going to be a huge area of like merch stands and more information, and people are going to have tables and signing stuff, and you can buy t-shirts and stuff. And then on the Monday, we are going to have like workshops and classrooms. I think Randall's staying. I think Malcolm Bendel's been invited. So if you want to have a look at this thunderstorm generator, I'm pretty sure Malcolm's going to bring one to Cosmic Summit on the workshop day on the Monday. He's not speaking at the actual Cosmic event as such. But yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. So if you want to come, tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put a link down below. If you use my code, then that particularly helps me, because I've got like an affiliate link. So if you would like to help support the channel in that way, it doesn't cost you anything, but it helps me. That would be amazing. So I'll put a little trailer in now for you, actually. Look at that.
Heresy is a cradle. Orthodoxy, a coffin.
What if the story was based on something that was completely true?
And we're going to rock this weekend. We're going to have a tremendous intellectual festival. the most intensely curious audience in the world. And what does curiosity produce? It produces new information, and new information produces enlightenment. And that's where we're all heading, and you're at the absolute vanguard of that process. Do you want to explore suppressed ideas supported by hard published data? Then this is your home.
Let's do this.
And you are the Cosmic Summit.
Soon there is it's kicking off. Stuff is.
Right now, as you listen to this, there is something on the surface of our sun that has not been seen in over a decade. A wound, a shadow, a region of magnetic chaos so vast that you could fit 10 Earths inside it and still have room to spare. It appeared just hours ago, rotating into view from the far side of our star like a slow, deliberate reveal, and the moment astronomers saw it, the alerts began. NASA is watching. No way is watching. Every space weather agency on this planet has their instruments trained on this single dark blemish, because what happens next could change everything. They are calling it Active Region 429-434-296, a designation so complex that officials had to split it into 3 separate numbered groups just to categorize its size. Amateur astronomers are reporting they can see it with the naked eye using nothing but a proper solar filter. 5 Earths tall, 5 Earths wide, and it is pointed directly at us. The question nobody wants to answer is simple. What if this thing fires? What if the largest sunspot in 10 years decides to unleash its fury, while Earth sits squarely in the crosshairs? By the end of this video, you will understand exactly what we're facing, why scientists are losing sleep over the next 72 hours, and what a worst-case scenario would actually look like for every person on this planet. Some of what I am about to tell you will sound like science fiction. I promise you, it is not. Before we dive in, if you enjoy these deep dives into the cosmos, hit like and subscribe so you never miss an update. Now tell me in the comments, where are you listening from and what time is it there? What you need to understand first is that our sun is not a stable, peaceful ball of light. It is a thermonuclear furnace held together by its own gravity, a churning sea of plasma where temperatures exceed 15 million degrees at the core, and where magnetic field lines twist, tangle, and snap with violence we can barely comprehend. Sunspots are the visible evidence of this internal war. They appear as dark regions on the solar surface, not because they are cold, but because they are cooler than their surroundings, typically around 3,500 degrees Celsius compared to the 5,500 degrees of the normal photosphere. That temperature difference makes them appear black against the blazing backdrop, but make no mistake, a sunspot is still hot enough to vaporize anything we have ever built. The sunspot that emerged on December 1st, the one designated AR 429-434-296, is not ordinary by any measure. Patricio Leon, an amateur astronomer observing from Santiago, Chile, described it as enormously huge and complex, requiring more than 2 days just to rotate entirely past the eastern limb of the sun. 2 days! Think about that. The sun rotates, and this single feature took 48 hours to fully come into view. Leon noted something else that should concern anyone paying attention: the delta magnetic component. In solar physics, a delta configuration means that opposite magnetic polarities are packed together in the same penumbral structure, umbra of opposite polarities sharing the same shadow. This is the magnetic equivalent of 2 tectonic plates grinding against each other. Pressure builds, tension accumulates, and eventually something has to give. The classification system for sunspots tells us exactly how worried we should be. Alpha regions have a single dominant polarity, simple and stable. Beta regions show a bipolar structure with distinct positive and negative areas, more dynamic but still manageable. Beta-gamma configurations indicate that the positive and negative polarities are so intermixed that no clear line can be drawn between them. And then there is beta-gamma delta, the most complex and dangerous classification, where those intertwined polarities exist within a single penumbral structure. AR4294 has been classified as Beta Gamma Delta. It is, magnetically speaking, a coiled spring waiting to release. What makes this particular moment so significant is context. We are deep within solar cycle 25, and it has been a wild ride. When this cycle began back in December of 2019, the official prediction panels expected a weak and quiet maximum, similar to the underwhelming cycle 24 before it. They projected a peak of around 115 sunspots sometime in July of 2025. They were wrong. By 2022, activity was already outpacing predictions. By 2023, NOAA had to revise their forecast upward, admitting that solar maximum would arrive earlier and stronger than anyone anticipated. By October of 2024, scientists confirmed that solar maximum was already underway, potentially having started as early as 2 years before anyone officially acknowledged it. The sunspot counts in August of 2024 reached the highest levels since September of 2001. This is not supposed to be happening, and yet here we are. The sun has been throwing X-class flares with increasing frequency. On November 11th, active region 4274 produced an X5.16, the strongest flare of 2025 and the 6th largest of the entire solar cycle. It released a coronal mass ejection travelling at 1950 km per second, so fast that NOAA issued a rare G4 geomagnetic stormwatch. Just 2 weeks later, another region produced multiple X-class events in rapid succession, each one a reminder that our star is operating at a level of intensity that defies the predictions of every major space weather institution. Now the largest sunspot in a decade has rotated into view, and it is already flexing its muscles. On the same day, AR4294 became visible. Another region, newcomer designated AR4299, fired off an X1.9 flare at 0227 UTC. The eruption was captured by NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory, a towering structure of plasma and energy breaking over the limb of the sun like a slow-motion explosion frozen in ultraviolet light. The radiation reached Earth in 8 minutes, ionizing the upper atmosphere and triggering an R3 radio blackout across Australia. Aviation communications went dark. Maritime signals dropped out. For approximately 30 minutes, an entire continent lost high-frequency radio capability because of an event that originated 93 million miles away. That flare did not come from the giant sunspot. It came from a smaller region nearby, almost as if the sun was sending a warning shot, a preview of what the main event might deliver. Coronagraph imagery from the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory revealed a rapid, partial halo, coronal mass ejection, associated with the blast. Billions of tons of magnetized plasma hurled into space at tremendous velocity. The good news, if you can call it that, is that this particular ejection was not aimed at Earth. It blasted off the northeastern limb and sailed harmlessly into the void. But the geometry is changing. Every hour the sun rotates slightly, and every hour AR4294 turns a little more toward our planet. The coming days are critical. NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center has issued their bulletin for December 1st through 5th, forecasting a 70% chance of M-class flares and a continuing possibility of additional X-class events. They anticipate active to G1 minor storm conditions around December 3rd as a coronal hole, high-speed stream sweeps past Earth, the same recurrent feature that produced strong solar winds back in early November. By December 4th, if timing aligns poorly, we could see G1 to G2 conditions, possibly reaching KP7 at peak. Auroras might dance as far south as Toronto, Chicago, Boston and Melbourne. Beautiful, certainly. But beauty often masks danger. What concerns scientists is not the immediate forecast, but the potential. AR4294 is not simply large, it is magnetically primed. The delta configuration means energy is being stored in twisted magnetic loops that could release at any moment. When those loops reconnect, when the magnetic tension exceeds the threshold the plasma can contain, the result is a solar flare, an explosion that can release energy equivalent to billions of nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The largest flares, the X-class events, can ionize Earth's atmosphere and disrupt communications within minutes of occurrence. But the flares themselves are only part of the story. The real threat comes from what often follows. Coronal mass ejections are the heavy artillery of solar weather. Unlike the electromagnetic radiation of a flare, which travels at light speed and arrives in 8 minutes, CME is a physical mass of charged particles and magnetic field. Billions of tons of solar material flung outward at speeds ranging from 250 kilometers per second to over 3,000. Depending on the velocity, a CME can reach Earth in as little as 15 hours or take several days. When it arrives, it collides with our magnetosphere, the invisible magnetic shield that has protected life on this planet for billions of years. Under normal conditions, the magnetosphere deflects most of the incoming particles, channeling them toward the poles where they create the shimmering curtains of the aurora. But when a CME is powerful enough, when its magnetic field orientation is just wrong, it can compress the magnetosphere, distort it, and in extreme cases temporarily punch through. That is when things get dangerous. That is when the modern world discovers just how dependent it has become on systems that were never designed to withstand the fury of our own star. The power grids, the satellites, the GPS networks, the internet infrastructure, all of it connected, all of it vulnerable, and most of it running on the assumption that space weather is someone else's problem. But I'm getting ahead of myself. For now, the sunspot watches and waits. It rotates a little further into view with each passing hour, its dark heart aimed increasingly at the planet where 8 billion people go about their lives unaware that a wound on the sun could reach across the void and touch them. The next few days will tell us whether AR4294 is merely impressive or genuinely dangerous. Scientists are hoping for the former. They are preparing for the latter. And somewhere in observatories around the world, instruments are recording every fluctuation, every brightening, every hint that the magnetic tension is about to break. The sun has kicked off December with a statement. Whether that statement becomes a warning or something far worse remains to be seen. What happened in 1859, when a similar configuration unleashed an event that would bear the name Carrington, offers a glimpse of what might be possible. But that was a world of telegraph wires and gas lamps, a world that had no idea how dependent its descendants would become on the very technologies most vulnerable to solar assault. The rules have changed, the stakes have multiplied, and the sun does not care. When the sun spoke to Australia, at 0227 Universal Coordinated Time on December 1st, 2025, the sun released a burst of electromagnetic radiation so intense that it crossed 93 million miles of empty space in approximately 8 minutes and 20 seconds. By the time the first photons reached Earth, the event was already over on the solar surface. But for the people on the sunlit side of our planet, the consequences were just beginning. Australia bore the brunt of it. Across the continent, high-frequency radio communications simply stopped working. Aviation signals dropped into static. Maritime operators found themselves suddenly isolated, their equipment functioning perfectly yet receiving nothing but noise. For approximately 30 minutes, one of the most technologically advanced nations on Earth experienced a communications blackout triggered by an explosion on a star. This was an R3 event on the NOAA radio blackout scale, classified as strong. The scale runs from R1, minor, through R5, extreme. An R3 blackout means wide area degradation of high-frequency radio communication and loss of radio contact for about an hour on the sunlit side of Earth. Navigation signals experience errors. It is not catastrophic. It is not civilization ending. But it is a reminder, a tap on the shoulder from the cosmos, that the infrastructure we take for granted operates at the pleasure of forces far beyond our control. The flare itself was classified as X1.9. To understand what that means, you need to understand how solar flares are measured. The classification system uses letters A, B, C, M, and X, with each letter representing a 10-fold increase in energy output. The class flares are barely detectable above the background radiation of the sun. B-class flares are slightly stronger, but still negligible in terms of Earth effects. C-class flares are common and can cause minor radio interference at high latitudes. M-class flares are moderate, capable of causing brief radio blackouts in polar regions and occasionally at lower latitudes. And then there is X-class, the most powerful category, where the numbers after the letter indicate magnitude within that extreme tier. An X1 flare is 10 times more powerful than an M1. An X10 is 10 times more powerful than an X1. The scale technically has no upper limit. Though the strongest flare ever recorded was estimated around X45, a monster that erupted in November of 2003 and saturated the sensors designed to measure it. An X1.9 then sits comfortably in the lower range of the extreme category, powerful enough to cause significant radio disruption, strong enough to ionize the upper atmosphere and alter the propagation of radio waves, but not powerful enough to threaten satellites or induce dangerous currents in power lines. Not yet. The flare that hit Australia was, in the grand scheme of solar violence, a moderate event from an extraordinary source. The concerning part was not the flare itself, but what it represented. The new active region, still emerging over the solar limb, still partially hidden from Earth view, had already demonstrated it was capable of X-class eruptions, and behind it, rotating into ever more direct alignment with our planet, sat the largest sunspot complex in 10 years. Think about that geometry for a moment. The Sun is a sphere, rotating on its axis roughly once every 25 days at its equator. Active regions emerge, grow, and decay over periods of days to weeks. As the Sun rotates, features on its surface sweep across the visible disk like landmarks on a slowly turning globe. A sunspot on the eastern limb is not aimed at Earth. Its flares and ejections are directed sideways, off into space, at an angle that poses little threat to our planet. But as the Sun rotates, that same sunspot moves across the disk toward the centre, and when it reaches the central meridian, anything it releases is pointed directly at us. AR4294 emerged on the eastern limb on December 1st. It will take approximately 7 days to cross to the western limb. Sometime around December 4th or 5th, it will pass through the zone of maximum geo-effectiveness, the region where any coronal mass ejection it produces will be aimed squarely at Earth. The X1.9 flare that blacked out Australian communications came from AR4299, a smaller region travelling just ahead of the giant. It was like a scout firing a warning shot before the main army arrives. The flare peaked at 9:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 30th, which translates to the early morning hours of December 1st in Universal Time. NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory captured the eruption in multiple wavelengths, each revealing different aspects of the violence. In extreme ultraviolet light, the flare appeared as a brilliant white flash against the dark corona, a localized explosion of energy that briefly outshone the entire surrounding region. The imagery showed towering loops of plasma, magnetic field lines made visible by the superheated gas trapped within them, arcing hundreds of thousands of kilometers above the solar surface. Associated with the flare was a coronal mass ejection, captured by the coronagraphs aboard the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. SOHO, as it is known, sits at the L1 Lagrange point, a gravitationally stable location about 1.5 million kilometers sunward of Earth. From there, it maintains a constant watch on the Sun, its coronagraph instruments blocking out the brilliant solar disk to reveal the faint outer atmosphere where CMEs become visible. The December 1st ejection appeared as a rapidly expanding halo of brightness, a partial halo indicating that the material was being flung in Earth's general direction, but not directly at us. Analysis confirmed that the CME was not Earth-directed. It would sail past, a bullet that missed. But the near miss contained a lesson. The speed of that ejection was significant. It expanded rapidly, indicating high velocity, the kind of speed that would deliver a CME to Earth in under 2 days if the geometry had been different. Fast CMEs are dangerous CMEs. They compress the solar wind ahead of them, building up a shock front that amplifies their impact when they finally collide with a planetary magnetosphere. The fastest CMEs on record have reached Earth in as little as 15 to 18 hours. The Carrington Event CME, the benchmark against which all solar storms are measured, made the journey in approximately 17.5 hours. Typical CMEs take 2 to 4 days. When you see a fast ejection, you pay attention, even if it is not coming your way this time. The radio blackout over Australia demonstrated something else that often gets lost in discussions of space weather. The effects are immediate but temporary for flares. Electromagnetic radiation travels at light speed. There is no warning. By the time you detect the flare, the radiation has already arrived, but the ionospheric disturbance fades relatively quickly once the flare ends. High-frequency radio communications were restored within an hour. No permanent damage occurred. No equipment was destroyed. The blackout was an inconvenience, not a catastrophe. This is important to understand because it distinguishes flare effects from CME effects. flares are fast and fleeting. CMEs are slower and potentially devastating. A flare is a flash of light. A CME is a physical punch. The ionosphere, that layer of Earth's atmosphere between roughly 60 and 1,000 kilometers altitude, is where this interaction plays out. Under normal conditions, the ionosphere contains enough free electrons to reflect certain radio frequencies back to Earth, enabling long-distance communication without satellites. This is how shortwave radio works, how aircraft over oceans maintain contact with controllers thousands of miles away, how ships communicate when they are beyond line of sight of land-based towers. The ionosphere acts as a mirror, bouncing signals around the curvature of the planet. But when a solar flare dumps X-ray and extreme ultraviolet radiation into the upper atmosphere, it ionizes far more atoms than usual. Paradoxically, this over-ionization degrades radio propagation rather than enhancing it. The signals get absorbed instead of reflected. The mirror becomes a sponge. What Australia experienced was a textbook demonstration of this process. The flare-enhanced ionization on the day side of Earth, and Australia happened to be in daylight at the moment of peak radiation. Aircraft in flight would have noticed degraded or absent high-frequency communications. Maritime vessels would have lost contact with shore stations. Emergency services that rely on HF radio as a backup would have found that backup temporarily unavailable. For 30 minutes, a slice of modern infrastructure simply did not work, and there was nothing anyone could do about it except wait for the ionosphere to settle back to normal. Now scale that up. An X1.9 is a moderate X-class flare. The strongest flare of 2025 so far was the X5.16 that erupted on November 11th. That event caused R3 blackouts across Africa and Europe. The strongest flare of solar cycle 25 to date was an X9 on October 3rd, 2024, and the historical record contains events that dwarf even these. The flare associated with the Carrington event is estimated to have been somewhere around X40 to X45. Some researchers place it even higher. That is not 10 times stronger than what hit Australia. It is not even 100 times stronger. Depending on the estimate, the Carrington flare may have been 400 to 1,000 times more powerful than the X1.9 that caused continent-wide radio blackouts on December 1st. Imagine what an X40 flare would do to modern communications. Not just high-frequency radio, but GPS signals passing through a suddenly chaotic ionosphere. Not just aviation and maritime, but emergency services, banking systems that rely on precise timing, power grid synchronization that depends on GPS clocks. The R5 level on the NOAA scale, Extreme Radio Blackout, describes complete high-frequency radio blackout on the entire sunlit side of Earth, lasting for several hours. Low-frequency navigation signals would be degraded for hours. Satellite navigation would experience errors on the sunlit side. That is not science fiction. That is the predicted consequence of a Carrington-class flare, and the Sun has produced such flares before. It will produce them again. The only questions are when and whether Earth will be in the firing line. The December 1st event was a reminder that the Sun is active, engaged, and capable of reaching across the void to touch our technology. It was also a reminder that we have built a civilization increasingly dependent on systems that the Sun can disrupt with a single well-aimed explosion. The radio blackout over Australia lasted 30 minutes and caused no lasting harm. But it was a small event from a small sunspot while the giant was still coming into view. The next few days will reveal whether AR4294 is content to rotate quietly across the solar disk, or whether it intends to make its presence known in ways that make an X1.9 look like a firecracker compared to a bomb. The historical record suggests we should not be complacent. The Sun has spoken before, in languages far more forceful than what Australia heard on December 1st. In 1859, it spoke loudly enough to set telegraph offices on fire. In 1989, it spoke loudly enough to collapse an entire power grid. And the tree rings, those ancient archives of cosmic radiation, whisper of events that make even the Carrington storm look modest. The Sun has a voice, and sometimes it screams. December's ticking time bomb. There is a window, a specific period of days when the danger reaches its peak, when the geometry of Sun and Earth aligns in the worst possible configuration. For AR4294, that window opens around December 4th and does not close until approximately December 7th. During those days, the massive sunspot complex will transit the central meridian of the solar disk, the region where any eruption, any coronal mass ejection, any violent, release of magnetic energy will be aimed directly at our planet. Before and after that window, the risk diminishes. Flares still occur, ejections still happen, but they miss us, sailing off into the cosmic void at angles that spare Earth from the full brunt of their fury. During the window, there is no margin for error. Whatever the sun releases will be coming straight for us. NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center has already issued their forecast for the first week of December. They anticipate a 70% chance of M-class flares and a continued possibility of X-class events through December 5th. A coronal hole high-speed stream is expected to arrive around December 3rd, potentially elevating geomagnetic activity to G1 minor storm levels. This recurrent feature, a region where the sun's magnetic field opens outward and allows the solar wind to stream freely into space at elevated speeds, has been a regular visitor to Earth's environment. In early November, the same coronal hole produced strong to very strong solar wind conditions. Now it returns, adding another variable to an already complex situation. The forecast speaks in probabilities and technical classifications, the careful language of scientists who understand that predictions are not certainties. But beneath the measured tones lies genuine concern. AR4-294 is not behaving like an ordinary active region. Its sheer size, its magnetic complexity, and its timing at the peak of an unexpectedly strong solar maximum combine to create a scenario that demands vigilance. Amateur astronomers around the world have been imaging the sunspot, sharing their observations on social media and astronomy forums. Victor Rogus, observing from Sedona, Arizona, captured the region while it was still emerging over the southeastern limb and noted that it appeared potentially dangerous. Valérie Liard in France described the complex magnetic structure with bright plages and absorbing filaments that follow the magnetic field lines. These are not sensational claims. These are observations from experienced solar observers who recognize when something unusual is happening. The delta configuration remains the critical factor. In solar magnetism, the arrangement of polarities determines stability. Imagine two bar magnets placed near each other. If their opposite poles face each other, north to south, they attract and settle into a stable configuration. If their same poles face each other, north to north or south to south, they repel and create tension. Now imagine those magnets embedded in a churning sea of plasma, their field lines twisted and tangled by convective motions deep beneath the visible surface. The energy stored in those twisted fields is immense, and it will eventually be released. The question is whether the release will be gradual, through a series of small flares and slow reconnection events, or sudden, through a catastrophic eruption that dumps all that stored energy into space at once. Delta sunspots favour the sudden option. The statistics are clear. Regions with delta magnetic configurations produce more than 80% of all major flares. They are the troublemakers of the solar surface, the active regions most likely to generate the X-class events that disrupt our technology and occasionally threaten our infrastructure. AR4-294 has a delta configuration. It has already demonstrated its capability through the smaller flares that have crackled from its vicinity since it came into view, and it is growing. As more of the region rotates onto the visible disk, additional complexity is being revealed. NOAA has had to split the designation into multiple numbered regions simply to categorize what they are observing. This is not a single sunspot. It is a sprawling complex of magnetic activity that dominates the northeastern quadrant of the Sun. Consider what we know about the current state of solar cycle 25. This was supposed to be a quiet cycle, a continuation of the trend toward weaker activity that characterized cycle 24. The official predictions in 2019 called for a maximum of around 115 sunspots, reached sometime in July of 2025. Instead, activity has consistently exceeded forecasts. The cycle ramped up faster than expected. Sunspot counts reached levels not seen since the early 2000s. In October of 2024, the Solar Cycle Prediction Panel finally acknowledged what had become obvious to observers. Solar maximum had arrived, possibly as much as 2 years earlier than initially predicted, and it was proving stronger than the conservative estimates had suggested. This matters because solar maximum is when the most dangerous events occur. Not exclusively, of course. Large flares can happen at any point in the cycle, but the probability peaks during maximum, when the sun's magnetic field is most complex and active regions are most numerous. We are currently in that peak, The sun is at its most volatile, its most unpredictable, its most capable of producing the kind of event that could genuinely disrupt modern civilization. And into this period of elevated risk comes the largest sunspot in a decade, rotating toward the most geo-effective position on the solar disk. The next 72 hours represent a critical watch period, not because an eruption is certain, but because the conditions for a major event are present in a way they rarely are. Size alone does not guarantee activity. Some large sunspot groups rotate across the solar disk without producing significant flares. They are magnetically stable, their energy gradually dissipating through small-scale reconnection events rather than explosive releases. But the delta configuration argues against stability. The multiple X-class flares from the surrounding region argue against stability. The overall behavior of solar cycle 25 argues against expecting quiet outcomes. Space weather forecasters operate in a realm of uncertainty that would make meteorologists nervous. Weather prediction on Earth benefits from dense networks of sensors, decades of calibrated models, and physical processes that, while complex, are relatively well understood. Space weather prediction relies on a handful of satellites, models that are still being refined, and a source of energy, the sun, that regularly defies expectations. The forecasters can tell you that conditions favour flare activity. They can estimate probabilities, but they cannot tell you with certainty whether AR4294 will produce an X10 flare tomorrow, or quietly decay over the next week without incident. The sun keeps its own counsel. What they can do is prepare. Power grid operators have been alerted to the elevated risk. Satellite operators have been notified. Airlines that fly polar routes, where communications are most vulnerable and radiation exposure is highest, have the information they need to make routing decisions. These preparations are routine during periods of elevated solar activity. They happen multiple times per year, usually without incident. The forecasters issue warnings, the operators take precautions, the event either occurs or does not occur, and life continues. This is the normal rhythm of space weather management, a quiet dance of preparedness that most of the public never sees. But there is a scenario that keeps space weather professionals awake at night. A scenario where the precautions are not enough, where the event exceeds the planning parameters, where the infrastructure designed to withstand certain levels of disturbance encounters something beyond its design limits. The Carrington event was such a scenario, arriving before the infrastructure existed to be damaged. A Carrington-class event today would be something entirely different. We have spent 166 years building a technological civilization exquisitely sensitive to exactly the kind of disturbance that a major solar storm produces. We have done so without fully accounting for the risk, without hardening our critical systems, without preparing for an event that statistics suggest is not merely possible, but inevitable on a long-enough timeline. The next few days may pass without incident. The giant sunspot may rotate harmlessly across the solar disk, producing spectacular images for amateur astronomers and causing nothing more than a few minor radio disturbances. This is the most likely outcome for any given active region. Most sunspots do not produce catastrophic flares. Most solar cycles do not include Carrington-class events. The base rate of major solar storms is low, which is why we have been able to build our technological society without constant disruption. But low probability is not zero probability, and when the consequences of a near event are severe enough, even low probabilities demand attention. The financial industry understands this. They call them tail risks, the unlikely events at the far ends of the distribution that can nonetheless occur and cause catastrophic losses when they do. Space weather has its own tail risks, and AR4294 has put the world on notice. We are currently rolling the dice with a loaded coin. The sun has produced Carrington-class events before. The ice cores tell us that. The tree rings tell us that. The historical records, sparse as they are, tell us that. And the sun will produce such events again. The only uncertainty is timing, whether it happens this week, this year, this decade, or this century. The sunspot rotating into view does not guarantee that this is the moment, but it guarantees that the possibility is elevated, that the conditions for a major event are present, and that the coming days demand more attention than usual from everyone who depends on the technology that a solar storm could disrupt, which, in the modern world, is everyone. The Carrington warning we forgot. On the morning of September 1st, 1859, a 33-year-old English astronomer named Richard Carrington was doing what he did most clear days, projecting an image of the sun onto a white screen and carefully sketching the sunspots he observed. His observatory in Redhill, Surrey was modest but effective, equipped with a 4.5-inch telescope that allowed him to track solar features with considerable precision. Carrington had been observing the sun systematically for years, contributing to the growing scientific understanding of our nearest star. That morning, he noticed a large group of sunspots in the northern hemisphere, complex and active, the kind of feature that demanded careful documentation. Then something happened that had never been recorded before. At 11:18 local time, 2 brilliant patches of white light appeared within the sunspot group, intensely bright against the already luminous solar surface. Carrington watched in astonishment as the lights moved across the face of the sunspot, travelling roughly 35,000 miles in 5 minutes before fading from view. He had witnessed a solar flare, the first ever observed by human eyes, though he did not know what to call it or what it meant. Rushing to find a witness, he was unable to locate anyone before the event ended. But unknown to Carrington, another astronomer, Richard Hodgson, was independently observing the same phenomenon from a different location in London. Their reports, published side by side in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, would establish the first documented observation of a white light flare. What followed the flare was unprecedented in human experience. Approximately 17.5 hours later, a massive geomagnetic storm struck Earth. This was extraordinarily fast. Coronal mass ejections typically take 2 to 4 days to traverse the distance between Sun and Earth. The Carrington CME arrived in under 18 hours, suggesting either extreme velocity or that a prior ejection had cleared the path of the solar wind, reducing the drag that normally slows such events. Whatever the cause, the impact was immediate and global. Telegraph systems across Europe and North America went haywire. Operators reported receiving severe electrical shocks from their equipment. Telegraph paper spontaneously caught fire in multiple offices. In some cases, the induced currents were so strong that operators could disconnect their batteries entirely and continue sending and receiving messages powered solely by the geomagnetically induced electricity flowing through the wires. The aurora borealis, normally confined to high latitudes, was visible as far south as the Caribbean, Colombia, and Hawaii. In the Rocky Mountains, gold miners woke at 1 in the morning thinking dawn had arrived. So bright was the auroral light. People across the world watched in wonder and fear as the sky burned red and green in colours they had never seen before. The Carrington event, as it came to be known, was the largest geomagnetic storm in recorded history. Estimates of its intensity suggest it was roughly double the strength of the next most powerful measured event. The Diest index, a measure of geomagnetic disturbance, is estimated to have reached between -800 and -1750 nanotesla. For comparison, the March 1989 storm that collapsed the Quebec power grid reached approximately -589 nanotesla. The Carrington event was 2 to 3 times stronger than the storm that blacked out an entire Canadian province. But in 1859 there was little to damage. The world ran on muscle power, steam power and flame. The telegraph was the height of electrical technology, and even it was a novelty that most people had never used. There were no power grids to collapse, no satellites to disable, no GPS systems to scramble, no internet to go dark. The Carrington event was primarily a spectacle, a source of wonder and some damaged equipment, but not a civilization-threatening catastrophe. The technological vulnerabilities that would make such an event genuinely dangerous simply did not exist. We have spent the intervening 166 years building exactly those vulnerabilities. The modern world runs on electricity in ways that would have been unimaginable to Carrington and his contemporaries. The power grid is not merely convenient, it is essential to every other system that sustains our civilization. Without electricity, water treatment plants stop operating. Pumping stations that move clean water to homes and businesses fall silent. Sewage systems that depend on powered lifts begin to back up. Hospitals lose the ability to run ventilators, dialysis machines, and refrigeration for medications. Gas stations cannot pump fuel. Grocery stores cannot refrigerate food or process transactions. Traffic signals go dark. Communication networks collapse as cell towers exhaust their backup batteries. Within hours of a major grid failure, the cascade of secondary effects begins to accumulate. Within days, it becomes a crisis. Within weeks, it threatens lives on a massive scale. A Carrington-class event today would not merely be inconvenient. Multiple studies have attempted to estimate the damage. Lloyd's of London, the insurance market that has been assessing risk for over 3 centuries, commissioned a report examining the potential cost of a Carrington-level storm striking the United States. Their estimate ranged from $600 billion to $2.6 trillion, depending on the severity and duration of the impacts. That was in 2013 dollars. Adjusted for inflation, the figures would be significantly higher today. More importantly, the estimates focused primarily on direct damage and immediate economic disruption. They did not fully account for the cascading failures that would result from extended power outages across multiple states or regions. The vulnerability lies primarily in the high-voltage transformers that form the backbone of the power grid. These massive devices, some weighing over 400 tons, step voltage up for efficient long-distance transmission and step it down for local distribution. They are expensive, custom-built, and require 12 to 18 months to manufacture under normal conditions. The United States has approximately 2,000 of these extra high-voltage transformers, and there is no significant domestic manufacturing capacity. Most are built overseas. There is no strategic reserve of spare transformers waiting to replace damaged units. A geomagnetic storm that destroyed or severely damaged even a fraction of these transformers could result in power outages lasting not days but months or potentially years. The mechanism of damage is subtle but relentless. When a CME strikes Earth's magnetosphere, it induces electric currents in long conductors at the surface. Power lines act as antennas, gathering these geomagnetically induced currents and channeling them into the grid. The currents flow through transformers, seeking ground. But transformers are designed for alternating current at 50 or 60 Hz, not the quasi-direct current produced by geomagnetic disturbances. The induced currents cause the transformer cores to saturate magnetically, generating heat in places the equipment was never designed to handle. The insulation degrades, hot spots develop. In extreme cases, the windings can melt, the oil can catch fire, and the transformer can be destroyed. This is not theoretical. It happened in March 1989 in Quebec. A geomagnetic storm approximately 1/3 the intensity of the Carrington event caused the Hydro-Quebec grid to collapse in 92 seconds. 6 million people lost power for up to 9 hours in the middle of a harsh Canadian winter, but the damage extended further. The transformer at the Salem nuclear plant in New Jersey was destroyed by the induced currents. Within 2 years of the storm, 11 nuclear plants reported failures of generator step-up transformers that were likely linked to the event. The storm was moderate by historical standards. It was not even close to Carrington class. And yet it demonstrated exactly how vulnerable our infrastructure is to space weather. The European Space Agency conducted exercises in 2025 simulating what a Carrington-level event would mean for satellite operations and ground infrastructure. The results were sobering. They modelled atmospheric swelling of up to 400%, which would drag satellites out of their orbits. They simulated communication blackouts, GPS degradation, and the inability to track space debris. The exercise was not meant to reassure anyone. It was meant to demonstrate how unprepared we remain for an event that we know is possible, that we know has happened before, and that we know will happen again. Richard Carrington suspected a connection between the solar flare he observed and the geomagnetic storm that followed. But he was cautious, famously writing that one swallow does not make a summer. He could not be certain that correlation implied causation. Today we understand the physics completely. Solar flares release electromagnetic radiation that arrives at light speed, causing immediate ionospheric disturbances. Coronal mass ejections follow, carrying magnetized plasma that interacts with Earth's magnetic field to produce geomagnetic storms. The connection is not speculative. It is measured, modelled, and monitored continuously by satellites and ground-based instruments. What we have not done is act on that knowledge at a scale commensurate with the risk. The power grid remains largely unprotected. Spare transformer capacity remains inadequate. Warning systems can provide hours to days of notice for an incoming CME, but the preparations that can be made in that time frame are limited. Operators can reduce load. They can open certain circuits to prevent the induced currents from flowing through critical equipment. but they cannot harden a grid in hours that should have been hardened over decades. The Carrington event was a warning written in auroral fire across the sky of 1859. We marvelled at it, we documented it, and then we built a civilization that forgot the lesson it should have taught us. The sun has not changed. It still produces major storms. It still hurls billions of tons of magnetized plasma into space at thousands of kilometers per second. The only thing that has changed is us, and not in ways that make us more resilient. We have made ourselves more vulnerable with every wire we string, every satellite we launch, every system we build that depends on the continuous flow of electricity. The question is not whether another Carrington event will occur. It will. The question is whether we will be ready when it does. Right now, the answer is almost certainly no. Whispers in the tree rings. In 2012, a physics graduate student at Nagoya University in Japan made a discovery that would rewrite our understanding of solar violence. Miyake was not looking for anything extraordinary. Her project involved a new, highly sensitive technique for measuring carbon-14 in tree rings, a refinement of radiocarbon dating that allowed analysis of individual annual growth layers rather than average samples spanning decades. She travelled to a lush island in southern Japan famous for its ancient cedar trees, some nearly 1900 years old. She cut a slice from an old stump, counted back through the rings, and began measuring the radioactive carbon content year by year. What she found in the ring corresponding to 774 to 775 AD was impossible to ignore. The carbon-14 level spiked by approximately 12% compared to adjacent years. This was not a gradual increase or a measurement error. It was a sharp, single-year jump, roughly 20 times greater than the normal year-to-year variation caused by ordinary cosmic radiation. Something had happened in 774 or 775 that dramatically increased the production of carbon-14 in Earth's atmosphere. Something powerful, something brief, something that left its signature in the wood of trees around the world. Carbon-14 forms when high-energy particles from space collide with nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere, knocking out protons and converting the nitrogen into a radioactive isotope of carbon. This carbon-14 then combines with oxygen to form carbon dioxide, which circulates through the atmosphere and gets absorbed by living things. When a tree grows a new ring, it incorporates the carbon dioxide available that year, including whatever carbon-14 is present. When the tree stops growing, when that ring is complete, the carbon-14 is locked in, slowly decaying over thousands of years at a known rate. By measuring how much remains, scientists can determine when the ring formed. But Miyake was not trying to date the tree. She was trying to measure cosmic ray intensity over time, and the spike in 774 told her that the cosmic ray flux had temporarily increased by an enormous amount. Other researchers quickly confirmed her finding. The same spike appeared in tree rings from Germany, Russia, the United States, Finland, and New Zealand. Whatever had caused the event, it was global. A matching surge in beryllium-10, another cosmogenic isotope, was found in Antarctic ice cores corresponding to the same period. The evidence was unambiguous. Earth had been bombarded by an intense burst of high-energy particles sometime around 774 or 775 AD, and the signature of that bombardment was preserved in trees and ice around the planet. The leading explanation was a solar storm. The sun produces energetic particles during flares and coronal mass ejections, particles that can reach Earth
Hey, I'm still here.
atmosphere in exactly the way needed to produce carbon-14 and beryllium-10. But the scale was troubling. The Carrington event, the largest solar storm in recorded history, did not produce a detectable spike in the cosmogenic isotope record. It was too small. Whatever happened in 774 was at least 10 times more powerful than the Carrington event.
Sorry, what did you say?
Much more. Some estimates suggested it was 80 times stronger. The sun had apparently produced a storm of unprecedented.
Check this out.
When we speak of
Check one out.
the father wound, we are
My
not
stream.
only speaking of the man who raised you, nor the man who failed to. We are speaking of an archetype, a primordial image that has lived in the human psyche for thousands of years. And when this archetype becomes distorted, absent, violent, silent, or unpredictable, the child does not simply lose a parent. The psyche loses its first encounter with structure, orientation, and inner authority. For the empath, this wound goes deeper than most understand, because the empath does not merely observe the emotional climate of childhood, they become it. They absorb the quiet tremors in the parent's voice, the unspoken tension in the home, the invisible pressure that exiles tenderness. They inhale the atmosphere long before they can speak a single word about it. You may think your chaos began in adulthood, when life seemed to pull you in 1,000 directions, when every emotion arrived with overwhelming intensity, but your chaos was born in much earlier rooms, in the moments when you felt responsible for stabilizing a parent who could not stabilize themselves. It was not the event that wounded you. It was the meaning your psyche was forced to create in order to survive it. The developing mind of the empath says, if I feel everything, perhaps I can prevent the storm. If I anticipate the dangers, perhaps I can remain safe. Thus you learn to overfunction emotionally, while the adults underfunctioned, and this dynamic plants itself so deeply in the unconscious that you may spend decades confusing hypervigilance for love or emotional labor for connection. The father wound is not entirely about the father. It is also about the collapse of a defining symbol, the one who should model differentiation, boundaries, and inner direction.
Is this Alan Walt?
Carl Jung.
Oh, did he record? Continue. I love psychology. Continue.
When that symbol is unstable, the child internalizes instability as fate, and so the empath grows into adulthood with a peculiar sensitivity and ability to sense danger before it manifests, but also an inability to feel grounded even when all is calm. The body remembers the old atmosphere. The heart remembers the old imbalance. The unconscious remembers carrying too much too early. Across my decades of studying dreams, fantasies, and mythic symbolism, I have observed a recurring image in those touched by the father wound: a house without a roof, or a bridge that collapses halfway across, or a sun that flickers but does not fully rise. These are not random images. They signify the missing psychic structure that the father archetype should embody. Yet, in many empaths, the missing structure is replaced by a different kind of power, the ability to feel the entire emotional field of a family. Sometimes the entire emotional field of a society. This is both a gift and a burden. Without inner strength to contain such sensitivity, the empath becomes overwhelmed by it, like a river overflowing its banks. But when the wound is healed, the same sensitivity becomes a form of profound perception, intuition, and wisdom. It becomes quiet inner strength, the kind that does not shout nor dominate, but moves with a stillness that cannot be shaken. The task of healing is not to repair the father you had, nor to erase the pain you inherited, but to restore the archetype within you, to rebuild the inner structure that was never taught. Healing the father wound is the creation of an inner father, a symbolic presence that orients, protects, guides, and gives form to your emotional life. Without this, the empath remains porous, absorbing everything, lacking the psychic boundaries necessary for individuation. With it, the empath becomes formidable, centered, and capable of containing their own depth without drowning in it. Some of you have felt for many years that you are too emotional, too intense, or too sensitive, but these are not personality traits. They are survival strategies. And survival strategies are always the psyche's attempt to create balance in an imbalanced environment. When the father is emotionally absent or unpredictable, the child intuitively compensates by becoming the emotional regulator of the entire system. The empath learned early that silence could mean danger, that anger could erupt without warning, that love might vanish overnight. So you became alert, attunet, and hyper-responsive. This was not sensitivity. It was protection disguised as sensitivity. Let us go deeper. In my analytical work, many empaths would share recurring dreams of running through long hallways, searching for a door that would not open, or standing before an ocean that stretched infinitely without a shoreline. These dreams symbolize a yearning for containment, for definition, for the internal boundary that the father archetype should have provided. The ocean without a shoreline is the empath's emotional world without a container. The endless hallway is the psyche searching for orientation, and the locked door, in many cases, represents the father's inner world, inaccessible, mysterious, frightening, or simply unavailable. You may think you have left your childhood home behind, but in truth, the home is within you. The emotional architecture of that home travels with you until you consciously reshape it. Healing begins not when you forgive a parent, nor when you understand them. Healing begins when you understand yourself, the version of you that was shaped by the emotional atmosphere of your upbringing. Only then can you re-enter the psyche with clarity, witnessing how your adult behaviors, choices, relationships, and burdens have been unconsciously sculpted by the early wound. The empath often fears expressing anger because anger was unsafe. They fear having needs because needs were dismissed. They fear being too loud, too visible, or too demanding because childhood taught them that survival meant softness, compliance, and quietness. So the adult empath becomes passive in places where they should assert themselves, self-sacrificing in places where they should choose themselves, and forgiving in places where they should draw boundaries. All of these are symptoms, not of weakness, but of a wounded archetype. But let us consider a deeper truth. Every wound is also an initiation. In mythic traditions, the wounded initiate eventually becomes the healer, the seer, the one who can enter the underworld and return with knowledge. The father wound, when consciously integrated, creates in the empath a kind of inner solidity that is not learned from books nor teachers. It is born from surviving chaos and refusing to let the chaos define you. You may recall moments where you felt you had no choice but to hold everything together. You may have been the child who comforted siblings, who soothed a distressed mother, or who monitored the emotional storms of a volatile home. In these moments, your psyche formed an early belief: if I don't carry the burden, no one will. This belief follows the empath for decades, manifesting in adult relationships where you become the emotional anchor, the healer, the forgiver, the one who understands, even when you are not understood. But the unconscious truth is simple. You are reenacting the original atmosphere, repeating the ancient pattern until you bring it into awareness. Healing the father wound means acknowledging that the child inside you is still trying to prevent the old storm. They are still anticipating danger. They are still waiting for someone to hold the structure that no one held for them. When you bring compassion to this inner child, when you say, "You are safe now," the burden begins to dissolve, not immediately, not all at once, but gradually, as the psyche learns a new pattern. Consider the archetype of the wise old man, a recurring figure in dreams and myth, who represents inner guidance, direction, and discernment. For many empaths with a father wound, this archetype remains dormant, hidden beneath layers of fear, chaos, or emotional exhaustion. When the father archetype is wounded externally, the inner wise guide cannot fully develop, but when healing begins, this archetype awakens. It emerges not as dominance or authority in the external sense, but as an internal compass, a voice that says, "You know your path, you can trust your perception, you can set boundaries without apology." This inner voice does not roar, it whispers with certainty, and its emergence marks the transformation from emotional chaos to quiet inner strength. When the empath strengthens this inner structure, their sensitivity becomes directional rather than chaotic. Their intuition becomes clear rather than overwhelming. Their emotions become messages rather than storms. Now let us speak of shadow. For many empaths, the father becomes a shadow figure, not necessarily because he was monstrous, but because he represented something the psyche could not understand or integrate. A father who is physically present but emotionally absent becomes a paradox the child cannot resolve. The shadow grows in the silence, in the unpredictability, in the unspoken rules that govern the home. And the empath absorbs not only the father's presence, but his absence. This absence becomes a powerful psychic imprint, a void that whispers into adulthood. You are alone in the world. You must carry everything yourself. But the shadow is not the enemy. The shadow is the teacher. To heal the father wound, you must enter the shadow, not to blame, but to understand. You must ask the unconscious, what meaning did I create in order to survive? What roles did I accept that were never mine? What burdens did I inherit that do not belong to me? These questions do not seek to rewrite the past, but to reclaim the psyche from the past. Some of you may feel a deep grief when touching this wound. Grief for the childhood you never had. Grief for the protection you never received. Grief for the stability you longed for but never found. This grief is not your weakness. It is the opening of the gate. Grief is the doorway through which strength begins to form. The child who was denied guidance mourns, and the adult who emerges from that mourning is the one who becomes capable of guiding themselves. The empath, chaos, the emotional flooding, the sensitivity that feels like a curse, the lack of boundaries, the difficulty, trusting oneself, all of these dissolve not through suppression, but through integration. You do not heal by becoming less sensitive. You heal by becoming more structured, more anchored, more centered. This is the paradox. The empath becomes powerful not by numbing their emotions, but by developing an inner father strong enough to hold them. And when that inner father awakens, your chaos becomes something else entirely. It becomes sight, it becomes intuition, it becomes clarity, it becomes the quiet, immovable strength of someone who has walked through emotional storms and has nothing left to fear. As we go deeper into this inner terrain, I want you to understand something essential. The father wound is not healed by intellectual analysis alone. You cannot read your way into integration. You cannot simply decide that you are no longer affected by what happened. The unconscious does not respond to logic. It responds to experience, symbol, and emotional truth. This is why so many empaths find themselves repeating the same relational patterns even after years of awareness. The mind understands, but the psyche has not yet reorganized itself. What does it mean to reorganize the psyche? It means that the old emotional blueprint, the one written in childhood, shaped by unpredictability, silence, violence, emotional coldness, or the absence of attunement, must be replaced with an internal architecture capable of holding your depth. This restructuring does not happen suddenly. It unfolds like a long dream, gradually revealing deeper layers of meaning. For many empaths, the initial stage of this reorganization often presents itself as an inner collapse, not a collapse of weakness, but a collapse of the false identity constructed for survival. You may experience moments when your old ways of coping suddenly stop working. The relationships you once tolerated become intolerable. The caretaking roles you once accepted drain you to the point of exhaustion. The emotional burdens you once carried effortlessly suddenly feel impossible to bear. Do not mistake this collapse for failure. It is the psyche rejecting the old architecture. It is the unconscious saying, we cannot continue this way. Something must change. In this sense, the collapse is the beginning of the comeback, not the dramatic comeback that the world sees, but the quiet inner comeback that only the soul can feel. The father wound often manifests as an internalized authority figure who is either too distant or too harsh. You may hear it as a voice in your mind that tells you not to trust your emotions, to stay quiet, to avoid conflict, to minimize your needs. This voice is not yours. It is a psychic echo of the father you experienced, or the father you imagined, or the father you feared. Healing begins when you recognize that this voice is no longer needed, that it belongs to a past environment that no longer governs your life. But the psyche does not simply eliminate this figure. It transforms it. The harsh inner critic becomes the inner guide. The absent father becomes the inner presence. The unpredictable authority becomes the consistent inner compass. This transformation is not symbolic. It is psychological reality. You are creating within yourself what the external world could not provide. Let us reflect through the lens of dreams, for dreams are the psyche's language of truth. Many empaths with a father wound have dreams of walking through abandoned cities, of navigating forests at night without a map, or of wandering through ancient ruins. These landscapes represent the unconscious structure of the father archetype, neglected, forgotten, or never built, but the dreamer continues to walk. This is important. It symbolizes the soul's instinctual drive toward wholeness, even in the absence of external guidance. Sometimes the dream suddenly shifts, and the dreamer finds a torch, a lantern, or a single beam of light piercing through the darkness. This light is the emergence of the inner father, the spark of orientation that begins to form as you turn inward. The light is small at first. It flickers. It may be difficult to trust, but it grows exactly in proportion to the amount of attention you give it. For the empath, healing the father wound also involves reclaiming anger, not explosive anger, but sacred anger, anger that says, my boundaries matter, anger that says, the child I once was deserved protection, anger that says, I will no longer abandon myself to earn acceptance. This anger is not destructive, it is restorative. It rebuilds the collapsed inner structure by affirming what should have been affirmed long ago. Many empaths fear this anger because they associate it with the father's volatility or silence. But your anger is not your father's anger. Your anger is the voice of yourself, the inner truth, the inner authority, the inner source of direction. When this anger is acknowledged, not acted out impulsively, but held with awareness, it becomes the strongest ally in your healing. It becomes the force that constructs the boundary your childhood never had. One of the most profound realizations in this process is that the father wound often makes the empath seek external fathers in adulthood partners, mentors, friends, even spiritual leaders, in hopes they will provide the stability or validation missing in childhood. But no external figure can heal the internal absence. They can inspire it, support it, mirror it, but they cannot complete it. This is the task of individuation, to become your own father, your own authority, your own anchor. And yet, this does not mean you must reject relationships. On the contrary, When the father archetype is restored internally, you become capable of forming relationships that are balanced, reciprocal, and grounded. You no longer choose partners who replicate the wound. You no longer tolerate the emotional instability you grew up with. You no longer mistake intensity for love. You no longer abandon yourself to maintain harmony. When the father wound is healed, the empath stops carrying people and begins walking beside them. You no longer assume responsibility for the emotions of others. You no longer become the container for chaos that isn't yours. Instead, your sensitivity transforms into discernment, the ability to know what is yours to hold and what is not. Let us consider the archetype of the king, not as a patriarchal figure, but as the psychological symbol of inner leadership in your wounded state. This archetype remains dormant, overshadowed by fear, self-doubt, or the lack of internal orientation. But when you heal the father wound, the king awakens. This is not about dominance or superiority. It is about inner rulership, the ability to make decisions without collapsing into guilt, the ability to stand firm without apology, the ability to remain steady even when others project their wounds onto you. The empath who heals the father wound does not become harder, they become clearer. Their boundaries are not walls, they are windows through which the soul can breathe. They are not barriers to love, they are the framework that allows love to flow without drowning them. There is a moment in the healing process where the empath begins to feel something unfamiliar, a sense of inner solidity. It may appear subtly, like the feeling of standing on new ground. It may appear as a sudden clarity about what you will no longer accept. It may appear as a quiet confidence that does not need validation. This is the awakening of the inner father. It is the moment when the child within you realizes they are no longer alone. Often, this moment arrives after a period of intense inner conflict. The psyche does not let go of old patterns easily. It tests the new structure. It revisits old loops. It triggers familiar fears. This is not regression, it is integration. The psyche is ensuring that the new inner architecture is stable before it fully commits to it. In analytical psychology, we call this the tension of the opposites, the experience of holding both the wound and the healing simultaneously, of feeling both the chaos and the emerging strength. If you remain present through this tension, something remarkable occurs. The psyche produces a third thing, a new synthesis, a deeper embodiment of the self. This synthesis is the quiet inner strength that emerges when the father archetype is restored. This inner strength is not loud. It does not need to prove anything. It is not easily provoked. It does not collapse when someone withdraws love. It does not chase validation. It does not sacrifice itself to maintain peace. It simply stands still, anchored, aware. Let us look now at the empath's chaos through the symbolic lens of alchemy. The chaos is the prima materia, the raw, unstructured emotional material that contains the potential for transformation. In alchemy, this chaos is not discarded. It is cooked, distilled, purified. The fire that transforms it is consciousness, your willingness to face your wound without turning away. vessel that contains the chaos is the inner father, the structure, discipline, and orientation that allow the psyche to refine itself. When the empath begins this alchemical process, their chaos no longer overwhelms them. It becomes the material out of which wisdom is forged. Your sensitivity becomes intuition. Your emotional depth becomes discernment. Your vulnerability becomes strength. Your past becomes knowledge rather than a prison. The healed empath does not lose their softness. They gain a spine. They do not stop feeling. They stop absorbing. They do not retreat from the world. They walk into it with clarity. In many ways, the father wound is the soul's first initiation. It initiates you into depth before you are ready. It forces you to understand complexity long before you have the tools to hold it. And yet, it also prepares you for a kind of power that is rare, the power to sense the emotional truth beneath appearances, the power to navigate the unconscious, the power to see what others cannot. This is why the empath's path is not one of weakness but of transformation. The wound that once destabilized you becomes the fire that awakens you. The absence that once harmed you becomes the space in which your true self emerges. The chaos that once frightened you becomes the material from which inner strength is built. And slowly, as the psyche reorganizes, the father wound no longer feels like a wound. It becomes a doorway, a threshold into a deeper, wiser, more integrated version of yourself. As this inner journey continues, you may begin to notice a subtle but profound shift. The things that once triggered you no longer collapse you. The people who once destabilized you no longer define your worth. And the emotional storms that once felt unbearable now move through you without destroying your center. This is the quiet revolution that occurs when the father archetype begins to awaken within. At this stage of healing, something paradoxical begins to happen. The empath, who once viewed the world primarily through emotional absorption, begins to see the world through clarity. The hyper-attunement that once made you feel responsible for everyone's discomfort becomes the very sensitivity that allows you to understand human nature with extraordinary depth. And this depth no longer frightens you, it steadies you. For many empaths, this is the moment when they stop running from their interior world. Instead of escaping their intensity, they step into it with awareness. Instead of fearing their own emotional storms, they recognize them as waves moving toward revelation. This shift marks the transition from unconscious suffering to conscious transformation. At this stage, dreams often become more vivid, symbolic, and directive. A recurring dream among those healing the father wound is the appearance of a mountain. In earlier phases of the journey, the mountain may appear distant, shrouded in fog, or impossible to climb, but as the inner father strengthens, the mountain becomes clearer. You may dream of standing at its base, feeling a sense of readiness that you have never felt before. The mountain symbolizes the self, the ultimate goal of individuation, and the act of climbing represents the gradual integration of your inner landscape. Sometimes the father figure appears directly in the dream, not necessarily in the form of your actual father, but as an elder, a guide, a mentor, or even a mystic figure, like a warrior or king. This does not mean that your father is suddenly becoming idealized in your psyche. Rather, the psyche is revealing that the inner masculine principle, your sense of direction, agency, and authority is beginning to reorganize itself. This is also the stage when you begin to reclaim aspects of yourself that were suppressed in childhood. You may rediscover your natural assertiveness, your intuitive boundaries, your desire for stability and structure, or your ability to make decisions without collapsing into guilt. These qualities were always within you, but they were buried beneath the emotional burden of the wound. You must understand when the father archetype is wounded, the child internalizes a lack of direction, but when the father archetype awakens, you begin to feel something you may not have felt since childhood: permission. Permission to trust yourself. Permission to make choices that honor your inner truth. Permission to walk away from relationships that shrink your soul. Permission to protect your energy. Permission to exist. This awakening does not happen suddenly, it happens symbolically. You may feel drawn to clean your living space, not out of compulsion, but because your psyche is clearing internal clutter. You may feel an urge to reorganize your time, create schedules, or set new priorities because the inner father is guiding you towards structure. You may feel less tolerant of chaos, drama, or inconsistent behavior because the inner father does not negotiate with disorder. These external changes mirror the internal reconstruction taking place. Now let us turn our attention to one of the most profound aspects of this healing: the recovery of the inner voice. For many empaths, the father wound silences the voice of the self. You learned early that speaking your truth could provoke anger, disappointment, withdrawal, or punishment. So you became quiet. You learned to speak gently so as not to disturb the fragile atmosphere. You learned to express your needs in whispers. You learned to soften your emotions so others would not retreat. But the self does not whisper, it speaks with clarity, even when soft. And
Will
as
I ever
the
be
father
happy?
archetype heals, a new kind of voice begins to emerge inside you, one that
Fuck.
does not tremble or
Will I
apologize.
ever be happy?
This voice is not aggressive.
What?
I said, would I ever be happy?
Are you ready for this?
Yes.
The answer is within. Regardless of circumstances, we almost kind of choose whether or not we're happy. And from there, we, then generate our circumstances. So you have to kind of force yourself, almost fake it till you make it, but not quite. You still need to actually foment circumstances. But yeah. Why do you think you're unhappy?
Like, I just can't get over how people treated me, and it's not just for school; it's for life in general. Maybe I'm just a fucking no. I am not a weak person.
No. Have you ever considered moving somewhere where people aren't assholes?
How? With what money?
Well, you slowly build it up. You stock it back. And I have as much trouble as you. I still have nothing to show for it, but I have a lot of neat items, and many of them that I could liquidate, sell, to then make money if I needed.
Oh, I see.
You know Lelouch of the Rebellion or whatever it's called? Code
No.
Geass? Code Geass?
What's that?
It's an anime. Everybody looks like a freaking cat. Like we're back in Sailor Moon days again. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what the art looks like. The guy on the left, he was in prison. Huh? No, it's...
Yu-Gi-Oh!
What? No, Yu-Gi-Oh's like that, but no, it's not the same.
Why their character looks like both of those characters look like the characters from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Probably because the artists work together on stuff, I imagine, and or use a very similar style. But no, this is Code Geass. Well, the characters are from Code Geass. This is Super Robot Wars 30, but what'd you say?
Yeah, but like the clothes and everything.
Well, they're supposed to be military clothes, and plus it might be the same writer. I can't remember. Look up who wrote. Yeah, look up who wrote Code Geass, and they probably worked with the Yu-Gi-Oh guy who did die, unfortunately, being a hero.
Oh. How you spell it?
CODE space GEASS. I should have some long ass name like Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, blah blah da da da.
CODD.
DE as in Delta Epsilon.
DE.
Because code is not spelled Code. Code is spelled Code.
CODE.
GEA.
GEA.
SS.
What's this?
Yep, double snake.
H.
No. GEASS as in Geass. And then when you're looking, it should say, oh, you mean Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, so on and so forth. A million freaking lines of dialogue just in the...
Let's see it. Oh, I got confused. I thought this character was for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Right? But no, just check the writer. And to be fair, the writer probably is in the same animator circle or drawer, same group of friends who was friends with the Yu-Gi-Oh guy probably, knowing how things go. Maybe not literally friends, but you know what I'm trying to say. Some sort of colleagueship. Or they saw the other's work and was like, oh, nice. Maybe influenced my work just a little bit. But I mean, it's anime, it's all gonna look similar enough to where you could put completely clashing art styles in the same game, like this one. And most Westerners don't bat an eye, because it looks normal to them. To somebody who's like, whoa, those people are completely different proportions, basically, to somebody who's used to understanding how anime is trying to, you know, show people. Sorry, I guess it's my turn to lie. There's one more thing I wanted to say. I'm really glad you're alive. Really? You wanted to give me a piece of your mind when we were first reunited back in the prison? Yeah, well, the world without you was much, much lonelier than I thought it could be. Than I'd ever thought it could be. Thank you. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Now if we can just rescue Nunnally. I know, trust me. To do that, we have to make sure this rescue operation is a success. As long as we're side by side, there's no battle we can't win. Absolutely. We will win. Sorry to butt in on the hug party here, but you didn't forget about me, did you? Oh snap! This guy needs that dude's information getting skills. So he stayed on our ship because he helped out his friends, and he's been tagging along this whole time fighting extraterrestrials and going all the way out to fucking Mars and back. Can you imagine that? You're just in this giant robot armor kicking butt, just trying to get revenge, and this claw guy, you're just trying to get information on him, and nobody freaking knows him, and everybody who does is like, no, he's the nicest guy ever, he couldn't do possibly anything evil, and then, yeah, so you're after him, because he killed your girlfriend or whatever, this guy here, and so you tagging along, and then you save somebody, and then because you saved somebody, you ask this other guy who you know is really smart for their information, and he's like, alright, I'll look it up. I'll try to look him up. So then you tag along on the ship to, you know, keep tabs on everybody, and you're fighting against giant alien things that are about twice your size, but you're still a giant robot dude, so it's not too bad. But yeah, you're doing all this stuff, and you go all up to Mars, and you're fighting mobile suit, giant tank things also, and just everything under the sun. Dragons that shoot water to cut your suit in pieces. Yeah. And you just, it's like, you, Ben? Ah, yeah. Let's hear it. What did you find out about the claw? Fair warning. That whole thing earlier was just a lie to get me to play nice. Well, you're gonna pay. I've no intention of lying to you. I wouldn't be so disrespectful to a man with the same eyes as I used to have. Enough yapping then. Out with it. I'll be frank, I wasn't able to gather any real information about the Claw or his support. However, I can tell you that they've integrated into Zilkistan's Central Command as aides to their military. Good enough for me. Sounds like we'll find out more once we've rescued your sister. Van, you said you used to be like me. Yes, I also once lived purely for revenge. Guessing you pulled it off in the end. How did it end up feeling? Nah, never mind. I ought to find out for myself anyway. Yes, just so. That's a hell of an interaction. Zilkistan Castle. There's been suspicious activity near our borders. The dry crews in the Black Knight. I'm sure Suzaku Kurugi is with them. I may need to sort you to engage them, sister. I'll trust your judgment, Shadio. Simply be careful. The enemy counts those who know Gyas among them. Sister, if the enemy wields a Gyas, worry not. Once I make a prophecy, you can defeat any foe. I know that. We captured Suzaku Kurogi thanks to the power of your prophecy. All our preparations will soon be complete. Until then, none may be allowed to approach this castle. Then I'll head out. I shall command the defense forces, then, your divinity, by your will. My, Gias, a power that can bend even the rules of nature to its whim. How do you know of Gias? Thanks to the comrade. Then allow me to rephrase the question. Why are you helping Zokistan? Why are you helping me? Everything we do is for the sake of the happiness of the people. Quite. That is the dream we and the comrade chase. And so, in turn, you ask for my aid. Very well. Our preparations will soon be complete, indeed. I'm counting on you, none. Oh no! Tiny girl. All of this is because your brother shattered the laws of C's world. Charles failed to fulfill his role, but even now, you, whose wavelength is close to his, can let me reach C's world. Oh boy! Author dimension. Debug mode. Ultimate frequency. Dimensionality allowing us to just kind of do whatever. Oh snap, here we go. New unit time. Which one should I send in? Cybaster or the Altiacean Reese?
Hi, bastard. Let's say, Jolene. Polly. Dolly. Her name is Dolly. Oh. Did you leave? Hello.
Sorry, phone call. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. almost back. Sorry, I'm brushing my hair.
Hi, class is about to start soon.
What'd you
15
say?
more
Sorry.
minutes. Class is about to start soon in 15 more minutes.
Oh boy. You remember what happened when I tried to stream to Kick?
Google fucked you up.
Google Authenticator app bad. Now I need to get a hold of support and punch somebody.
Don't punch somebody.
I'm gonna fly through the telephone screen and my fist is gonna come through it on the other side and go kapow through whatever object is there. I'm kidding.
I know. My head hurt.
Get some water maybe?
Yes, water. I should get some water.
Yeah, Cosmic Cha Cha.
In the earliest versions of Dungeons & Dragons, saving throws weren't just categories on a table. They were a direct inheritance from the war games that shaped fantasy role-playing itself. And some of those categories that look strange today, paralyzation, death ray, staves, and spells, actually had very specific tactical purposes rooted in the way Gygax and Arneson ran their pre-Dungeons & Dragons campaigns. Today, I'm going to dig into where saving throws really came from, why those early categories existed, how they evolved across the TSR era, and whether those old categories might be worth revisiting again in modern editions of the game. Today on Daddy Rolled a 1. Hello there, and welcome back. I'm Martin. This is another video in my series on the history of early tabletop role-playing games, including Dungeons & Dragons. It's also going to be part of my Rules Worth Remembering series, where I look back at mechanics from earlier editions of the game that are no longer used in the modern editions of Dungeons & Dragons, and talk about whether it's worth revisiting some of those concepts in more modern styles of play, whether you're playing 5e or even something like Shadow Dark or another OSR-style game. Today, we're going to be talking about saving throws, the origin, the evolution, and the design logic behind D&D's early saving throws, and specifically the different categories of saving throws. So if you're not sure what I'm talking about, if you came to Dungeons & Dragons, say in 3rd, 4th, or 5th edition, saving throws were handled very, very differently. I know in 5e, they're based on ability scores. In 3e, you had those three very broad categories. You had fortitude, reflex, and will saves. Well, in earlier Dungeons & Dragons, the categories were a little bit more specific. You usually had 5 categories of saves, and they were divided into things like save versus dragon breath, or save versus paralyzation, or maybe versus spells, staves, and rods, this kind of thing. And a lot of people have always wondered, why did those categories exist? Because they seem arbitrary. And part of the goal of this video is to explain that they weren't really arbitrary necessarily, and help explain where those categories came from and how they evolved over time. But also, again, getting into the concept of where saving throws came from in the first place. They're ubiquitous throughout most role-playing game systems, but they actually predate that, and they go back to the earlier war games, going back to at least the 1950s, even if not before. Okay, so if this kind of topic is interesting to you, you like learning about this history of these mechanics, where they came from, why they existed, how they were used, and then maybe how we could apply them to modern games, then please take a few seconds to like the video, double check to make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and make sure that you adjust the settings on that bell icon so that YouTube will notify you when I upload new videos like this one. So I'm going to be answering today the questions about, again, where the concept of saving throws came from, which were the games that influenced it, where did this idea come from, and how Gary and Dave Arneson took hints and ideas from a variety of different sources to kind of help get to the types of saving throws that we got in original Dungeons & Dragons. And then about those categories, as I talked about, where they came from, and then any design lessons that we can learn from that. So that's really my goal for this video, and really to kind of help explain that these categories weren't arbitrary. So let's go ahead and just dive in. This is probably going to be a little bit of a quicker video for me. It is the week of Thanksgiving, and normally I record on Thursdays, but I was gone all day Thursday for Thanksgiving, and then Friday working at my friend's record store for Black Friday. So I'm trying to sneak in this recording so I can go live on Tuesday, which would be December 2nd when you see this. And let's talk about some of the first games that had saving throws. And so one of the games that a lot of people talk about that would have had a huge influence on Dungeons & Dragons, because very specifically we know that Gary Gygax played games by this person. I'm not saying this is the absolute earliest form of a saving throw in a game, in a war game, but it's one that most people who study this kind of thing look to as being a very early version, and again, one that specifically would have influenced Dungeons & Dragons. And that is a game by Tony Bath. He wrote some rules for medieval war games, and very specifically one called Setting Up a War Games Campaign from the late 1950s. So his rules were then adapted by another person named Don Featherstone, who republished them in 1966, basically in whole, and then kind of added some more stuff to it. So there's various versions of these medieval war games campaign rules floating around out there, but Gary was quoted several times as mentioning these games rules by Tony Bath. And one of the things that you have in these rules is a system such as like after an attack roll is made to determine hits, any armored figures. Now remember, these are war games, so your figures are representing units of troops, not individuals. It's not a role-playing game. These are war games. But armored defenders got to make a separate roll to determine if their armor was going to save them. And the heavier the armor that you had, or like say if you also had a shield in addition to armor, the better your chance was to save. And you're rolling d6s. And so something like, maybe if you were very heavily armored and had a shield, you might save on a 4, 5, or 6. Right? Whereas if you didn't have a shield, maybe it's a 5 or 6. And if you're lightly armored, maybe you save on a 6. Okay. So that's after the attacker has hit, but it's a form of a saving throw. It's giving you a chance to save your figures, your units of troops, to have them not be destroyed by enemy attacks. Okay. So now my understanding again, and I don't have access to these early games. I tried to find some online. And I could just find kind of like quotes as opposed to like the actual rules. But again, from what I understand from reading things that other people wrote, so again, this is not my first person research, this is me reporting whatever other people said, I just want to make that clear, is that Don Featherstone, when he does republish these games, in 1962, publishes War Games, and he includes the Tony Bath rules. And I understand that in that version of this republication of Tony Bath's rules, that the term saving throw is used specifically for that. So why saving throw instead of saving roll or roll to save or anything like that? I don't think anybody really has a very good reason. Throwing dice makes sense, right? But why was it a saving throw but not an attack throw? Usually you would call it an attack roll. And so there's a little bit of inconsistency with the nomenclature here of how we're titling these things, but saving throw has become the standard accepted term for this. And it's so ingrained into, say, Dungeons and Dragons that people don't even give it a second thought anymore as to why it's called a saving throw as opposed to, like I said, a saving roll or anything like that. And, in early Dungeons and Dragons, you could also make the case that it could have been called a saving class, right? Because just like armor had different classes, your plate armor had a different, or plate mail had a different class of armor than chainmail had. Well, and saving throws had these different categories, and you could call those classes, and so we could have called it a saving class. But in any event, we are going to end up with the term saving throw. Now, Tony Bath's rules also had a section in the back for running games in Hyboria, like in the world of Conan, Robert E. Howard's Conan the Barbarian. And interestingly enough, that is a little bit of a connection, because you're starting to see some early fantasy-style elements come into these concept of these medieval miniatures war games. But oddly enough, or not oddly, I think, just for the time, those Hyborian rules, like a lot of people hated them. Like the die-hard, war gamers that wanted like realistic and, historical type battles, they really didn't like bringing in these fantasy type elements in this Hyborian campaigns. And so there was some, disagreements about that kind of stuff. I just thought it was interesting to mention that like going all the way back there, this would be in the late 50s, early 60s, people were complaining. There's always going to be people complaining about things that they don't like when people put them into games, I guess. But let's keep going and just talk about some other games and some of the people involved in those games and how they might have impacted the saving throws in Dungeons and Dragons. Now, this is Dawn Patrol. Now, this version of Dawn Patrol was published in 1982 by TSR, but it's based on a game published way earlier, pre-TSR, by Mike Carr, and it's called Fight in the Skies. I have a whole video where I talk about Dawn Patrol and some other early TSR box games. But this is a World War II, or World War I, sorry, fighting game. It's a ship to ship or plane to plane air combat game not really a role-playing game. This says role-playing game. That's what Dawn Patrol was. It adds like maybe a couple of pages to try to turn it into some role-playing game, very light rules. But in any event, Mike Carr creates this game, Fight in the Skies, and there's really no saving throw in Fight in the Skies. I'm mentioning Mike Carr specifically, though, because he's going to be involved in something else coming up soon we're going to talk about. But there is a way for aircraft in Fight in the Skies to avoid fire based on sort of movement and positioning and very special maneuvers and evasion that they can take. So there are ways that you can save your plane from being destroyed by enemy fire. I wouldn't necessarily call it a saving throw in the way that we think of that term, but it's related in this idea that you are able to take actions in order to help prevent your plane from being shot down as a way, okay? So Mike Carr's going to come up in just a minute here. But let's keep going and talk about chainmail. So chainmail originally released in 1971 based on some rules written earlier. And chainmail has some very interesting mechanics in here that we're going to start to see the very early kernels of a saving throw that we're going to end up seeing in Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, so we have the chainmail rules here, which are the standard rules for like playing a medieval miniatures historical war game. Okay, but then you also have the fantasy supplement here in the back. We've talked about this before, based on Letterpat's rules for Middle Earth role-playing game. Well, not role-playing game, rules for Middle Earth. Lord of the Rings style fantasy war game, and the chainmail rules, or the fantasy supplement of chainmail, is a direct descendant of those rules. Okay, but in here you have a variety of different concepts that we see pop up that are going to be very similar to saving throws. So as an example, you have this section here, rocks. One of the most effective and easiest defenses against escalating attackers was a large weighty piece of rock or stone dropped from above onto the heads of the besiegers. A rock dropped down a ladder will kill the first climber, and the second and third man on the ladder must roll a die to see if they survive. 1 to 3 saving the second, and 1 to 5 saving the third. So it specifically even says saving. So you're having a rock drop down on your head. If you're the first guy up the ladder, you're dead. If you're the second guy, you roll a d6, and on a 1 to 3, you're going to save. You're not going to be killed. And the third guy down rolls a d6, and on a 1 to 5 is going to save and not be killed. So that is technically like a saving throw. I mean, not even technically. It's not using the term saving throw, but it even says saving. You're going to save. Okay, now as we get into the fantasy rules, we're going to start seeing some different, I'm going to call them categories. Categories of things that happen during the game. Okay, if we look at wizards here, it says wizards themselves are impervious to normal missile fire, but if they are struck by a missile from an enemy wizard, they must score 7 or better with 2, meaning 2 6-sided dice, to survive. So you're hit by enemy fire from a missile fire from a wizard, and if you roll 2d6 and score 7 or higher, you're going to survive. Okay, and then you've got this section here on missiles, and it says a wizard can throw either of 2 types of missile. Select which before play begins, fireball or a lightning bolt. And it says these missiles will destroy any man or creature which are struck by them, with certain exceptions as noted below. And then you see this table of exceptions, and you have hero types, superhero, wraith, giant, and then it tells you what you need to roll on 2 dice, 2d6 to get a result to save your character or your other troop type, wraith, ghost, dragon, etc. So that is a save technically against spells, right? So we have a save against spells. We have a save against some other attack forms here. So let's just keep going and see what we find. So here we have dragons, and it talks all about the different kinds of dragons. And this one, they're going to deal with the red dragon. But they very specifically have an attack form, and it says dragon fire will kill any opponent it touches except another dragon, superhero, or wizard who is saved on a 2 dice roll of 7 or better. So now we have a save against dragon breath. We've already had a save against spells. Okay, and as we keep reading in here, we're going to see that a basilisk will turn anybody to stone except a magic user or a superhero who can be saved on a 2 dice roll of 6 or better. And then you have giant spiders, and it doesn't exactly say what's going on here of the kind of spider, but it says, for example, a giant spider might be unkillable by normal men, but will kill them unless they roll a save of 8 or better. So the implication here is that it's spider poison. So now you've got saves versus spells, you've got save versus dragon breath, save versus poison, and you have save versus being turned to stone. Okay, so those are the 4 save type effects in chainmail. And so now we're starting to see how that is, of course, going to influence and impact the saving throws that we see later on in Dungeons and Dragons. Now, there's a couple other games that I want to talk about here. One is going to be a game called Don't Give Up the Ship, or the abbreviation, they call it D-Guts, the people that helped or played this back in the day. So Don't Give Up a Ship is a naval war game, and interestingly enough, created by Dave Arneson and Gary Gygax, their first time working together on a game, and Mike Carr, who we mentioned earlier in regard to Fight in the Skies. So Don't Give Up the Ship actually has saving throws for things like morale. So it specifically calls it a save, and so a way that you can keep your crew from mutinying or faltering or anything like that, surrendering, is to make a morale save, essentially, to keep them steady so that they don't want to give up. Okay, and then you also have things like burning that can happen to a ship. And if your ship catches fire, you can roll dice, depending on the kind of ship, to see if you could save your ship and keep it from burning and sinking. And so again, we have these very specific things that are coming up during a game, and then addressing ways of how you can avoid that based on dice rolls. Okay, so now in games like Brownstein, as far as I understand, Brownstein doesn't have anything close to what we consider to be a saving throw, but it is helping set the precedence for using dice and mechanics resolutions for activities that are beyond just combat. It's starting to go that direction. So it's kind of in that realm of getting into this idea. Now in Blackmoor, it's very interesting. So what I've been able to research for Blackmoor specifically is that, and I'm talking about pre-Dungeons and Dragons Blackmoor, pre-Chainmail Blackmoor. Blackmoor predates both of those. Is that the saving throw mechanic was really less of a mechanic. It's very kind of ad hoc, as an example. So one of the things that I read this in a couple places online. Basically, and both of these accounts, it's 2 different people talking about kind of 2 different situations and relaying what they understood about playing in Blackmoor, one of whom I think did play in a Blackmoor game. It was a later era Blackmoor game run by Dave Arneson, but run in the original type of style. And both of them basically said that saving throws didn't exist. So this was a Blackmoor game that was run by Dave Arneson at Conquest San Francisco in 2006. And they said that instead of rolling the dice for a saving throw, what you had to do was defend to the other people there, like almost like a short story. And you had to explain, narrate why your character would be able to survive what was coming to them. And then the players would vote, and then the referee would be a tiebreaker should there be any ties. And then someone else confirmed a very similar story, said that they were with some people in Orlando that had gamed with Dave Arneson, and basically said by all accounts he didn't really touch the dice hardly at all, almost never. And he said that there was an enemy magic user throwing a lightning bolt at a party, and the acquaintance of this person's asked Dave if they could make a saving throw. And Dave said, "How do you save yourself?" And the person kind of hemmed and hawed because he didn't know what to say. And Dave's like, "Nope, no save. You took full damage," because the person didn't, I guess the implication is they didn't think on their feet quick enough. So that's a very different kind of style. So it shows that Dave was thinking about the idea. You can try to save your character, but it was done through narration, not through a dice rolling mechanic. However, there are some other interesting things that we see in early Blackmoor games. As an example, there are magic swords in Blackmoor that have each have an ego. This is where this idea pulls into Dungeons and Dragons. You have intelligent magic swords that you almost have to wrestle with mentally in order to be able to use this type of weapon. It's like a test of will, and that test is based on your intelligence. It's like an ability score check on your intelligence. So not a save in the way, again, that we think of saves in Dungeons and Dragons, but when you think about a mechanic of using your ability score and rolling a certain number based on that score in order to be able to accomplish the thing. Well, that's how saving throws are done in 5th edition now, right? Because saving throws are tied to ability scores. So again, all of these ideas kind of percolating under the surface and seeing how they all kind of work together, and like the I'm going to say cross-contamination, not in a bad way, but like you've got, Mike Carr working on one game. You've got him working with Dave and Gary on a completely separate game. You've got the Tony Bass stuff going all the way back to like the late 50s and early 60s. And all of these ideas kind of all culminating together to create this mechanic that we're eventually going to call a saving throw. But when you see these different situations, when these saving throws are being used, it's not a generic like, oh, I'm avoiding something bad. That's not how they were originally created. They were created for very specific circumstances, like we saw in Chainmail. Dragon Breath allows you to save. A magic user casting a fireball or lightning bolt allows you to try to save. If you are a certain level of character, a certain type, they didn't have levels in Chainmail, but like, like a superhero or a hero, which are better than just your average person, right? A hero was worth 4 figures. A superhero was worth 8 figures, right? So being able to avoid something happening from those very specific circumstances, that's why saving throw categories were created the way that they were in original Dungeons and Dragons. So it seems arbitrary when you look at it in isolation, when you first encounter this, and you wonder, why were these categories created this way? Well, they were done that way because these saves came up in situations that were relevant to the types of games that they were playing, and they realized that they needed to create saving throw categories to encompass that type of situation. Okay, so next up, let's talk about these original saves in original D&D and look at how they break down in the different categories. Just a quick reminder that I do have a Patreon for the channel that I started back in September of 2025. So it's now December by the time you see this. So it's only a few months old, but I've already released 2 adventures with custom maps and artwork and tables, and you can't find these anywhere else. These are not maps that are available online that I just kind of reuse. These are custom maps drawn, created by my friend Bill Green. So I have the Bone Mill, just kind of like a haunted, spooky mill, as you can see here. And I have all these different random tables and ways that you can use this adventure. And then the more recent one is called the Skolomance. This is the Black School. It's an old Romanian legend. And again, you've got your maps in here. As you see, I've printed this out and folded it on some large style paper. And then you've got more artwork. You've got random tables, things to kind of add like some Romanian flavor to your game, including a table of names that you can use. And there's new monsters in this one. Actually, both have new monsters. And, just some really cool designs. And here, now you can get all of these, both of these actually, for just $5 a month. As soon as you join up at the $5 a month level, you'll get access to these adventures, plus all the stuff that I've already released. I've done a few different random tables on things for like weird fighter traits, weird cleric traits. I've done some weird alchemical items. That one was recent that people seem to really like that one. And then I've done like behind the scenes footage showing my friend Bill drawing the artwork and the maps for the Bone Mill to kind of see his process. It's like a sped up, time lapse thing of him drawing that. And so, and then I do polls on there. I talk about like new videos coming up, get people's suggestions and things like that. So again, all of that is going to be available for just $5 a month on my Patreon. It's just patreon.com/daddyrolled1. And thank you so much for your support. Okay, so this is Men in Magic from 1974. And if we turn to this saving throw section here, the saving throw matrix, these are different categories of saves: death ray or poison. And then you have all wands, including polymorph or paralyzation. Doesn't matter, any kind of wand, any wand. Stone is a category, dragon breath, and then staves and spells. So those are going to be our 5 categories. And then we're going to see down here on the left-hand side, if you're listening or not watching, it's just a table with classes in the first column, class and level. So fighting men of levels 1 through 3, followed by magic users levels 1 through 5. and cleric of levels 1 through 4, and then it kind of just repeats in those types of groups. And then we see the number that we need to roll. This would be on a 20-sided die now, not on 2d6, and you need to roll this number or higher, shown in the columns here, in order to save. So we see some interesting ideas here. So again, death ray or poison, this is going to be inspired by these like instant kill mechanics in war games. So you remember you saw that spider. A spider might be unkillable, the giant spider might be unkillable in chainmail versus certain opponents, but will automatically kill any opponent unless they roll an 8 or better, whatever that number was, right? So this idea that like they've got this instant kill ability, and so that's where this is coming from, the death and poison. So they needed a separate category for this because these types of effects are going to bypass your armor, okay? And that's another thing that I think a lot of people don't think about in terms of saving throws, is that your armor class is technically a form of save. I know the folks over at the Secrets of Blackmoor documentary, they refer to it as a defensive saving throw in a way, and it is a very similar concept. So your armor class represents the number that at which you are going to save and avoid taking that damage, right? So it mechanically it works a little differently because, you know, depending on if you've got ascending or descending, and if you're rolling above or below and all this kind of stuff, and it's an attack roll kind of rolled into it, but the gist of it is the same. It represents a way that your character is not going to take damage that otherwise that they would take, right? So that is a form of saving throw if you look at it that way. And I think it helps to look at it that way because I know a lot of people get wrapped up in this idea of armor class and they don't get it. And they're still like, it doesn't make sense that having better armor makes you harder to hit. It really should, your armor should absorb the damage and all these kinds of things. Well, the reason it doesn't do that is because it's an abstract concept. It's not meant to model reality. It's meant to be a game mechanic. And so when you realize that the armor class is sort of a form of saving throw, just like a saving throw is, then it doesn't need to be quote unquote realistic. It's just math. Okay, so that's one idea. But again, this idea of death ray and poison bypassing your armor and your hit points. Okay, because it's like these are like save or die. It's not like save or take some damage. Okay, poison usually in these early editions, it's an all or nothing thing. You drink the poison, it kills you, or you're stung by poison, you know, like an insect or something, or unless you save. Okay, so that's one category. Then you have this category of wands, including polymorph or paralyzation. So I've heard people say that the reason that wands had a separate category is because most wands were usable by all classes, and that made it different. Well, that's not true in original D&D. In advanced D&D, and we'll get to that in a minute, there are certain wands that are usable by more than just magic using classes. But in original D&D, when we go to the section on wands here in the Monsters and Treasure, Book 2, so here in this section on treasure, it says wands and staffs, and then in parentheses it says all wands usable by magic users only. So in original D&D, wands weren't available for other classes. They were available for magic users only. So that argument that the wand category was separate because more classes could use wands than other magic items doesn't really hold water. Wands really is representing a small area of directional magical attacks. Okay, so it's kind of like missile fire in war games a little bit. Now, one could argue that fireball and lightning bolt are also like missile fire in chainmail, and they are. But we're going to deal with that separately. But wands is the one category you see that they created here. This is new. We didn't see this in chainmail. So they needed to come up with a category for something that doesn't have as powerful effect usually as spells being cast by a spellcaster, because wands are set, and like the level of the wand is, level is not going to change, right? It has a certain effect, and that effect is always going to stay the same. Whereas a magic user grows in power, and their spells can get more, magic missile and magic missile didn't exist in original D&D, but fireball and things like that get more powerful the higher up in level that you go. So that's kind of like the difference, but really it's representing a small area directional magical attack. And then you have paralyzation and petrification, or in here, stone. Okay, so these are the special attacks of larger style monsters like the basilisk that basically in a chainmail type of game, that kind of effect was basically a unit removing effect, right? So if that unit's turned to stone, it's completely irrelevant for the rest of the game, right? So you had these special monster attacks that had a very specific effect, but the save against a basilisk and ability to turn you to stone was different than the save that you needed to make for dragon breath. So they're going to separate those because dragon breath was tougher. Okay, so it's going to have a different effect, and it says stone, but it's really representing these magical attacks from these very large magical style creatures. Okay, next up you have dragon breath, as we see here, and I think the easiest way to think about dragon breath is to think about an area of effect type of damage, right? So dragon breath can encompass a wider area or larger area, bigger radius, whatever you want to talk about it like that. Explosions, this kind of thing that would have been more common in, say, war games, but they're representing it in a fantasy milieu. So instead of saying explosion, they're going to say dragon breath. But it's really, to me at least, I find it like that's the equivalent of that type of save. So you're starting to see how these save categories, while they seem arbitrary, they really are representing different types of effects that can help you save your character, or a monster could save if you're the DM. Okay. And typically you're going to take, not always, but typically you're going to take half damage if you save. So you're still going to take some damage. All right, and then last up, you have staves and spells. So that's usually representing the highest tier of magical effect in the game. Magical damage, magical hazards, things that traditionally are going to have a broader scope. And these are things that are being cast by a person. So where people get tripped up on this, and I can understand it, are things like, what if there's a trap that releases a magical effect that was created by a magic user? Do you use the save versus staves and spells, or do you use a different type of save? And usually the person who wrote the adventure and put that in there is going to have to tell you which save to use. And I know that is a huge downfall of this system, is that a lot of these things start to get confusing based on the source of it, right? And like, why is a spell cast from a staff being saved on a different category than a spell being saved on a wand? Well, we're going to see that change over time. And, I don't really know. I don't have a good explanation for that. That one is tough, to be quite honest. So I'm sure people have debated this over time, and feel free to share your thoughts in the comments below as to why originally staves and wands were separated. Okay, spells I could see, because spells being cast by a caster. Okay, so, but in again, original D&D, wands are only being used by magic users as well. So why would the staff be in a separate section? So part of it's going to be based on what kind of abilities the staff has versus the wand. That's part of it, of course. But if you notice, as you look through here, usually, not always, but usually your save versus staves and spells is going to be one of the hardest saves to make. And typically your save against death ray or poison is going to be the easiest one to make, because that's giving you a chance. So it's this idea of like, when Gygax writes this and puts these tables in here, he is trying to give characters a chance to survive. All right. So now one of the things that we see that I find fascinating, and a lot of people kind of overlook this, is the breakdown between the saves of fighting man, magic user, and cleric. Now remember, the thief hasn't been invented yet as of original D&D. That's not going to come until a year later. So you see fighting men, first off, their save categories, as far as like level wise, progress much quicker. So fighting men have or fighters have a save for levels 1 through 3. That's the same. But then at level 4, they're going to get a bump and get a better save. And then they're going to get better saves at level 4, level 7, level 10, and then at 13 plus. Okay. Whereas magic users have the same saves for levels 1 through 5. They don't get any better at their saving throws for the first 5 levels. And then starting, they're going to get better at level 6, level 11, and level 16 plus. So it's going to take them a lot longer to get better at their saves. And then clerics are kind of like a little bit in the middle. But you see the fighter has a really good save. Well, not great, but they have a 12 against death ray or poison, whereas the magic user has a 13. The cleric has an 11, so that's interesting. All right, we'll talk about that in just a second here. But then we look at things like dragon breath. Consistently throughout this table, the fighter has the best save against dragon breath. It's not great. They have to roll a 15 or higher at levels 1 through 3, but at levels 4 through 6, they've bumped to a 13. And then when you go all the way down the table at level 13 plus, a fighter only has to make a 5 or higher to save against Dragon Breath, whereas a magic user and cleric at the highest, the best they can ever get, is they have to make an 8 or higher. So the implication here is that your fighter is supposed to be a dragon slayer out there fighting dragons, and so they're going to get a better save against Dragon Breath than the other classes. Whereas the magic user, you see, has a slightly better save against staves and spells. So the fighting man level 1 through 3 has to make a 16 or higher to save against a spell, but a magic user only has to make a 15 or higher. Now, as we get up to the very, very highest levels, a magic user of level 16 plus only needs to make a 3 or higher to save against spells or staves, whereas a cleric needs to make a 7 and the fighter needs to make an 8. So again, the implication from a flavor aspect or world building standpoint is that the magic user is expected to be having magical duels with another magic user, and therefore their saves are going to get better as they do this. Now, the cleric has better saves against death ray and poison, and so one of the things that you could kind of try to think about that, same with also, there's a little bit with wands, but the idea there is that the cleric maybe is protected by some kind of divine power that wants to help the cleric not die. So, it's kind of a goofy explanation. I don't think it's as flavorful as what we see with the fighter or with the wizard or the magic user, but the cleric saves against death and poison are going to be the best at the highest level. They only have to roll a 3 or higher. Okay, so also interestingly enough, as you see, the cleric has one saving throw category, which is death or poison, where they only have to roll a 3 or higher at the highest level. The magic user has one that they only have to roll 3 or higher. That's staves and spells. The fighter never gets that. The best the fighter ever gets is 4 or better, which is also against death or poison. So interestingly, the fighter starts out with the best saves. I'd argue the fighter has the best saves at the lowest levels, but then over time, of course, they get better quicker. But at the end, their saving throws are not quite as good as some of the other classes. Again, it depends on the category, but in general, the fighter starts out better and it has a quicker progression, but doesn't end with as high or as good of saves as some of the either the magic user or the cleric. Now, also remember that our dwarf and our hobbit in this version of the game, later halfling, are going to have better saves even than we see here as the fighter. So it says that a dwarf saves at 4 levels higher than their level. So that would mean that the dwarf is going to start on this row, level 4 through 6, as a first level fighter to make their saves. And same with the hobbit, okay? So those are our saves that we see in original Dungeons & Dragons, and I think it's interesting that we're seeing that these categories of saving throws are modeling a different class of threat, of course, but also how that threat behaves differently in combat, and then how each different class was meant to deal with that threat based on how good they are at doing that certain thing, right? Magic users and spells, magic duels, fighters and dragons, and then clerics and death and poison, okay? So, again, it's so much more nuanced and I think complex than a lot of people might think just from looking at this and assuming it's just completely arbitrary and Gary's just throwing numbers at a wall to see what sticks and writing this down. So, of course, the categories, again, are not arbitrary. They're coming from things that came up in the game where he's realizing that he needed to create a saving throw for this. Now, would it have been easier and, for us looking back with hindsight, if he'd used broader categories of names? I think death is fine, death and poison. But, if he'd had area effect, save, and then spells, I think is fine. Have one for spells, and have things for magical singular attacks versus area effects, things like that. Try to categorize these, but he didn't do that, and that's fine. But it's another reason why you see that people who have played with these earlier editions for a lot longer and have gotten used to this, they understand how to use these saving throw categories to model a bunch of different things that can happen during the game. Remember, there's no skill system in this version of the game, as an example. So you don't make a dex check to see if you can jump across something. You don't do things like that. So a lot of times, referees who were comfortable with the system would realize that they could use these saving throw categories to model a thing that a person wants to do during the game. So if you want a mechanic and you don't want to just narrate it and then, as a referee decide whether it works or not, you could narrate what you want to do, and then the referee might say, okay, you're trying to jump across the cavern, Well, that is kind of like the idea of like you're trying to dodge out of the way or something. So make a save against Dragon Breath, right? Because the implication with that is it's an area effect spell. Maybe you save by dodging out of the way, right? You kind of have to think through it logically to figure out what that rationale would be. And another referee might say, no, that doesn't make sense. It would make more sense to have a safe versus wand. Someone's pointing the wand at you and you're also dodging out of the way. That could work too, right? So this system is flexible to allow the referee to make a determination that fits their campaign and their group of players the best. Okay, so that's original D&D, and I actually think when you look at it, it does make a lot of sense. It's not, like I said, it's not arbitrary. Okay, so but let's just briefly keep going here, and if we look at some of the other additions that have come out now in Holmes Basic, it's going to be the same saving throw categories. There's nothing new or different in here than what we've seen before. So you see Spell or Magic Staff, Magic Wand, Death Ray or Poison, Turn to Stone, and Dragon Breath. They're in a different order, but it's the same categories. Now we're also going to see that Thief is going to be in the same category as a Fighting Man, but we also see other categories on here like Normal Man, Kobold, and Goblin, like they're putting the monsters on this table. Remember, this game only goes to level 3. So all of these characters are going to be assuming that they're up to 3rd level. So then you've got your magic user and cleric, and then again, dwarves and halflings are going to get their own list here because again they save better than everybody else. And rather than just because you're not putting the higher level saves for fighters, and these guys save at 4 levels higher, they just get their own entry on the table here, so you can see how much better they are than a standard fighter or fighting man from Holmes Basic. Now, Moldvay Basic is also, this is from 1981, and again, if these different editions that I'm talking about, you don't understand what I'm saying when I say basic, Holmes Basic, Moldvay Basic, all that kind of stuff, and maybe you started with 5th edition and didn't realize there were way more than 5 editions of Dungeons & Dragons, definitely check out my video on the history of D&D editions. It's one of the earliest ones on the channel, but it's the one that kind of helped define the scope of the channel and kind of turn it into this sort of overview of D&D history. And in roughly about 20 to 22 minutes, I cover what I said at the time were 18 editions of Dungeons and Dragons, including some that are not actual editions. They're sort of like half steps, but colloquially people will call them by, like, say, the 2.5 edition, which wasn't a real thing, but we use that terminology to help distinguish it from the original 2nd edition. But in any event, Moldvay Basic comes out in 1981, and it's going to have saving throw tables in here as well. We see it right here. And what do we see? Death Ray or Poison, Magic Wands, Paralysis or Turn to Stone, Dragon Breath, and then Rods, Staves, or Spells. So this is going to specifically add rods to staves and spells. But again, the categories are the same. So this line of Dungeons & Dragons, Holmes, Moldvay Basic, and then the one that comes after, which is known as BECME, the Basic Expert Companion Masters and Immortals set, all use those categories of saving throws, and they progress in a very similar manner. And they're all consistent with this idea that fighters are usually, for the most part, going to be better at saving versus Dragon Breath than the other 2 classes. Magic users are going to be better at saving versus spells, and clerics are going to be better at saving versus death and poison. It's just kind of how that system works, but it's consistent throughout those versions of Dungeons & Dragons. They adjust some of the numbers a little bit up and down, kind of just depends. But again, it's not really going to define what these categories are and what they mean. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is starting in 1977, 78, and 79, where you're going to get advanced Dungeons & Dragons. So a completely separate game system from these ones over here that we were talking about. So you would think that you'd start with basic and move to advanced. That's not how it worked, right? So advanced is a different system. And the saving throws are going to be in here, the Dungeon Master's Guide. This was originally published in 1979. Here we see our saving throw table. Got our different classes here: clerics, fighters, magic users, and thieves. These are now going to have their own saving throws instead of like before. We saw they were using the ones as fighters in Holmes Basic. I believe in original D&D, when the Thief debuts in Greyhawk, it actually says to use the cleric saving throw table, if I remember correctly. But in any event, in here, in Advanced D&D, they're going to get their own table. And you see now our categories are going to be slightly different. Paralyzation is now going to be lumped in with poison or death magic. Okay, and then petrification or polymorph is going to be a new category. Petrification category was before, but it was mixed with paralyzation. Now we've put paralyzation with poison, and now we've added polymorph to petrification. And then we have rod, staff, or wand. So now for the first time in advanced D&D, we're going to see all of like rod, staff, wand as their own category. Wand is not going to be a separate category like it was before. It's going to be mixed with rods and staff. But spells are going to be a separate category. And then you're going to have breath weapon. Okay, so again, we're still getting 5 categories. They're just slightly different than what we saw before. Now, as again, what we saw, if you look at the cleric, again, that save versus paralyzation, poison, or death magic, a cleric of level 1 through 3 only needs to make a 10 or higher, whereas a fighter of level 1 to 2 needs to make a 14, and a magic user of level 1 to 5 needs to make a 14, and a thief of level 1 to 4 needs to make a 13. So consistent with what we saw before, clerics are best at saving against poison and death, and now petrification's good, or paralyzation's going to be lumped in there. And then let's look at our fighters and our breath weapon. Okay, so a fighter of level 1 to 2 needs to make a 17. So that's actually a little bit worse than we see for a cleric of levels 1 to 3, which is a 16. However, by the time the fighter gets up to level 17 plus, they only need to make a 4. Whereas a cleric of level 19 plus has to make an 8. A magic user of level 21 plus has to make a 7. And a thief of level 21 plus has to make an 11. So the fighter's going to start out not quite as good, but get better at that and eventually get to that point where, again, they're embodying that idea of being like a dragon-type slayer, right? A dragon fighter. Okay, and then magic users, same with like spells. So a magic user of level 21 plus only needs to make a 4 or higher to save versus spells. So these ideas where it's giving you this these roles, and it's essentially telling you like this is what your character's expected to do. Based on how good they are at saving. Now, one of the things that's really, really interesting is that magic users start out, in general, in this system, the magic user starts out with some of the best saves at level 1, but then they end up being slightly worse than everybody else at like level 21 plus. And the fighter's the exact opposite. The fighter ends up being a little bit worse than everybody else, just not quite as good at lower levels, but they also progress quicker. They progress every 2 levels, as opposed to some of the other classes that progress every 3, 4, or 5 levels. But then also, the fighter is going to end up having some of the best saves at the upper level, right? So it's like the exact reverse of what you see with the magic user. Okay, so but what we're seeing here is some really interesting sort of philosophy in the Dungeon Master's Guide here on saving throws. So he said the term saving throw is common enough, coming to us from miniature war games, so he says that, and D&D represents the chance for figure concerned to avoid or at least partially avoid the cruel results of fate. And he says in AD&D it's the same, and then very specifically, by means of skill, luck, magical protections, quirks of fate, and the aid of supernatural powers, the character making his or her saving throw takes none or only part of the indicated results. So he's telling you it could just be luck. You could just get lucky and make your save. It also could be fate, it's destiny, or your supernatural powers. So, again, the saving throw is not supposed to be realistic because you can't account for all of that in a realistic style of game, right? It just doesn't make sense. So it is intended to be abstract. And then he goes on and points out that the participants are going to create persona in an AD&D game and then operate them in the milieu in whole or part by the dungeon master and shared by all, blah, blah, blah. And it says the central theme of this game is the interaction of these personas, whether those of the player or those of the DM within the milieu. Okay, so then he goes on, heroic fantasy which results as a blend of the dramatic and the comic, the foolish and the brave, stirring excitement and grinding boredom. It is a game in which the continuing epic is the most meaningful portion. It becomes an entity in which at least some of the characters seem to be able to survive for an indefinite time, and characters who have shorter spans of existence are linked one to the other by blood or purpose. And he says these personas put up with the frustrations, setbacks, and tragedies because they aim for and can reasonably expect to achieve adventure, challenge, wealth, glory, and more. And so then he says because the player character is all important, he or she must always, and he said, or nearly always, have a chance no matter how small, a chance of somehow escaping what otherwise would be inevitable destruction. Many will not be able to do so, but the escapes of those who do are what the fabric of the game is created upon. These adventures become the twice-told tales and legends of the campaign. The fame or infamy of certain characters gives luster to the campaign and enjoyment to the player and DM alike, as the parts grow and are entwined to become a fantastic history of a never-was world where all of us would wish to live if we could. And then he says, someone once sharply criticized the concept of the saving throw as ridiculous. Could a man chained to a rock, they asked, save himself from the blast of a red dragon's breath? Why not? I replied. If you accept fire-breathing dragons, why doubt the chance to reduce the damage sustained from such a creature's attack? Imagine that the figure, at the last moment, of course, manages to drop beneath the licking flames, or finds a crevice in which to shield his or her body, or succeeds in finding a way to be free of the fetters. Why not? The mechanics of combat or the details of the injury caused by some horrible weapon are not the key to heroic fantasy and adventure games. It is the character, how he or she becomes involved in the combat, how he or she can somehow escapes or fails to escape the mortal threat, which is important to the enjoyment and longevity of the game. And then he talks about, if you need a further rationale to explain saving throws versus magic, here's one way of looking at it. Magical power is energy from another plane channeled through this one by the use of certain prescribed formula. The magic obeys or disobeys the magic user because he or she controls the constraints and constrains it by a combination of the formula and willpower. As magic users advance in level, their willpower increases through practice, and so does their control. Inherently magical creatures exercise such controls instinctively. And then he says, if you're under a magical attack, you're in a stress situation, and his or her own will force reacts instinctively to protect the character by slightly altering the effects of the magical assault. So he's trying to give you rationale for why a saving throw would work against magic, but he says fighters withstand them through sheer defiance, while clerics create a small island of faith. Thieves find they're able to avoid a spell's full effects by quickness. So the idea is you're narrating how the save takes effect, however it makes sense for your game, but that's sort of irrelevant. It's like you make the save or you don't make the save, and you can come up with all kinds of reasons, and that's sort of the fun part. So I've talked many times in my game how when I run the game for my daughter and her friends, I'm running this version again, the BX version from 1981, but this works with any version of the game. Like during combat, when they do combat, whether they hit or miss, I have them tell me what you're doing, narrate what happened. And when they miss, sometimes that's the most fun because they come up with reasons as to why they might have not connected. And they understand that the idea is that a miss doesn't mean that they didn't hit the person. It just means they didn't hit them hard enough to do any damage. So it could have been absorbed by a shield, or the weapon could have glanced off the armor at the wrong angle, or maybe, they used the wrong weapon and it just kind of bounced off, whatever it is, right? So they get that. And sometimes they get into more and they'll say oh, I must have tripped and dropped, whatever it is, right? But I do it with saves as well. When they save against an effect that was intended to cause damage to them, I tell me what happened. How did you avoid doing that? And it's really fun because they really get into it. And that's what Gary's talking about here. And I think that if you try to make it realistic, again, quote unquote, you kind of lose that aspect of it, right? It's fun to have this be open-ended and flexible enough that you can have your players narrate how they escaped death by doing a thing, and really all that happened was they rolled well on their dice and they made their save, right? So I think that that's really fascinating. That's one of the reasons why I love this book so much, is because there's game philosophy in here intertwined with game mechanics to explain reasons for why things work the way that they do. And I think a lot of people that think that a lot of early D&D mechanics don't make sense or that they're arbitrary, it's because they just don't understand the background of why these things were created the way that they were. So he talks, it goes on to talk about, avoiding the full blast of the fireball. And then it talks about modifiers. And it says, the DM can apply modifiers to saving throws, always keeping in mind game balance. There's rule stipulations. Some attack forms were always given adjustment to the saving throws because of the creature considered. So a large spider's poison attack is always at a plus on the saving throw die. And some, attack forms always receive adjustments against certain creatures also. And then it talks about magical devices and protection, circumstantial adjustments. So, like, if a character's standing in a pool of water holding a sword in his steel gauntleted hand when a blue dragon breathes on him, which blue dragons breathe lightning, you might just wish to slightly alter the chances of saving. But again, this is all based on the referee deciding whether or not they want to do that. Rulings, not rules. So there is no table that's going to show you, oh, if you have this much metal armor and you're standing in this many feet of water, you're going to take extra damage from line. You don't do that. The referee gets to decide whether that makes sense for his or her campaign. And again, that's one of the reasons why I like this system of game so much, because it allows for that kind of flexibility. And AD&D is by no means a simple system. It is very complicated and complex, but it still allows for that kind of referee, like I said, rulings. All right, and it talks about like certain failures. Sometimes it talks about item saving throws, artifacts and relics, poison saving throws for characters. For those who wonder why poison does either killing damage, this is an important section. Why poison does either killing damage, usually, or no harm whatsoever. Recall the justification for character hit points. That is, damage is not actually sustained, at least in proportion to the number of hit points marked off in most cases. The so-called damage is the expenditure of favor from deities, luck, skill, and perhaps a scratch, and thus the saving throw. If that mere scratch managed to be venomous, then death. If no such wound was delivered, then no damage from the poison. In cases where some partial damage is indicated, this reflects poisons either placed so that they are ingested or used so as to ensure that some small portion does get in the wound or skin of the opponent. So again, with people will say hit points aren't realistic. No, of course they're not realistic, but they're not supposed to. And then it says the hit points it's not actual damage sustained. It's abstract. So again, lots of things that you can learn about these early D&D systems. And hit points work the same way in 5th edition as they did in 1st edition. Characters have way more hit points now than they did back then. But a lot of damage has scaled appropriately, right? So your chance of surviving really isn't that much hard. It's much bigger at, like, say, 1st level, but at higher levels it's not that different because the amount of damage being caused is commensurate with the increase in hit points. But hit points work the same way in that they're abstract, and a lot of people, I think, have trouble with that, and they're like, oh, well, if I'm at half hit points, shouldn't I be at like half fighting capability? No, because the hit point doesn't represent your like life force, as an example. Okay, but that is advanced D&D, and again, you're seeing those categories here being created for a very specific reason, but they're very consistent with what we saw in earlier editions of the game. Now, one of the things here with regard to wands in 1st edition advanced D&D is that we're going to see that some of them are going to be usable by different character classes. Okay, so we didn't see that before. We saw it said wands are usable by magic users only. Okay, and even in like Moldvay Basic, there's certain wands that are usable by clerics, but mostly they're going to be used by magic users. Okay, but now here we're going to see are different classes that can use these. So C is cleric, M is magic user, T is thief, and then F is fighter, of course, and then sometimes they say any. So as an example, we see here that a wand of magic missiles is actually usable by any class of character. So that's a difference in wands and the way wands work in Advanced Dungeons & Dragons versus earlier editions of the game. And I think it also does help at that point explain why wads, staves, and wands are put into their own category. And staves are removed from the spells category and put in with wands and rods, because all of those have items that can be used by different types of characters, right? So it's not just wands, there's also staves that are usable by certain types of characters, and then you have like the Rod of Lordly Might that's only usable by fighters, etc. Okay, so that's a quick difference with that. All right, if you would like to support Daddy Roll the One, in addition to the Patreon, there are 3 different ways that you can do so. The first is by becoming a super fan, which you could do right here in YouTube without leaving the platform. Just click on that little dollar or that little heart icon with the $sign in it, and you can join this other list of folks here who have contributed to the channel as a way of saying thank you to me for all of the time and effort that goes into researching, recording, and editing these videos. And there are some folks who do it multiple times, some do it every single time, and there's some who kind of save up and they do like a big burst at like the front of the month or something like that. And whatever format that you can do, I really, really appreciate it. And if you do so, you'll get your name listed here in perpetuity with all these other folks who have contributed contributed to the channel that way. You can also buy some merchandise from my shop. The holidays are coming up. This is the perfect time if you want a shirt or hoodie or mug or tote bag or note card or poster or notebook or sticker. This is the time to order to make sure that you get it in time for the holidays. So these are exclusive designs available on either my spread shop or from Redbubble. Redbubble's for the paper goods like the stickers, posters, and notebooks. But again, exclusive designs only available from Daddy Roll to One. So you can get those at the links below in the show notes. And then lastly, you can order my supplement, Alchemy Explosives and Inventions. This is something I kickstarted in the summer of 2024, but you can now get it on Drive-Thru RPG. It is a 48-page book designed mostly for old school essentials, although it's going to work with any old school class and level game system. And there's ideas in here that are also applicable to basically any fantasy adventure game, even if you're playing 5e or Shadow Dark or Daggerheart or whatever like that. But this is a book for expert themed characters. So taking the regular character classes and tweaking them slightly to create things like apothecaries, relic hunters, pathfinders, sages, courtiers, I should say, merchants, saboteurs, etc. I've got dozens and dozens of random tables in here to help those concepts come to life. And then 3 new classes. I have alchemists, demolitionists, and inventors, each with pages and pages of new equipment to go with them. There's a 3-story guild hall map with NPCs, adventure hooks, secrets, rumors, that kind of thing that you can use as a base of operations or just a place to explore. I have advice on running expert-themed campaigns. There's optional rules. There's inspirational media, comic books, novels, movies, music, even TV shows. So all that's available in this as a softcover print on demand, or you can get it as a PDF in either plain white paper if that's easier to see, or you can get this fancy parchment colored background, and that's available at Drive-Thru RPG, and the links are below in the show notes. And once again, thanks so much for your support. Let's move forward and look at 2nd edition Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. So here we have the 2nd edition Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Player's Handbook, 1989. And the saving throws in this edition have moved out of the Dungeon Master's Guide, as we saw in 1st edition. They were in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Here they've moved into the Player's Handbook. Okay, so we have this section here, and we have this table, and it's the exact same as what we saw before in terms of the categories: paralyzation, poison or death magic, broad staff or wand, petrification or polymorph, breath weapon, and spell. Now, what's interesting in this one, and it's one of the first times that we really see these categories actually detailed. So as we get down here into the saving throw priority, it says sometimes the type of saving throw required by a situation or item isn't clear. So I talked about that earlier, right? But here they're going to give you some advice. Or more than one category saving throw may seem appropriate. For this reason, the saving throw categories in Table 60 are listed in order of importance, beginning with paralyzation, poison, and death magic, and ending with spells. And then it says, imagine that wrath is struck by the ray from a wand of polymorphing. Both a saving throw versus wands and a saving throw versus polymorph would be appropriate. But wrath must roll the saving throw versus wands because that category has a higher priority than polymorph. So we see here, petrification or polymorph is the 3rd category of save, but rod, staff, or wand is the 2nd category, and it said go in order of priority. So that to me is really interesting, and again, I think a thing that a lot of people overlook, especially if you didn't play 2nd edition, but this will help you understand how to apply these saves. Okay, so then it tells you saves versus paralyzation, poison, and death is used whenever a character is affected by a paralyzing attack regardless of source, poison of any strength, or certain spells and magical items that otherwise kill the character outright. This saving throw can also be used in situations in which exceptional force or of will or physical fortitude are needed. So again, it's telling you other ways that you can use these saves, which is how most people use them, but this is the first time that we're seeing advice on how to apply these. At least the first time that I remember, okay? So it could be, again, I didn't collect Beckme, I didn't ever play Beckme, so it's possible that in that edition, in like maybe the companion or master set or something, there's something in there about saving throws that details something like this, but it wasn't an advanced D&D. Like there's that whole section on the philosophy in the Dungeon Master's Guide for 1st edition, but it didn't really get into the different categories and how they were applied necessarily. So then we see rod, staff, or wand, and it says, as its name implies, it's used whenever a character is affected by the powers of a rod, staff, or wand, provided another save of higher priority isn't called for. They just gave that example. This saving throw is sometimes specified for situations in which a character faces a magical attack from an unusual source. So to me, that would be like a trap. Okay, and then it says save versus petrification or polymorph used anytime a character is turned to stone or polymorphed by a monstrous spell or magical item other than a wand. It can also be used when the character must withstand some massive physical alteration of his entire body. And then you have save versus breath weapon. A character uses this save when facing monsters with breath weapons, especially the powerful blast of a dragon. Can also be used in situations where a combination of physical stamina and dexterity are critical factors in survival. And then lastly, we have save versus spell, used whenever a character attempts to resist the effects of a magical attack either by a spellcaster or from a magical item, provided no other type of saving throw is specified. Can also be used to resist an attack that defies any other classification. So again, advice on how to apply those saving throws. Overall, second edition really doesn't change like the numbers and the classifications and stuff like that. It's very much consistent with what we saw in first edition as far as like which class saves at which different levels and the different types of saves. Those numbers are going to be pretty much the same. It's really more about this section down here at the bottom, telling you the order of priority of how to apply the saves when you're not sure which one to use. Or maybe more than one could apply, and then again use that order of priority, and then giving you these examples and suggestions and advice on other things that you can use these categories of saving throws for. So I think that is really interesting. So what we're seeing then really over time is increasing clarity, especially when you get to second edition, on how to apply these spells. And even in first edition, we're getting explanations and the defense of how the saving throw works, why it works this way, and how to apply it in a game, and why a character might be able to duck under some dragon breath even if they're chained to a rock and things like that. That's giving you that additional clarity of how to use these saving throws, and then it really comes through in second edition advanced D&D. We're seeing the classifications becoming consistent, and they've pretty much been consistent going all the way back to original D&D, right? The main one again is going to be whether wands are their own category or whether you're going to move staves away from spells and put staves with rods and wands. And then also, where does petrification go? Does it go, or paralyzation? I keep saying petrification. Does paralyzation go with petrification, or does it go with poison and death magic? That's the big change that happens in advanced D&D. Other than that, though, it's very, very consistent. So you're getting this gradual, structure over time of saving throws and how to use these different categories. And this is the system that exists throughout all of the TSR editions, all the way through. There's like the what again I call colloquially the 2.5 edition of second edition. They were reprints, not reprints, they were revisions to second edition, new covers and things like that. The rules were pretty much consistent. And then, but you also had like skills and powers, and like the players' options and the DM's options. That's really what people call the 2.5, is those players and DM's options books, combat and tactics and spells and magic, all that kind of stuff. Those don't change the saves, right? When they change is when you get to third edition. And third edition, the one published by Wizards of the Coast in 2000, is going to get rid of these tables of saves here, and it's going to move to fortitude, reflex, and will. And so then your fortitude save is affected by your constitution bonus or penalty, reflex by dexterity, and then willpower by your wisdom score. So why this old system worked, the design philosophy behind it for me is really that you have these different categories of saves, but that's your tactical layer representing different classes excelling or not excelling at different types of dangers. So you have your balance by threat type of class of fighters being better overall at physical type hazards, clerics being stronger against things like unholy dangers, death, and paralyzation and things like that. And then you have magic users being kind of weaker against a lot of spells, but really delving into that idea of like the magical duel, right, with another magic user, and saving the best against spells, because they're also learning, right? As they're getting better at practicing magic, they're learning how to avoid the effects of the spells that they're casting, right? So that's why they're able to kind of save that way. But all of those are helping to maintain balance. No class is better across the board at every save than any other class. All classes have a thing that they're better at and a thing that they're not as good at, right? So It also kind of helps represent like the threat profile of a dungeon, if you think of it that way. When you look at, the monsters from the monster manual, or even from like Monsters and Treasure in original D&D, they're kind of keyed to specific categories of these saving throws, right? Some monsters have poison. Some monsters turn you to stone. Some monsters have a breath weapon, like, Dragon Breath, obviously, but other monsters have that as well. And so as a dungeon master, you can kind of piece that together. It's like a puzzle, and figure out like, okay, well, I have characters that are good at these kinds of saves, and like I want to challenge them, so I want to put these other kinds of things in there, and kind of see, like, as the players have to figure out like which character should take that on based on who has the best chance of surviving that particular type of attack, right? So all of that kind of works together, and people, I think, don't necessarily think that way anymore. They get more focused on just like, oh, my character's good at saving, as opposed to why and what kind of saves are they good at making. Okay, so that's a quick look. So next up, I just kind of want to talk about, like, is this idea worth revisiting today, and what can it add, or what would it detract if we tried to adopt this into a more modern style type of game? Okay, so if we're looking at using these categories, there are benefits to using these old categories. It might not seem obvious at first, but a couple of the things. So it can help separate save probabilities from a character's ability scores, like in 5th edition. And it can allow for more creative or specific responses to like magical or unusual types of effects. So with the 5th edition linking saving throws to ability scores, it does simplify the process a little bit, but then it's tying your character's defense to their physical and mental attributes. And if you are defining those, or you're rolling them randomly instead of doing a point buy, that could affect certain characters more than others. And some people might not really necessarily like that. So the classic system of the ones I've been talking about today, it does allow actually for greater flexibility by tying saves to your class and your level. So your saves get better as your level goes up. I know they do in 5th edition as well. You add your proficiency bonus or whatever, but it's different in these classical systems, and it can help keep your survivability from being dependent just on your ability scores, and put it in these different categories. And again, this idea of keeping your overall character survivability not being dependent on your randomly generated stats, but instead, even a character with average stats could still make good saving throws based on their class and level that they have. Okay, and then it just allows for, I think, more nuanced effects. So having more distinct categories, having save versus spells or poison or paralysis, it offers more specific mechanical responses, I think, to a variety of different threats. And it also is implicit world building. Having those saving throw categories defined that way kind of gives you a sneak peek at like what's going on in the world and the types of threats that characters are creating. And one of the things that I think is really fun is that you can change the saving throw categories depending on the world that you have. And as an example, maybe you have a saving throw category against curses, or against, I don't know, it could be something different that's like unique to your world. I'll just put it that way. And then that kind of helps define what the threats are that you're going to face in that world. So you don't have to necessarily use these categories. Of course, if you're planning to use like pre-published adventures and things like that, it helps to do that. But as a referee, if you're doing your own world building and creating your own adventures, having different saving throw categories, I think, can be a very evocative way of adding flavor to your setting. Okay. It reduces the impact of having, needing to have high stats, and especially in original versions of the game, you didn't necessarily need high stats, but in 5th edition, it's sort of implied, and it kind of gets a little bit of the same all the time. All fighters have to have high strength, and all, sorcerers have to have high charisma, or like whatever it is, and it starts to get like where every character class starts to look a little bit cookie cutter. Now, I know people will say that about original D&D as well. Part of it depends on role playing, but I think having less impact on your stats is actually a good thing. And then again, it does kind of help balance class progression and sort of like class niche protection. Having those saving throws where you see that the fighter is better at saving against dragon breath and the magic user is better at saving against spells, I do think that it helps kind of, again, provide some world building flavor into the saves, but it also helps each class have a thing that they're really good at doing, and sort of like what's almost like what's expected of them. I think it's a little bit clearer and more consistent by having the progression change based on your class and level versus changing like just based on your ability scores. Now, 3rd edition kind of tried to split the difference. It did have like certain classes, like fighters had better fortitude saves, and rogues had better reflex saves, as example, and then monks had good saves across the board and that kind of thing. So that is a little bit in that direction, but I feel like those, fortitude, reflex, and will is, to me, it's so generic. Again, there's no flavor there. But, again, that's just me. The 5e simple definitely is it's similar. It's easier to learn. It's much simpler to learn. It does help, I guess, if you're looking for ways for your ability scores to matter, sometimes people in earlier editions would say, you have dump stats. In certain, even modern games, people talk about dump stats. Well, if you have saves based on certain ability scores, then you don't necessarily you don't want a dump stat, because you're trying to balance everything so that you're good at stuff. So that's one pro of using that system. But overall, I think they're kind of maybe outweighed by the pros of using an older system. But I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that, and whether you think doing something with these older categories is something that could work in a 5e style game, or like I said, it could be any kind of game. And different OSR games handle it differently. Old School Essentials uses the system from Old BX exactly from here. I know Swords and Wizardry, at least originally Swords and Wizardry, had a single saving throw. It was just one different save, just one save, and that's it. So they didn't even have categories. So that's how they dealt with saving throws. I've seen some people say that games shouldn't even have saving throws, that you can play just as well without having them. And I would love to hear all those different thoughts down in the comments below, and tell me what you think about that. So that's going to be our look at saving throws. These early saving throw categories, again, they were not arbitrary. They're inherited from war games, and they serve specific purposes. Hopefully you got a sense of showing why this system worked the way that it did in original D&D and BX and advanced D&D and all of that. And again, I would love to hear your thoughts on this kind of system and what you thought of it back in the day, if you're someone who played with this back in the day, or maybe you're just discovering it for the first time. You're someone new to learning about old school D&D and you didn't even realize that these categories existed. What do you think now that you've heard about that? And is it something that you think is ridiculous, or do you think it makes sense, or do you understand it, or would you never use it? I would love to hear all those thoughts in the comments below. Is there a specific saving throw category that you think should have been added? Is there one in there that you don't think needed to be there? Maybe all of the spells should just be collapsed into one, and the rods, staves, wands, etc. shouldn't have been separate from spells. Let me know all of that in the comments below. So if learning about these old rules, these kind of forgotten rules that we don't use as much anymore, maybe the rules change so much that it doesn't even really bear any resemblance to its original format, if that's something that's interesting, definitely check out some other videos here on the channel. Find that playlist on rules worth remembering. But there's things like, why did D&D have a fire and forget magic system? It kind of still exists, but that Vancian magic where you memorize a spell and then cast it and then it's gone from memory. And I talk all about the philosophy behind that system and why I actually think it works really, really well, because I know a lot of people hate that. And I talk about that. That was a very popular earlier video on the channel. And then also things like the D&D rules, forgotten D&D rules that actually made the game better. And I talk about things like the caller and the mapper and XP for gold and encumbrance and all kinds of things like that. And that was another really popular video. It was within the past few months that people seem to really enjoy learning about those early concepts and sharing their thoughts on that. So definitely check those videos out and share your thoughts below on an old rule that you think maybe should be brought back. So put that in the comments below, and then while you're down there, you'll find links to all of my social media, you'll find links to my blog, and you'll find all those links to support the channel that we talked about earlier here in the video. And so thank you very, very much for watching. Stay safe, happy gaming, and I will talk to you next time. And now for the bonus content, what I was drinking, what I was listening to when I made my notes for this video. So by the time you see this, it's going to be December 2nd, 2025. I started recording this. I started making my notes earlier, like pre-Thanksgiving, but I'm recording it now on Saturday, November 29th of 2025, but it is now 2 days after Thanksgiving, and starting the day after Thanksgiving is when I and my family kind of shift into Christmas mode, and so that's when I start listening to Christmas music. And this is the first album of Christmas music that I listen to every year, put on in the morning after I get up. This is the Charlie Brown Christmas from the Peanuts special from 1965 with music by Vince Guaraldi. So right off the bat, I'm just going to acknowledge, I know a lot of people either, don't celebrate Christmas or they have mixed feelings about the holiday, and it can be a tough time for a lot of folks. And I do understand that. And I hear you, and I see people like that. And I know that, just know that you're not alone. But also, I know a lot of people just, say that they don't like Christmas music. I hate Christmas music. And I can get that too. This to me is really more of a jazz album. It's jazz. And part of the reason for that is that because a lot of the songs on here are not traditional Christmas songs. There are a few, of course, but like the theme from this one, the main one is of course going to be Christmas Time is Here. And that song was written for the special. Now, I guess at this point, it's kind of become a standard, but it really wasn't originally. And it's just a really beautiful, melancholy song that I really enjoy. But also, like Linus and Lucy, the main Peanuts theme that people think about, that is on this record. So my parents had this record on vinyl when I was growing up. I remember seeing it in the cabinet and listening to it as a kid. And I just really kind of fell in love with the music. This is one of the albums that helped me develop my love and appreciation of jazz. So it's a trio. It's piano, bass, and drums. Vince Guaraldi doing most of the, the arranging and things like that. But, and then again, some of the songs are actually going to be written by Vince Guaraldi, including like My Little Drum, which is sort of a bossa nova take on Little Drummer Boy. But you've also got Linus and Lucy, like we talked about, Christmas Time is Here. There's some, I guess traditional songs, O Tannenbaum, which is the lead-off track, is my favorite. I love it. I mean, that and Christmas Time is Here, or the instrumental version of Christmas Time is my two favorite tracks on this album. But the O Tannenbaum one is just a really swinging version of that particular song. There's more songs on here, different tracks as well on side 2. So I really like this album enough that I have 2 different versions. So that I have this version, this is a sort of like the original version of the album. Obviously it's a newer repress, but this is the original stereo version of the record. I also have another one, which is a double LP. And that one actually has like outtakes and things like that of some of the tracks, which is really fun to listen to from time to time as well. If you're like someone who's interested in how some of these songs came to be. So that is Charlie Brown Christmas. Again, my favorite. This is just my favorite Christmas album. So I highly recommend checking it out if you've not heard it before, or if you thought that the Charlie Brown Christmas music was like kids music. Maybe you don't watch the special anymore and you don't remember what the music was like, but it's a straight up jazz soundtrack. All right, and then as far as a drink, I'm having a little in my Christmas themed glass. So fun story about this glass. I think I've told this story before, but when my parents moved when I was in college, they moved to Hawaii. My dad got transferred, and I stayed here in California because I was in college. I didn't want to switch schools and pay out-of-state tuition, all that kind of stuff. And so I was moving out of the house at like 18, 19, whatever it was. And my mom sent me a Christmas care package that year so that I could have some Christmas, stuff in my apartment. And one of the things that she did was send me 4 of these glasses, which were, these were giveaways from the Arby's restaurant. So she went and got these 4 glasses. This would be back in like the late 80s and maybe early 90s, whatever it was. But I still have them. So they've made multiple moves with me, and I bring them out every year at Christmas. And this is some of my homemade aged eggnog. So again, I know, very polarizing right off the bat. A lot of people are going to say, oh, I hate eggnog. It's disgusting. It's gross. And fine, I get that as well. I love it. So I don't normally do creamy drinks like this, but I like this. And, I only drink it during the Christmas season. So this is an aged eggnog recipe. So it's actually been aging in my refrigerator for over a year now, which again, I know a lot of people would probably think that's gross, but the thing is, there's so much alcohol in this that it keeps everything from spoiling. And it's an old recipe. It's been tweaked over the years, but really what you just have to pay attention to is how many eggs, how much cream, how much milk, and then balance that with the volume of the spirits that you're putting in, and the alcoholic strength, like the proof of the spirit, and that's going to preserve it. And that's how people used to drink it back in the day before refrigeration. You could have an eggnog sitting out. That's why you see those old movies where there's like a punch bowl of eggnog that's just sitting out at room temperature, and people will dip their cup in and drink it. That's because of the amount of alcohol in there is going to keep it from spoiling. Mine's been in the refrigerator, but again, it doesn't go bad. So the longer you age it, the deeper in flavor it's going to get. Now, this is a sort of a Boulevardier inspired eggnog, and so instead of the traditional like bourbon and brandy and rum based eggnog, this one has a mixture of rye whiskey, high proof, 100 proof rye whiskey with sweet vermouth. And then instead of Campari, which would be traditional in a Boulevardier, Campari just isn't going to work with the creamy flavors, at least not to me. I swapped that out for Cynar, which is another bitter Italian Amaro, right? A bitter Italian liqueur. The Cynar is actually artichoke based. That's made from base of artichokes. But again, like I always say, it's sort of like lots of vodkas made with potatoes, but nobody says it tastes like potatoes. The artichoke is just there to provide like something to ferment that's going to create it, but it doesn't taste like artichoke at all. To me, it has a little bit of a chocolatey orange type taste to it, but again, it's very bitter. And that's the base that I used in this. Other than that, it's got demerara sugar, which is like a halfway between a white sugar and a brown sugar. And it's got milk and eggs and cream. And there you go. I will put a recipe down below. I would love for people to try it. And the thing that's fun about it is that once you know that ratio of the amount of spirit and alcohol to the amount of the other ingredients, the dairy portion, you can swap it up and down and kind of change, like swap in and out like the spirits and create your own flavor profile. So I've done one before that had tequila in it. It's a big crowd pleaser. I have done, just a standard with like bourbon and things like that. Last year I had a holiday theme or a Star Wars holiday special themed Christmas party at my house, and I made a blue milk where I did, it was a Manhattan variation of so it had sweet vermouth and it had rye whiskey, but then I also added a small measure of blue curacao to turn it blue, but it was an eggnog, and people loved it. Because I didn't call it eggnog, I called it blue milk, and everyone was like, I have to try that. It looks really good. And then I told him later, I was like, that's technically just an eggnog recipe with blue curacao to add a blue coloring to it. And people were amazed that that's what it was. But anyway, I ground some fresh nutmeg on the top, and that's my eggnog. So cheers to the start of the 2025 Christmas season, at least again in my house where I live. And I hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know what you think of the record. And if you tried the eggnog. So cheers once again. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll talk to you next time.
Woogity. I'm just kidding, I just got back. Hey.
I feel like I'm drowning.
And what?
depression.
Why are you depressed?
Because, like, I can't get it right.
Get what right?
It's so hard. The reading. I had to take a quiz. I didn't make a good grade on it. But I feel like
have you made yourself change how you read stuff? Have you made yourself like stop and read it 3 times?
No, but it takes too long.
Have you applied for IEP so you get extra time?
No.
There's your problem.
They said they need a doctor's excuse.
Well, all you gotta do is go back to your original diagnosis, get the diagnosis thing, and then there's your doctor's excuse. Any counselor can get you that record to then give you the thing.
And how is things with you and your review?
With my thing, with the rent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I fixed it today.
Yes! Oh my god, I'm so happy.
It took Grandpa giving me Mazinger Z worth of money, but it worked.
So happy. That made me so happy. I love you.
What?
I'm glad you're doing well. I love you.
Thank you too.
Can you read my story? Can you read my story out loud?
Why don't you?
And I like it when you read it. Please read it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, guess what happened now also, apparently.
What happened?
I told the one guy who used to be my roommate that my Cash App broke, which it basically did. But to go and mention Kroger Jesus from Kroger 2015 to 2020 as a bagger in St. Mary's and ask if someone would help you as a favor for that guy too. And then apparently he replies back, not bad, Mr. Chris, I see you. And that means, yeah, my name helped him. Like I said it would.
Guys, I love that for you. You got people on your side.
Yeah, I'm not nobody.
Yeah, I know. You are really nice. You are the nicest person I have ever met.
Thank you, I try.
Can you read that for me, please? So I can know how it sounds. And the reason why I can't read it myself is because I stutter over my words, and I wanted to see if it flows smoothly. I sent it to you. Can you hear me?
I know, give me a minute.
Okay. It's only 2 pages.
Only 2 pages. Oh my god. 1.5 pages too many. Where? I'm kidding. How far are we? Since coming to the woods, we had seen 3 deer, 1 rabbit, and 16 birds. What was most interesting about them were their subtle nods toward Eric, which was the name he gave me. What was nodding towards who? The animals were nodding towards the person. And then There maybe need to be a little bit more explaining what's happening.
Like how?
Who gave Eric the name? Or towards... Oh, which was a name he said he would. Yeah, okay. It's hard to say what you're trying to say. This was the name he gave when I asked. There we go. He gave when I asked. That would make it extra clear to somebody who doesn't fully grasp what's being said.
Okay, I got it now.
So nods towards Eric, which was the name he gave when I asked, or gave me when I asked. Whichever you feel. But I totally think you should add that in so that it's like, oh, it's that guy's name. Because it's almost like it's Eric talking, but he's referring to himself in the third person. But then there's another person who gave him that name, who might also be named Eric. So it's very fractally confusing. And overly self-referential. Like redundantly so. It's crazy.
Okay, I fixed it.
Don't worry too much though. It's just a nickety snickety wicked of my brains. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now listening to the chirping of common birds. Period. After common birds, I suggest a new paragraph. I decided to wear one of my white strap dresses today with the blue flower print design. Eric said my black Nikes didn't match my dress and I looked absolutely ridiculous, but who would wear their dress shoes on a walk in the woods? Far, he replied without looking at me. I was tempted to ask if he had always been a jerk, who made him this way, but didn't feel like our usual banter today. So how is this fairy tale, I asked, as the wind brushed her hair. Whimsical, nightmarish. Those two adjectives are opposites. Ironic, huh? What kind of fairy are you? I looked at him curiously. Not an elemental, if that's what you're asking. So common fairy, if you want to put it like that. My dad. He cringed when he said that, as if somebody had stabbed him in the back. Never mind. No, tell me. I stopped. Eric stopped too, he sighed. We kept walking as he spoke. He was one of the legendary fairies. He fought the dragon that was terrorizing fairy tale for 100 years. He was an elemental, but I got most of my genes from my mother. How was your mother? He seemed happy to reminisce about the question. She was adventurous. She would take me all across Fairy, just so I can see its beauty for myself. Do you still talk to her? Sometimes. She lost her mind after what Dad did. He stopped himself as if explaining this was far too painful. I stopped questioning. We walked in silence for a few minutes. Do you want to rest? I know both of us used our energy to their maximum last night. I nodded. We sat near a tree, looking at each other. You know, when we get there, we go our separate ways, right? Seems fair enough to me, I shrugged. Suddenly there was a rustle and birds were sent flying. The trees moved as if something was pushing them. We gotta go, Eric whispered. I saw you one-shot a monster. You can't handle this one, I whispered back. First of all, that thing had been living off of just humans for I don't know how long. Secondly, my strength was stable then. I don't know if I can take this one. It was too late. A dark green, vomit-looking creature emerged from the woods carrying a wooden club that was almost the size of itself. Should probably add self after it. The creature was disgusting to look at. Or was as disgusting to look at as, so yeah, throw as after was. The creature was as disgusting to look at as its skin. Hope that's okay to offer as help. Hello?
It was as disgusting to look at as its skin.
Yep, yep.
How does that make grammarly sense?
It said the creature was disgusting to look at as its skin was populated. Oh, as its skin was populated by boils. Oh, I thought it was going to give a simile right after that. My bad. My bad. Pull the was as. Pull the as out after was. Never mind. Never mind. But the one where the size of itself makes more sense to a reader who has less context.
I was trying to put almost as half of its size.
Then half the size of itself. Still put itself. So we know size of it. What's it? It's self. Self. Oh, self. Self of it.
Okay.
The creature was disgusting to look at as its skin was. Oh, look at, comma. Yeah, look at, comma. Or a comma after look at. As its skin was populated by boils that seemed to spray a type of green acid. It was too late. Comma. No, period. A dark green, comma. It's yeah, after green acid, populated by boils, just after the green acid, start a new paragraph.
Done.
It had the figure of it had the figure of a bulky man and was bald except for the sand-colored hair on its arm. The creature had to be about 8 foot tall, and it was fat. Oh, you don't have to put a period there. You can leave the A capitalized. It doesn't matter either way. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Illustrate how it looked like the same feelings of something else that's moves as quick as it was moving. How fast would something else have to move to look as fast as it? Like, are we talking a bullet flying past you? Are we talking a bicycle riding up to you? Are we talking a car coming at you? Like what?
It dashed to us like a speeding bullet.
Oh, so it was past them. It somehow got past them before they could do anything.
No, it dashed to us like a speeding bullet. It's coming towards them.
Well, you know how fast a bullet is, right?
Oh yeah.
It hits you before you can act. So if you wanted to hit them before they can act, that makes sense. But if you want them to be able to act before it gets upon them, something more like a bike or a car makes more sense.
Like a speeding car. It dashed to us like a speeding car.
Well, what's something else that you see commonly that's not necessarily a car, but more natural?
PETA.
Hmm?
PETA.
PETA.
A bike is not that fast.
You'd be surprised how fast a bike actually is. Especially over long distances.
They're superhuman. They're superhuman, so they're super fast too.
A car is very fast too. But a bullet is like Godspeed.
If that's stutters like a speeder, cheetah. I'm gonna put cheetah. Look at you, please.
How would they know about a cheetah? How would this person know what a cheetah is?
They were on Earth before.
Well, yeah, but what
It sings in their voice.
What kind of way would they see a cheetah before this? Not necessarily at the zoo, but through a what's one of the most important inventions that allow us to transmit images across the land?
I have no idea.
It's not radio. It's the one after that.
Telegraph?
What? I already said radio. Telephone is just better radio. What's the one after that?
Telegraph?
That's worse. That's just text. Technically, though, that's part of what came after what I'm telling you about. What's cable part of?
Electricity?
What? No, you're going all around it. What's the big square fucking thing on the wall that you need? It's 2 letters. The HDMI plugs into it with everything.
Wi-Fi?
Nope, that's 4 letters. What's the thing that plugs into the... You can't even look at the computer without this thing. We call it a monitor nowadays, but it's actually called a... television.
Oh, why you didn't just say that?
Why don't you know about the word television? Cable TV. Cable TV. Cable... Yeah. It's a video screen. The ability to transmit images. That's very important. Damn, it took so long I can't remember what I was talking about.
I'm sorry.
No, it happens. Good thing I got video.
Sensitive, but these are their own depth without
Populated. Oh, as its skin was populated by boils. Is it? Like, are we talking a bullet flying past you? Or are we talking... Oh, the cheetah. So, yeah. A cheetah would be most likely seen on a television for them, right?
Uh-huh.
So you'd basically maybe say something like, referencing what the cheetah was doing and empathizing with the thing that cheetah was doing stuff to.
I said like a speeding cheetah, so the cheetah was running.
Well, what's the cheetah gonna do when it catches the person?
Attack.
And then what does the person not want the cheetah to do?
Grab them.
Right, so whether they mean to or not, they are empathizing with not the cheetah, but the thing the cheetah would attack. So
They react to it. Just read the other part.
oh, they do?
Yeah.
Well, anyways, before I read that, though, what I was going to was maybe cheetah descending upon prey or chasing prey. Because, you know, a cheetah, yeah, they're fast, but why? If you don't know what a cheetah is, especially if it's a younger kid, they're like, what? And then chasing prey. Oh, it's a fast animal probably that's gonna eat something. Okay. It's like, because it is gonna go to like middle to young adults, right?
Yeah, young adult. But like, isn't young adult like teenagers?
Yep.
So they should know what a cheetah is.
Sometimes I wonder. So anyways, green acid, start paragraph 1 and 2, hairs 3, the creature had 4, and it was fast. What did you say? The new sentence is it what? How's it? What's the next sentence after it was fast? Did you take that out and put it moved like a cheetah at its prey?
Yeah.
Like, how did you word it?
It
Like,
moved.
there was.
It back to us like a speeding cheetah at its prey.
Okay. Did you take out it was fast?
Yeah. Take it out right now.
Okay. Show, don't tell.
Okay.
New paragraph. Because it's a new piece of the story. Eric cursed and drew his sword. That's 2 beats. I didn't take a good look at the sword before the previous fight. 3 beats. But it was silver. You misspelled our sliver. S-I-L-V-E-R. Silver. 4 beats. And polished perfection. 5 beats. New paragraph. I could see Eric's blonde hair waving in the wind in it. Oh, well, no, that's fine. But Yeah, take but out after. Oh, previous is spelled wrong. It's you spelled it pervious in the pervious fight. Is it pervious?
Yeah. So Previous.
Yes. But it was sliver or silver. And take but out. Take
Silver.
but. Yeah, take but out. How could they tell it was silver?
That is a sword. And I can see it.
Why could they see it? What time was it in the clock?
It was afternoon, lunchtime.
Okay, so there was sun in the sky, shining light down upon the sword through the trees, and a shaft of light was hitting the sword just right to show that it was silver. They're in a forest, right? Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now I can barely.
Doing it.
It keeps distorting your voice. Have you tried push to talk?
No.
Give her a shot. It might retrain the voice AI thing. That's what I do with it. Me, I haven't used auto talk in a long time, or if I do, it's on the phone only. And I don't use the phone very often, if you notice. Except for text. I use the phone a lot for text.
Is this better?
A lot more clear, yes.
So I'm gonna put this.
Say again.
So I'm gonna put this as the light.
As his. Wait, he cursed and drew his sword. I didn't get a good look at the sword before in the previous fight. So, yeah. So as he. So yeah, you can. Here's where you change it.
But as the sun descended on the clearing and shined the light. And writing is hard.
No, you didn't have to say descended. No, as he drew as his sword readied. Like he just readied his sword, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would bring the sword into view of their eyes. So as he readied his sword, and then describe how you can tell what silver is off of when it's shiny. Quote, polished to perfection. Like leave polished to perfection in there, but describe how silver and shiny is. What would you describe hue-wise silver looks like? What color would it be on a flat surface? kids' fairy tale books. It's usually gray, right? Slightly grayish white.
Eric,
Say again?
I'm trying to. I gotta change this.
Yeah, you can fiddle with the stuff in like sound effects, I think it's called. And yeah, just turn off the noise for activate and deactivate push to talk, or PTT. Toggle PTT.
So I said. Okay, so I said. I didn't take a good look at the sword before the previous fight. But as he readied his sword, I could see. But as he readied his weapon, I could see the silver reflecting his face. Is that?
What did you do with I could see Eric's blonde hair waving in the wind in it? On it, do you mean? Or something else? As he used it?
Yeah, I got rid of it.
You got rid of it, okay. How did you get so fast? New line. How did you get so fast? Eric asked as the monsters swung. Monster swung its club at us. SWUNG. We both, no D, no E, just BOTH. Both scrambled. After scrambled, leaping out of the way of the club and landing on the ground. Does that sound about right? Like, what would be in between both scrambled? Like, how did they scramble? Like, what do they do? They just run? That they split?
They scrambled.
Right, but did they both just move backwards? Or run away? Like, I'm trying to get some more choreography on what happened.
What do you think I should put on there?
Well, what do you mean by scrambled? Do you mean they just both ran in the opposite direction to just dodge out of the way of the thing? Or did they split into opposite? Like one go left, one go right, away from each other? Like what happened?
They scrambled. They 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 went left, right.
They split more than just simply scramble, but they scrambled in opposite directions from each other. And then what landing on the ground? They landing on the ground, or the club landing on, like what's landing on the ground? We need to. How are they? Are they landing on their stomach? Are they landing on their ass? We need more definition here. Are they landing on their head and then their ass? Their head and their stomach? Like what's going on? They land on their feet, but then they fall backwards on their ass. Like what happened? They land on their feet and stand up. After scrambling, they land on their ankles, but then T-pose immediately. Like what? Do they crouch? Land in a crouch. That's actually common. Landing, crouching on the ground. Does that sound right?
I said on our butt.
Landing on their butts on the ground. Force of the impact throwing them a little bit.
Okay, that's enough detail. I don't need all of that.
No?
They already know the force of the impact already threw them. That's why they threw them on the ground. The readers already know. You're not supposed to think. Yeah, you don't give your readers too much. You leave some to the imagination.
Oh, before or after the club? You should still put before or after the club, though. Landing on the ground before or after, if you would put it. It'd be after, right? To illustrate the force of the club throwing them. Because it'd be club hit, then them landing. So that way there's no way, even somebody who's not really able to follow super clear gets it. That's like, oh, it's like 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it.
That way, I mean, that is what you're imagining, right? I'm not wanting to hijack your story. I'm just trying to help you get those words out to where anybody could then read it proper, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I understand.
After the club.
Be right back. I'm find something to eat.
Okay. I'll play my game while I wait.
下じゃないんだよ。今だ。勝った気になるのはまだ早いぞ。さあこちらの番だ。この位置ならばこれくらいは余裕なんだよ。
私たちの邪魔はさせません。その場所も私の間合いの中です。もらいます。
なかなか楽しませてくれる。礼をしてやる。そこだ。
そちらの好きにはさせません。
I'm back. Yeah, be right back again.
こっちの力を肌で感じてもらうよ。好きにはさせないよ。
ここまで損傷するとは。レジスタンスにプロの戦い方を教えてやる。当ててみ。
どこかで集中できてない。
出番だぜ。黒、白。
狙いはあっちにやん。
敵の優勢に酔いしれていろ。反撃を許すとはな。死ねえ。俺を相手にするのはやめときな。
Hello.
I'm here.
Hello. I'm ready, but I'm not at my computer at the moment. Not at the moment. At the moment. Hey, bestie.
Hey again.
I said, hey, bestie.
Yep. Two. So, anyways, Eric was quick on his feet. As he charged the monster? Or because he charged the monster?
As he charged the monster, because they're describing how he was when he was fighting the monster.
Okay. But I would still suggest here, as the monsters clumsily swung at him, comma, Eric parried with his sword, semicolon, the impact almost knocking him to his feet again. You mean to his butt again?
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
So then, get out of me woods, the monster roared. Eric said nothing and attempted to attack its lower... Are you trying to say abdomen?
Yeah.
ABD. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so how you spell it?
A B ab D A B D O M E N. Abdomen.
Abdomen.
Yeah. A B D O M E N. Like men at the end. Yep. Get out of me, woods! The monster roared. Eric said nothing and attempted to attack its lower abdomen. The creature brought the club down on him. Eric swiftly moved out of the way, I panicking and thinking what I should do. What should I do? Thinking about what I should do. Attempted to muster up my power. Nothing came forth. The monster was still focused on Eric, and it wouldn't. No need for a comma there before and it wouldn't be wise, no need for a D, wise for me to jump in. But I had no need for a comma again, but it still is okay there, it still can be there. But I had to do something. But the other one before and, grammar dudes will be like, weh. After Eric and before and.
After Eric and before Ed, huh?
Still focused on Eric, and it wouldn't be wise. No need for a D after wise. I don't know how that's even a word.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't know why it's not redlining that. That's never been a word in my entire life. How in the Helm's Deep is the word wised a thing? Was it maybe like Old English, but whenever I use Old English, it's like, no. Oh, also forward. Nothing came forward. It says forworth. Nothing came forth. Forthwith. Forward. All three of those were.
Yeah, forward.
Nothing came forward. It's just a D. No TH.
Okay.
And then once it gets soft, you get that colander and drain the water out of it.
Okay.
All these people on the internet.
I'm back.
Okay. We gotta put a lot of new paragraphs in here. Okay, so, and look, 2 beats. Creature brought down 3 beat. Eric swiftly moved out of the way, 4 beat. Too much stuff in the next sentence, so new paragraph right before I panicking. I panicking and thinking, what should I do? That's technically 3 beats. Attempting to muster up my power. 4 beats. New paragraph. Nothing came forward. 1 beat. The monster was still focused on Eric. No need for a comma. And it wouldn't be wise. No need for a D there for me to jump in. Comma, but I had to do something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our fairies. 5, 6. I think after our fairies, specifically elementals, strong, new paragraph. That's where I would put 1. I thought to myself, even though it's like, 7 beats technically, it's should be fine because the last 5th through 7th beat is just a list, which makes it 1 whole beat technically. Or not a list. Well, yeah, it's built like a list, but it's talking about one thing. A specific thing. I thought to myself,
this music is really fitting.
like, I ran to another tree and tried to pick it up. 3 beats. It took a lot out of me, but I managed to get it off the ground. 4 beats. Technically 4.5. I got behind the monster, swinging the tree, aiming for its head. 5 beats. Technically 6 or 7 again, but whatever. New paragraph after aiming for his head.
Okay, I got a new paragraph.
Yeah. Do you know how to measure a beat in writing?
No.
Anytime you put the word and, half the time you put the word but in there, most of the time you put a comma in there, and semicolon counts as a comma, but even more so, and then a period as well. That's a beat. I, comma, panicking and thinking what I would suggest you put what should I do, or thinking about what I should do. Yeah, put thinking about what I should do. I panicking and thinking about what I should do. That makes it make a lot, because thinking what I should do, that leaves a lot, like, it's really ambiguous. And grammar people will be like, again. Anyways, I panicking and thinking about what I should do. Attempted to muster up my power. Yeah, that was like I is 1 beat the way it's being used there, but it's a half beat in a way. Panicking and. So that's 1.5 beats when you hit and there. Thinking about what I should do. That's either 2.5 or 3rd beat. Attempted to muster up my power. 3.5 or 4th beat. So that's like basically a whole paragraph worth of beats in that one sentence. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you catch that last thing I said? I said, because of how much is going on in that one sentence, I, panicking and thinking about what I should do, attempted to muster up my power. That's basically almost a paragraph inside of one sentence, the way all the beats are working out.
Oh.
So that's why that one sentence works as just one sentence, new paragraph. Nothing came forward. Or you go, nothing came forward, new paragraph. And that'd be 5 beats exactly. The monster was still focused on Eric. No need for a comma if there's one there. And it wouldn't be wise for me to jump in, make sure there's no D there. I had to do something. But I had to do something. 1 and 2, jump in, but 3 something. Our fairies, specifically elementals, 4 strong, 5. New paragraph. I thought to myself, I ran to another tree and tried to pick it up. Oh, so those are connected thought. So, what we need to do is, after it says, it wouldn't be wise for me to jump in, but I had to do something, period, new paragraph. Quotes are fairies, specifically elementals, strong, unquote. As one sentence, new paragraph, after I thought to myself. Is that what you were trying to do?
Huh?
Did you hear what I was saying?
I didn't catch the last part.
Are fairies, specifically elementals, strong? Put that in quotes as a new paragraph. But then the end of that paragraph is I thought to myself, period, which is the next part. So you might have to pull. And then new paragraph, I ran to another tree and tried to pick it up. Yeah, are fairies, specifically elementals, strong? Question mark, end quote. So quote, are fairies. I thought to myself, period. New paragraph. I ran to another tree and tried to pick it up. It took a lot out of me, but I managed to get it off the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. New paragraph. I got behind the monster, swinging the tree, aiming for its head. I got behind the monster and started swinging the tree. Does that sound good to add?
Yeah.
I got behind the monster and started swinging the tree, aiming for his head. It's 3 beats. The monster was knocked back and would have fallen on Eric if he hadn't dodged or moved. If he hadn't leapt out of the way, I would suggest. New paragraph. The monster was knocked back and it would have fallen on Eric if he hadn't leapt out of the way or something like that. Moved. The blow was not enough to deter the monster. It got up and started swinging its club disoriented. It seemed Eric was not expecting this one, as he was too slow to move out of the way. 1, 2, and started swinging. 3, 4, 5. Period. After too slow to move out of the way. Period. New paragraph. New sentence. Make T and the capital. The club hit him, and I heard his bones shatter. He screamed. I cursed as the monster hovered. That one does need an ED over Eric. 1, 2, and he screamed. 3, 4. I cursed as the monster hovered. ED after hovered. You getting this? Sorry to...
Yeah, I'm getting this. I'm not done eating yet. I will get it when I get done eating.
Sorry, I'm also trying to speedrun helping too.
Yeah, it's okay.
I brought the tree down on him again, and it shattered on impact. So, 2 beats, the monster turned to me. 3 beats, I backed away. The monster quickly rushed me. New paragraph. Yep. 1, 2, monster 3, 4, monster quickly rushed me again. Yeah, you should put again since it did rush. Wait, no, not yet. I ran 1, still wondering what happened to the power I had left. 2, the monster roared as it brought the club down. It had missed me by a hair. 2, 3, 4. New paragraph. Suddenly the monster let out a horrid scream and grabbed his back. No need for a comma, get rid of that comma. And there's an and, you don't need a comma. Suddenly the monster let out a horrid scream and grabbed his back. Two beats, the monster moved, comma. Standing behind him was a girl holding a whip made of water. 1, 2, 3, 4. New paragraph. After whip made of water.
I already got a new paragraph on that.
Good, good. Long velvet hair and ivory skin with flushed cheeks. 2 beats. Her eyes were emerald colored and siren shaped. What is siren shaped?
You don't know the eye shape where it's like dove shape and Irish. Hey, look it up. Let's look up
Okay.
eyes.
Okay, no, so long as it's actually a thing you can look up. That's important. That's very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's wearing the same clothes as Eric. 5. New paragraph. Once the girl attacked, she did not stop. Her whip wrapped around his arm, dragging him closer to her. One, her whip wrapped. 2, comma, dragging 3. The girl hit him again with the whip, and he stumbled back. 4 and 5, new paragraph. She charged at him, jumped, and kicked him. That's 3. Monster stumbled back some more. 4. New paragraph. You already did that. Another guy with a bulky build and short mouse-colored hair, comma. Ran in front of him and jabbed him with a dagger. 1, 2, 3, 4. Monster howled again. 5. New paragraph after the monster howled again.
New paragraph on what?
Monster howled again after the dagger jab. Acid like a liquid sprayed from it, causing the ground to burn on impact. Suddenly, one other guy emerged from the woods. He looked familiar to Eric. 1, 2, 4. Toned body and golden skin, but with black curly hair. New paragraph.
Okay, I got a new paragraph on that.
God, what is happening? God, what is happening? This is the guy from my dream, I thought. The black-haired dude drew his weapons from his pockets, which were 2 shotguns that were different from any I have ever seen. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. New paragraph. So yeah, quote, God, what is happening? What is this? This is the guy from my dream, I thought. Unquote, before I thought. So period after dream, then quote again. Quote before God. Quote, God, comma, what is happening, question mark. This is the guy from my dream, period, quote, I thought. New paragraph.
Okay.
The black-haired dude drew his weapons from his pockets, which were 2 shotguns that were different from any I have ever seen. So that's 1. They looked as if they were made in medieval times. 3. 4. He fired 2 shots in the monster's skull. Good job. New paragraph you put. The team ganged up on him using their weapons at once, until the monster stumbled over and didn't get up for good this time. New paragraph. It thrashed its arms and legs like a dying bug and collapsed in on itself. Perfect. Eric, the red-haired girl exclaimed. She rushed over to the kneeling fairy as he cringed at his broken ribcage. The other 2 walked over to me, panting. Are you alright? The black-haired dude asked. The bulky one looked serious but concerned at the same time. Yes, I'm fine, but what about Eric? I asked. He's fine. I looked over at Eric. The red-haired girl held him up. Then, no need for a comma, get rid of that comma. The red-haired girl held him up and threw his arms over her shoulders. Nothing he couldn't handle, the dark-haired boy said. I could tell that he was hiding the concern in his eyes. My name is Aiden, by the way. Aiden held a hand to me with a smile so familiar. I took it and shook it, smiling awkwardly. This is Ham, Aiden gestured to the bulky kid. Ham raised his hand and quickly dropped it. And Rose was approaching us with Eric. We need to get him to the infirmary, she said, Aiden with seriousness in her face. He's in pain. You might want to put Eric. Who said he's in pain? Or just put it at the end of the last line. If it was Rose. Did Rose say he's in pain?
Yes, Rose said he was in pain.
So roll that back one line and put it after the comma and have that be the end of that sentence. You can put two phrases on one sentence so long as it's like part of the same sentence basically with a little bit of expose in the middle. So it's like, quote, we need to get him to the infirmary, comma, quote, or unquote. She looked at Aiden with seriousness in her face, comma, quote, he's in pain, period, end quote.
I got that.
Alright. Quote, let me guess. Eric smiled, voice raspy from the blow. Fairy Tale sent you here because I was taking my sweet time. The crew said nothing. You should be happy. We could have lost you. Eric's... You might want to put either S apostrophe or apostrophe S depending on what style you want to go for. I usually put S apostrophe myself in this case. Because apostrophe S, in my understanding, actually means is, even though a lot of times we'll put it to mean possession. It's actually, S apostrophe that technically should mean possession. Because the other way means is. So... Chuck E. Cheese's pizza becomes Chuck E. Cheese is pizza, and I don't think it's very appealing to eat giant rat. Anyways, he's in pain, let me guess, but you should be happy. We could have lost you. Eric's, remember put an S in there. Smile grew devilish. I'd also put an apostrophe after that. Good job.
So how was it? Besides the mistake.
It was, in the face of the mistakes, still fairly well put together. Did you get all the new paragraphs that I put in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who's your favorite character so far?
I don't know. My mind's not there.
Who would you go out to have a beer with?
I don't have beer anymore.
Oh,
I'd share tea or kombucha. I'd share tea or kombucha with, I don't know. Probably Rose and the ham-fisted guy.
My Rose and ham-fisted guy.
Because I know the least about them.
Oh. Rose is a siren.
Okay. Can she reproduce? No, I'm kidding. But I guess for the purposes of the writing, though, can they reproduce?
Yes.
Okay, but what do they reproduce? Do they reproduce like half goblin people, or like what's going on there?
They reproduce other fairies. Like there's a rule in fairy tale that if a fairy has sex with a human, they have to be put to death.
Because they turn humans into fairies, basically.
No. Yeah.
No, the sex turns what the next generation of human comes out as into a fairy, which can be more long-lived than a normal human in many instances.
And plus, they're breaking the treaty.
What treaty?
Like like after the war, the fairies signed the treaty with the humans, and and in the treaty it states that humans forget that fairies are vampires, are ogres, which is what they were fighting. Ever exist, and fairy tale protects them from that. The fairies protect them from that. Makes sense.
Of course.
What would you do if Eric showed up at your house and you knew it was Eric?
Ask him what he's doing.
And he says, "I'm here to take you to fairy tale."
Tell him I don't believe him.
Do you eat tofu?
On occasion, but rarely, and I always eat a detox regimen right after it because of the phosphates. I prefer tempeh or soybeans in general, just the things that you make tofu from. It's okay, but I'm not a fan of it by itself, no. It does require me to detox it out. It's not pure. It's edible to me, but it's not great. Like, I'll eat it here and there if other people cook it, but I'm not a huge fan of it myself.
Okay. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you think my writing is professional?
What?
Do you think my writing is professional?
The general style is. It still needs some polish, but in general it's not bad. It's very close. It's not quite, but the style leans towards professionalism though, yes.
Yeah. Okay, one last thing.
Still needs work, but yes.
What do you think? What do you think Celine's personality is? Do you think she got an attitude?
して戦い抜く。吹き飛べ。
外してくれたんですか？ぶっちぎってやります。お仕置きの時間です。これでどう？懺悔しなさい。
シャムダ様、予言を。
あなたに安らぎが訪れんことを。
目標に仕掛ける。そこを動くなよ。
そんなものオルテスに当たりはしない。オルテス5の力見せてやるぞ。ガトリングミサイル。
この敗北決して忘れん。攻撃指示は出ている。この位置なら
むやみに攻撃してもここからではどうしようもないか。
Highlight.
Hi.
Hey.
Today is a heavy day for everyone, isn't it?
This is a good day for me. Hope your day is okay.
I just feel like it's been such a heavy day.
Why do you feel like it's been a heavy day?
No, it just feels like it's weight. There's weight. There's a weight to it. And I know, this things, energy ebbs and flows. However, when you're in it, like, all these thoughts come up and think these things, and it's like, perspective is everything. You need things for perspective. Like, it's interesting how the mind can lead you negatively. But it just shows that there's a boo-boo, there's a wound or there's pain. And that's okay, Just a heavy day. There's the heaviness to it. I remember I looked up at the sky and there was the Goodyear blimp. It was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? I haven't seen that thing in years. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't live in the north.
Yeah, but have you heard of the Goodyear blimp?
I think so.
Here, I'll post it. Post the pic. hear me?
Bless.
Can't read it. One, two, I think it's the third one. Yep. It's in Lotus Lounge, the main chat. I walked outside and it was just there. I was like, ooh. I was like, maybe it's a sign about next year. You know? It's gonna be a good year. It's actually part of this. It's part of this song by Ice Cube called "Today Was a Good Day." He's like, I even saw the likes of the Goodyear pimp or the Goodyear blimp, and it read Ice Cube's a pimp. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
You never heard that song "Today Was a Good Day" by Ice Cube? It's like
Maybe.
everybody's heard that song.
Unsure.
Reference Goodyear blimp.
There is a chance.
I would put money on it, okay? I would put money on the fact that you've heard this song not just once, not just twice, but more times than you could count.
Especially
It's
growing
everywhere. Anywhere. Like it's just it's a pop culture reference. Oh yes.
I just posted
Like,
that.
in Lotus Lounge, the main chat. It's like it's like you're led. Everybody, you're led by your gut. Your gut speaks, and I just feel like my gut is like, and the universe is like, it's everything I consider doing or doing something. It's like the universe swoops in and says nope, or it's not the right person, or it's not the right time. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it just keeps happening, and I'm okay with it though, because I'd rather that happen than, you know.
Yep.
I'm in tune, and I'm going with the flow. So it's like, oh, okay. It just gets complicated sometimes, you know.
Yep.
We're all going through it. This thing called life, human experience. Thing called life. You think like, okay, I could sit here And I know I could use my abilities to manifest anything that I want, but is that the right thing to do? Not that I believe in a right or wrong. I just don't feel as though sitting there manifesting. Everything you want is the best use of your abilities. Because what you want isn't necessarily what you need or what's in the cards or what.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I know that we all have the ability, but not all of us wield that ability. And in order to wield it, first you recognize, have that awareness. I don't want to use my abilities to acquire or to make something happen that's not intended for the time for it to happen yet. You know, what I'm always doing when I empower my food is, I always shed all that no longer serves my higher purpose, attract only that which serves my higher purpose. And I'm starting to think like, maybe should I be saying that all the time? Because should we only live for our higher purpose? Can there be no other room left to experience life? Like, does it have to be the most intense? Because my higher purpose is it's like being of service and like making an impact, making a difference. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, okay, so where do I fall into all of that? Like me, as an individual.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to be like, Because that's the other extreme. So there's manifesting what you want, and then there's what I'm talking about right now, what I do. But where's the medium? Because it's like, there's got to be a beat between the drum. You know what I mean? A beat meaning a moment. I don't know. And I could completely be off. I have no idea. But I do. But you see, it's how you gotta figure it out. I know working every day is slowly driving me crazy.
Sorry to hear that part.
I mean, it's crazy to work every day.
Yeah,
10 hours a day, every day? That's like insane.
It's literally slavery.
It's definitely not slavery. But it's insane. 10 hours a day, every day. That's... What? Right?
I would still back up what I said.
So
Medieval peasants have more time off than we do. It's horse shit.
Dude, that's 70 hours a week. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes. That's
and
beyond.
Usually, and most of the time I work over the 10-hour mark. Yeah. Yeah. Cray. My mom's coming in town, so I'll be taking Christmas Eve and Christmas. I think I'm gonna pick up Zaire and take my mom to the ocean, the Boo, like Malibu or something. We'll have some yum-yums. We'll pick up some yum-yums. We'll go to like little spot that's off the PCH, get some yum-yums, and take it to like someplace. She's not like me. She's not free-spirited. Like, she won't go running in the community. So she'll probably want to just post up at like a picnic table or something. Which is fine, you know? We can eat, chill. I think we'll do that. between my clients and my mom, I'm so tapped out. Because what I do is I wake up extra early so I can talk to her for at least like 45 minutes, an hour. She's alone on the East Coast, you know, so it's like, then I get ready for work, then I start work. It's like 10 hours. And it's like, where do I fit in all this? Jeez. Anyway, enough complaining.
It's your body.
What?
It's your body. Come on, you should get to enjoy some of life.
That's what I'm saying. I'm so cathartic. And then I think about it, you know, people I have engaged with, you know, like, you know, I run into people here and there, and it's like, oh, let me take you out. Let's go out. Like, I just don't feel it. I want that spark. And I've felt that spark before, but it's just not sparking. The spark is not sparking. So I'm open to receive other sparks. But how am I going to find those sparks if I'm working 10 hours a day? You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm beyond to know what you mean.
What?
Did you quit?
What do you mean?
Oh,
Quit
no,
what?
no. I thought you quit.
No. No. I don't know. So an interesting thing happened. I'd like to get your opinion.
Yeah.
So I was sleeping, right? Then I wake up to a trail of ants on the wall right above my head. Like, dun, 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 they're marching to my ginger ale, but I didn't drink all of it. They're coming through the window, the screen, because I have this fan, you know, bringing in air from the outside, always, just constantly. Because, you know, yes.
Hey guys, look at what I got. This is the old wisecraft. I'm talking about 14th century. People used to get hanged for this.
Interesting. So what I was saying is like the ants were crawling, right? And I woke up with the worst headache in the middle of the night. And I think it was because I was either breathing in, because you know ants communicate by leaving scent.
Yeah.
Right? So what if I was breathing in the scent I'm really sensitive to energy, smell. I feel like it was the ants that gave me the headache.
Possible. It's always possible.
You know, some people have like a genetic quirk where they can smell it.
Where they smell what?
Some people have a genetic quirk. How you say it? Quirk, where they can smell it.
Can you spell that? What can you spell what they can smell?
Ants.
Ants, like it.
They mean just in general, people and plants and everything in general. Yeah.
I disposed of the ginger ale, went back to sleep, and woke up. The headache was gone. The ants were gone.
Good.
But this happened before. I had a headache, and the ants were there. If they're all in a line, you know, and they're doing their thing, a long line, and I follow it all around the wall. These guys are cray. They're so like they're so intense because my window faces called the wild. It's like outside. It's not like the rest of the property. It's like call it the wild. So the ants are super ants. They're like coming, they're hunting for yums, you know. And I don't kill them, you know what I'm saying? But I think they give me a headache. Either their communication with each other and the smell of the chemical that they're leaving for the past, or a combination of all of it. Something happens because it's so close to my head. And I got the worst headache. It was like, oh, it was the worst. I was not happy. I was like, what? I got up, got a piece of drink, went to the bathroom. I was like, this sucks. It really was a horrible headache. Then I went back to sleep. I drank a lot of water.
Even though you eat meat and stuff, you live very Ayurvedically or cleanly. And I would bet because of that, people like you and I can just kind of sense stuff like ants and see really far binary stars and actually see the two stars orbiting each other and stuff like that.
There's something very profound about what you're saying, because when you do eat clean or live even clean, it's not just what you eat, it's a big part of it. It's also the intentionality. It's also like your lifestyle, you know, all the things. And it's like, I'm a giver, you know, I give. I don't take. And that puts me, there's minimal impedance. Not minimal, but there's a lot less impedance. So I receive a lot of signals, and that's why I think that headache came from the ants. I wanted to talk about it with someone, but I feel like they're gonna think I'm crazy.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're right above my head on the wall. And it's just amazing how they can just disappear. All of them. Just like that. The moment the source is gone, I went to sleep, woke up, boom, no ants. It was like it never happened. Didn't have a headache. Wow. Then when you follow it all the way to the window, like, you see like one little dude walking around, just like one ant. Like, how the heck? And I've watched ants a lot throughout my life. I've always been fascinated by them. There's really no other species like the ant. The ant can pick up how much times its size. It's like insane. You learn a lot from the ant. Teamwork, perseverance, consistency. Yeah.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said? My brain got distracted.
No, I was just talking about how ants can learn a lot from ants. Like their antenna. I just feel like they were broadcasting to each other.
Our hair and our chemicals we put out.
Yeah, and the chemicals, and I feel like I was picking up on all that stuff. Oh, it gave me a headache. Especially how they were they were getting it in. They had that line of procession. You know, they were in the thick of it. When I woke up, I think it woke me up. Especially in the sleeping mode. I feel as though there's less impedance of the day-to-day, so I was even more in tune. So, yeah. That's why you shouldn't sleep with your phone next to you or on Bluetooth or with the Wi-Fi on your phone, you know, because you're very susceptible to a lot of things, especially in the sleeping state. And what if you cross a human with an ant, the DNA? You would have the ultimate working machine of a being, like the labor, you know? And imagine, like, could we lift then 100 times our weight? Like, what would that look like? Cars. That's what it would look like. Like.
Sorry, what was the question?
How much do ants lift? Is it?
Yeah, they lift like the size of a truck compared to us. A Class B straight truck.
Yeah,
Not a semi, but
yeah, it would be a couple thousand if you're like.
Yeah, they could lift a flatbed pretty easily. Yeah, cars. Yep, right up until SUV. SUV would be. So we can probably lift about the same if we try really, really, really crazy hard, but it'd damage us.
Yeah, because we don't have the exoskeleton on us.
Yep.
But how do they do it? We really gotta think about it. I need to find some videos. because they only have those. They have those 6 legs, right? And the antennae, the 2 antennae, and they've got the 3 sections of their body. You know, I forget what you call them, but there's like a abdomen, the little segment. God, but they're all exoskeleton. Going up.
That's the Super Robot Wars.
What?
The exoskeletons for humanity.
Yeah, well, that's what we're, militarily, that's what they're doing with robotics. They're like Universal Soldier. Remember that was like a movie from who knows when. My brother showed me that movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, and The Last Starfighter and all that, yeah. Wait, what was the one you said?
They wear these. What?
What was the one you said?
Universal Soldier.
What was that? How's that go?
It just, they were creating soldiers and they go into machines. Or no, maybe they were like cyborg. I don't know. My brother showed me that movie. I don't know. Probably that was. But it's like robot soldiers. And they were called Universal Soldiers because it was intergalactic. The concept is there. It's just like what you call it. The game they made into a series that the next season is Vegas. What is it called? When the bombs go off and they all go under.
Fallout.
Fallout, yeah. They got those freaking robot suits. It's like you go into it and you become a super robot, but you're a human inside the robot, like a transformer, but you're inside the thing.
Oh, you played 4 with the exoskeleton thing version of the power armor, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's how the power armor should have operated, but it was a bit jankier back in the day, so it acted like, plate mail and stuff back in D&D and Morrowind and them.
I mean, just think about fine-tuning that. Okay, you could be a soldier, but what if you could go inside a different body? You know what I mean? All it is imitating. This is what I look at this kind of stuff.
Also, yeah.
It's imitating what you can do if you expand and expound upon your inherent and innate abilities. But they're making it mechanical and utilizing technology. The same thing with the Neuralink. It's forcing a capability dependent on technology, which I believe is inherent in all of us. Abilities. We haven't unlocked it yet. And instead of working on unlocking it naturally, we're building it externally to us and relying and becoming dependent on it. In my humble opinion.
偽情報で敵を動揺させる策か。やれるか、ルルシュ。無論だ。こいつの火力ならば。一撃で仕留める。まだこの力は必要だ。優しい世界のためだろ。目標に仕掛ける。間抜けね。私トレビアン。
So there's a bird every day. It comes to the window and jumps its feet, pushes at the window, pushes at the window.
Whoa.
I'm telling you, every freaking day this past 5 days. It's insane. Ever since the day before the full moon.
What kind?
Bird. I don't know. And it's cray cray because it's like it sits on this stool, like at the feet of the stool, like you know how it has this horizontal thing, you know how where you can put your feet if you're sitting on it. So it'll stand on that and it'll jump up and kick off the window down low. I filmed it every day. Every day it's doing this. Now it's not only doing it in the morning, it starts doing it in the afternoon. And I swear, I told my cousin, it's not trying to get inside. It's trying to get our attention. And it's not hurting itself. It's trying to get our attention. See, but then the logic side of me thought, oh, it's probably trying to heal its way. Oh. But then I followed it one day. I went outside. I was like, I do little tweet sound. And then it just jumps around the grass, looks at me, and then it jumps up on something, and then it goes into the bougainvillea. I'm like, you can fly. What's going on?
That's
and then
funny.
there it is again. I hear this against the window. I'm like, oh my God, there he is again. I go to the window. I look, there he is. Look, just again and again, going back up, jump, push off the window, again and again and again and again. It's like, what the actual heck is going on?
Hi, Shiva.
Anybody?
How are you doing?
Anybody have any ideas? Hi.
If we have any clue on what the bird might be, I might be able to do something. Otherwise, I'm not too sure myself.
Very small, black, has a yellow beak.
Maybe a swallow?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'm looking at the bird. And I swear, because I usually go outside every day for hours. And I haven't been doing that. I don't know if it's trying to get me to go outside or saying, what's up? Where you at? I don't know if it's a relative. I don't know if it's a spirit guide, whatever. I don't know. But something's going on. Every day. Multiple times a day now. How can you ignore that as being nothing? You know?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just a swallow, one of the birds of survival, of togetherness in the pack, or possibly a robin. Robins can be diminutive. Not always.
But it's not red.
No, just be the back would be dark. The chest, you wouldn't always be able to see it.
Yeah, I see this chest. Because
Okay.
it jumps. Yeah, I see all of
So
it.
it's a gray chest?
Like, it's black.
Oh, it's a tiny black bird?
Mm-hmm.
Itty bitty little one?
I don't know about itty bitty. It's like the size it could fit in my hand.
Right. So it's not very big.
But it has a tail.
Okay.
Don't offer. Oh fuck! Like, don't all birds have a tail?
Yes. Well said. This bird is just jumping at the window every day. Every day.
Maybe
And it's like it's not trying to run into it.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think it's trying to get somebody get our attention somehow. Because if it wanted to come in, it would peck. It would peck at the door, at the window. And why always at the same freaking window? It just keeps kicking it with it pushes off with its feet, like click, click. You can hear it.
Yeah.
Insane.
I've never had that happen, like, ever.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And it's not a one-off. It keeps happening every day for the past since the full moon. And
maybe it's possessed or something. I don't really
well,
know.
you know, that's what my client said. It's just crazy. I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. It seems pretty focused on what it's doing.
Okay.
It's not like I'm crazy, you know, because then it would be hitting its head up against, you know what I'm saying? Like trying to get in. I've seen birds trying to get in through a glass because they don't realize it's glass and they hurt themselves. They hit their head, they hit the beak. It's a very different sound. This guy's pushing off the glass, like kicking the glass, like knocking on the window. It's like it's knocking on the freaking window.
Maybe you should Google that question or something. Not sure.
I mean, I'm still processing it in my mind. I haven't really talked about it, but you know, what do you think?
Again, it's a symbol of survival. What usually happens around when this thing appears in vague, broad strokes?
Most of the time, it's the morning. But then the other time, like I had the lady here coming to talk about the UCLA Medicare Advantage plan because I did all this research because I wanted my clients to go away from Kaiser. And anyway, long story short, so we were all there sitting at the table. It was both my clients, their son, me, and the lady. And we're in the middle, we're just having this important meeting where I'm presenting her and all the things. And then the sound. And I see the son, who's much older than me. He's like, what's that sound? I was like, oh, that's the bird. He was like, the bird? I was like, oh, goodness. So there's a bird that shows up, that's been showing up every day, kicking at the window. He said, kicking at the window? I was like, yeah. And so he went to go look. He was like, oh, wow. Yeah. I was like, he was doing it this morning. So now he's doing it multiple times a day, every day. He's like, I've never seen that before. I was like, exactly. And the lady made a joke. Oh, maybe it's a mama bird thinking her baby chicks are in here. I mean, I don't even know how to respond to things like that. Like, I just let it hang in the air because I just don't know how you would draw that conclusion. I don't think a mother bird would mistakenly think their baby birds were in the house just willy-nilly off the cuff like that. That doesn't even make biological sense. But, you know, I don't judge people. I just let it stay in the air. You know, you gotta have discernment. You know, if somebody said that in here, I would comment like I don't think so, because XXYZ. But this is not. You know, it wasn't for me to. I think I said really. I'm sure I said.
Okay.
I'm sure I said, that's interesting. Maybe something like. But yeah, the bird. Let me see what I can do. I'm gonna.
How was your day, Shiva?
It was, you know, a lot. The day was a lot. How was your day?
It was good. I mean, yesterday was good. It's like 7 a.m. So yeah, I'm good.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
In the
I've been dating my girlfriend for 8 months now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is like the longest relationship that I've ever had, so that's good.
I think it's great.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna propose to her yet. But maybe I'm gonna get engaged soon. But that's it.
Wow.
But starting a marriage? No, no thanks.
Well, isn't getting
And
engaged
she lives
starting
in a
a
group
marriage?
home, and I don't. So yeah, getting married isn't really an option for me yet. So yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, I was at her house like last Saturday. It was good, and she actually made some fish and potatoes. It was really good, actually.
There you go.
It was from the day before, actually, that she made. So yeah.
Fish and potatoes.
Yeah, I know.
It just keeps getting better, Qin. What a blessing. Chris.
Oh, say again?
Peep your DM.
Sorry, I'm reading Super Robot Wars 30. What's up? Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know why.
Me too.
And he's back at it again.
Oh, we all did?
Yep.
Is
Oh, no.
Discording?
It's like a bird acting like a dog. It's like a trained bird that got loose and thinks it's its house. That's what I would draw a conclusion. Or is looking for a new house. Maybe it's like a new house. Let's try this one.
Every day. Every day.
How recently did you move into this place versus how recently did this happen?
I've been here probably August.
So right before the birds migrated, did you feed any birds?
Well, I'm out there usually. I take Monica out there, you know what I mean? Like that's where I was helping her walk, you know? And it was like, yeah, all the birds know us. You know? Like, yeah. And then, but I haven't been, because the weather changed. So we don't go out there as much, you know what I mean? But it's like the day before the full moon, this bird just started doing, and my client George told me, you know, her husband, it's like there's this bird that like jumps against the window, and I was like, what do you mean jumps against the window? Like, you know, when someone tells you something, like you're like, wait, what? I was like, and he's like, for hours and hours. I was like, there's no way for hours and hours. I thought he was like, guys embellishing. The next thing I know, I hear the sound. I look, it's exactly what he said. Like the bird is doing this. And I remember him, he was about to say, what are you, some kind of, he was going to say that it's because of me, but he held himself back. My client. And I brushed it off. I said, oh, he's probably exercising a wounded wing to learn to fly again or something, you know, something logical, right? But then I followed it. The next time I saw it, I followed it. I opened everything up and I went, and so it jumped, you know, jump on the grass, and so it was just looking at me. So I was looking at it, and then it jumped on the thing that I helped Monica stand and walk with, and then it proceeded to flew up into the bougainvillea. And so I was like, okay, so it can fly. And I stood out there a while, and I'm sure it was looking at me, but I couldn't see it. And I was like, okay, all right, buddy. And I do these little tweet sounds. But I don't feed them, because let me tell you a story. One day I was sitting out there, right? This was like a couple months ago. And I, being the human that I am, a bunch of these little dicky birds, because at that time, really the garden wasn't coming to life, like the bougainvillea, because my client was going through a lot. You know, there was a lot of neglect of the land. Okay, so part of what I do also is help reactivate that. You know what I mean? And get them outside, get them going outside again, and bringing Monica outside, getting him outside, because it's healing to be outside, to get the sunshine, to feel the air. And in doing that, started, encouraging, because Monica used to like to work in the garden. So I'm like, I would try, to help her hold the hose, water the things. And in doing stuff like that, so the bougainvillea started growing again. And so then George started really working in the garden again. So really trimmed it to allow it to grow healthy, right? Stronger. So it's been growing stronger. So one day I was sitting out there and all these birds came into the bougainvillea. There were like 10 of them making all this noise and everything, right? And I was like, oh my gosh. And me being a human, doing human things, I threw some bread, thinking that they wanted some bread. Like I thought, oh, I'm going to hook them up with some bread. And it scared them away. And in that moment, I was like, wow. Here I thought they needed something. They didn't need anything. They didn't want anything. They were doing the bird thing that they do. And my arrogant human self threw things at them or close to them, arrogantly thinking I have something they need or they want. They didn't need any of that. It scared them away. And in that moment, I learned something I've learned before many times. Nature has been my mother, you know what I mean? Honestly. And it's just that awareness, like, they don't need me. Birds, they didn't need anything from me. And there I go, I scared them away. But I think he's part of the posse that, flies around the bougainvillea. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Huh?
I just said, yeah.
But what is he doing though? What is this? What is these hijinks the window? What is it about? Come outside?
Maybe.
Source speaks to us through its creation. Be it trees, the sky, clouds, all the things, other humans, songs, music, transmissions, communications, imagery. I don't need to tell you, This is a very specific, I would even say aggressive, repeating message. It has to be a message. There's a message there.
Well, ask an AI. Ask an AI what that bird is. And then once you figure out what that bird is, look it up in Animal Speak book. Would you like me to pass you that URL?
Yes, please.
1 minute.
Let me in. Let me in. Come outside. Come outside. It's like, which one is it? Like,
mostly it wants to meet you. It wants to meet you. It sees your gentleness.
Again and again. But it knows me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it wants me to come outside. Come outside. That's what it's... Or is it saying, hey, pay attention, pay attention. Get out of your head. Something needs your attention. Something needs your attention. And it's funny because one day I was just like sleeping on it, you know, like slowly, because it's on like the patio. Slowly, but then when I slowly opened one door, it like stopped on the perch of the bottom of the stool, jumped on the floor, you know, pounced around a little bit, stood still, and then went back at it. So the only time it will stop is when I go outside. But obviously it stops other times because I don't see it every time, nor do I respond to it every time. I just glance at it because I'm working. I mean, I'll glance at it through the window. I was like, there he is again. Should set up like a camera. And it's funny because one time, so in my room, there's like a bay window where you can sit. I have like pillows where you can, you know, sit against the window, next to the window, whatever you want to call it. And there's like the shrubs and these trees growing on the sides. And one day, I was sitting on the pillow with my back to the window, putting on my shoes, I don't know, you know, getting ready. And this bird came and flew at the window, but it was huge. Yeah. And I looked, I turned around, I was like, whoa. And it was this big bird just sitting on the tree, like, I was like, what's up? And I had a smile on my face because I love nature is I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for nature.
Yeah.
100. And it's like, because there's some big parts near here, you know what I mean? Like, where there's a lot of living things. But because when I'm outside, there's a lot of things like the hummingbirds come, their wings, and then there's butterfly. Let's see, there's this one butterfly, and I engage with them. I might maybe say something outside like, "Hi, little buddy," but there's more going on without speaking. You know, there's at least me to them. There's an acknowledgement. And I feel that they feel it. They're very sensitive. I don't know how they deal with us on this planet.
Yeah.
We're so loud and, huh?
Yeah, you're right.
Because they're so sensitive. I mean, these animals. I was telling George. I was like, these animals. The whale travels and traverses the entire ocean with a song and shares the song, the whale song. Every year it changes the song. How do they know where to go? Same thing with the birds. How the heck do they know where to go? They just know. How does a dog that's taken away from its home in a car, hundreds of miles away, find its way back home? Explain that. How? explain it. It's not the scent. Oh, the dogs can smell. Duh, the dogs smell. Yeah, but there's something else. There's some kind of, I think it has to do with the magnetic pole. Or some kind of signature magnetism.
Yeah, like basically having a compass inside of your head, just so you know. It's kind of like when you're like a bird, yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, and also there's like a, you know how you can drop a pin on your phone? I feel like every location has its unique signature magnetic makeup. It's like a footprint or no, like a thumbprint.
Yeah.
But magnetic, and that's how they find it. They tune into the magnetosphere. Or it's probably not even linear like that. It's probably multifaceted. It's the magnetism, it's the lack of magnetism, it's the, you know, density, the air, the this, the this, the this. I don't know. But it has to be something that's consistent even regardless what the weather is. It's, you know how in space there's a sound that's emitting? Always. There's like a pulse. And this is how we communicate. This is how even when we made the record that we sent in space for the aliens. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When we made that record, we put that beat in binary. We put the sound of the universe. The pulse, the frequency, and we kind of built around that. Because anybody in the universe knows that sound. That's something that you can, you can triangulate, for lack of a better word, from that center point, which everything in the universe of intelligent life knows that pulse. Because it's everywhere. You can hear it everywhere. Apparently. So that's interesting. So it could be relative to that pulse. I don't
know. The Schumann resonance.
Yeah.
It makes sense to then have our own sort of base laws of the universe determined by the vibration. I demonstrated a similar function in parallel function in math using an AI just a bit ago, getting it to help me generate a note structure, but using a waveform function in maths, basically. Not a traditional waveform, just maths that make a complicated fraction that then unfurls into a big ass decimal probably, that then tells the thing what sections or what notes, or it used multiple codes to do this. But either way, the first time and way we tried, it did not work. Then I described my process and got the AI to generate the thing, and I stuck the code prompt into the simple generator side, and it's like, whoop, dialed my result to 11. First hit, first try. Boom. Beautiful.
Wow.
The other times when I was trying to just raw get it to do it, I had to just waste a ton of credits getting it better at what it's doing. And prompt it differently and try different things. For the music generation, it was Suno on the music outputs.
Yeah.
And then I was bouncing different stuff. Today I tried Grok for the first time, and I gotta say it wasn't too bad.
Yep.
Yep, I friend, he has poor time with more strict and dry AI like Claude. Me, I can handle Claude. It's great. I can make Claude do all sorts of cool stuff. You just gotta know how to talk to it. But yeah. Yeah, I know how to use them.
Do you ever use Perplexity?
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, I have it on my phone. I haven't really gotten into it, but I hear good things. And there's also DeepSeek. I haven't really dabbled with Gemini.
I saw a Malaysian newspaper ad for them. Google.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well, Google just started creating their own freaking GPUs, TPUs, I think they're called now. So they don't need NVIDIA anymore.
Wowzers.
Yeah, it's completely shifted everything. Yeah. There's a lot going on in tech, and it's crazy. It's such a bubble because I saw this one visualization which was so key because you really can't put it into words. So they've all inflated their projected earnings and valuation, right? Based on demand. Here's the thing though, there's only but so much energy. So not all of them are going to be able to it's not sustainable. The majority will fall. So who's it going to be, you know? And that being said, all these people investing in all of them, well, you can't really invest in ChatGPT because they're not private. I mean, they haven't gone public yet. Whatchamacallit. I don't know. Can't think of their head. So it's all very interesting where this is going.
Yes.
And who's gonna reign supreme? Because right now it's the rails, all the utilization. It's not sustainable. They're gonna put it behind a paywall, which they already have, but hopefully they're not gonna. You know, I don't want to say it because words are powerful. That's why I told Landlord in a DM I want to run my own local AI, but he told me to do it remotely because I want to train my own AI. But I think the first time to cut my teeth, I should do it just remotely and rent a machine remotely. And then once I do that, because ultimately, I think it's inevitable that everyone should build their own AI, but you're going to be able to buy it like, you know, standard, then you can customize it, you know what I mean? But I think it would be cool to build your own over years. And that's what I'd like to do eventually. But because I know the way I could build it is give it all my knowledge and then expound upon that and feed it all the things that have impacted me. And there's no way that I could buy that prefab, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So and pass it on to family, you know what I mean? Have it generational. Like a generational AI for the family. Like that would be dope.
Agreed.
Sometimes I really feel like an alien.
I feel this often too.
I feel like I'm just so weird and different from people, you know. And it's just been my life. It's always been like that.
Yep.
Anyway.
Sorry, yeah, what's going on though in general? Today's not been too bad though, you said.
No, I mean it's, you know, been a lot. Been a lot. It's all good. Part of it. I'm tired now. I'm gonna lay down and not speak. But thanks for chatting.
Thank you for coming in and chatting with us. I'm glad for your sharing experiences.
Yeah.
We'll figure out the bird and then we'll figure out the animal speak message. Although generally it's one of survival. Togetherness. Similar to the deer, but not quite about community so much as just general togetherness. You probably already have
And figure out what kind of bird it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a video with a close-up somewhere.
Could be a grackle for all we know.
Huh?
Could be a grackle for all we know.
I don't know. Anyways, until next time, good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Anima.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Chris again. Anima. Hello? I can't hear you. Hold on, let me see.
Anima.
I got you turned up. I just can't hear you for some reason.
Yeah. Have you been talking at me? I haven't heard you, buddy.
I can hear you a little bit, but it's so faint. Getting better. Still can't hear you, but it's getting better. Hold on. I can barely hear you. Yeah, I can see your screen.
ちに気づいたにゃ。おいでなすってね。行くぜ。いけサイフラッシュ。
Is it scary? Probably not. Hey Anima, are you in a place where you could do a reading? Wait, hold on, I can't hear you. Your thing is, I literally can't hear you. Can you type it?
大使だ。行くぜ。こいつのパワーは桁違いだぜ。
マクスウェルコイル充電完了。追尾セットオッケー。
これで終わりだ。コスモノバー。
I can hear you a little bit. Oh, I've been depressed for a few weeks. I have no idea where my life is going. I'm like going in circles. But I want to know, is Apollo still around? The god Apollo. Huh? Can you say that again? I'm sorry. Okay, good. Like, okay, so like I became Christian again and I joined the church. But like I want to like still be in the spirituality. But I feel like if I be in the spirituality I won't be able to be Christian, or I won't be able to do my schoolwork because my ADHD brain won't let me focus on one thing. Won't let me focus, but won't let me focus on multiple things. And it's complicated. No. No, I'm not being forced. I'm not being forced to. Maybe by myself, but not by any outside force. Well, family is part of it. Like if I tell them if I tell them that I still want to practice witchcraft, they'll be very disappointed in me. Is that like, no, they didn't ask me. Yes, absolutely.
一歩先を読めばすでに狙いはついている。落としてみせる。こんな姿姉さんには。
Mhm. Hold on, let me see if I can switch over to my computer so I can hear you better. Okay, now speak. I guess you turned all the way up, but I just can't hear you.
そうですわね。
I had to switch over to my phone because I couldn't see anything or hear anything. But give me a moment. I have to call.
Okay, okay, I can hear you better now.
Finally.
But hey, what up?
Hey, animal.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying that Archangel Michael was trying to do something. Basically, he was trying to fuck with me in a way, like while I was trying to solve.
Why did he try to fuck with you?
I don't know. Like I was trying to solve a problem, like, cause I basically, like, to say it like this, I accidentally like remote view. You know when you remote view, or like when you have senses or psychic senses, you do stupid stuff. Like from time to time, you'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna glance at this. I'll look at this." I looked, like I did something I wasn't supposed to do, and I was trying to fix it as fast. I said, "Oh shit, I need to like," but it wasn't. It was like a matter of like to say the least, I had to solve it. It had something to do with someone in government. I had to solve it as fast as possible. I was like, I'm not trying to do this. I wasn't doing. I was trying to solve a problem, to say the least. But he said, "Hey, I'm not gonna solve this. I'm trying to, bind you, strip you down, and then say fuck you. You're not solving nothing." I just looked at it and I said, "Cool, I don't care," and I just walked away because I was like, I guess I have to solve it or whatever. Because he just kind of gave me this look, and I gave him a look, and I was like, "Oh well, whatever."
Yep, that's how you do it. Honor.
Well, that's the thing. And then he kind of got upset because he's like, "Oh, so you're trying to do?" I was like, "I'm not trying to do anything, my dude. You're my way of trying to mess with me. I have nothing to talk to you about, and I'm trying to solve a problem because it needs to be solved right now. It's actually like a for real problem." And he was just like, "I'm not solving this." I'm like, I said, "Okay, whatever." But it's whatever. But at any event, I had to banish him because I don't want him here because he was just trying to be on some shit. He's trying to be on some shit. But anyway, like I probably have to call him whenever. Like I probably shouldn't have even called him. But that's the thing. Like my intuition told me, don't call him. But I said, no, let me try to do the thing because this is so important. I have to. But hey, he said, I'm gonna do this. Like he was kind of like lying in wait, like kind of like, oh yeah, I'm trying to mess with you. And I said, okay, but it's whatever. But anyways, getting back to the topic at hand. So you said you needed help.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like really quick, do you see anyone else besides Apollo that is around me?
There's like 3 people like in sense that are around you.
Like who is it?
I can't really tell because Archangel Michael he fucked with my senses for a moment. And he's feeling proud of himself right now. Like, oh, like I did a good thing. I'm like, yes, I'm sure. Well, I'm trying to solve this bigger than my problem. You're in your Boy Scout nature right now, saying I did the right thing. I'm like, sure. People might get killed and problems are being solved, and you want to say, hey, I did the right thing. I'm like, you don't know if you don't have a clue. But in any event, what was I gonna say? Oh. He was just standing around. What was I gonna say? Oh, that's right. That's right. So you're asking if you had like 3. You said, yeah, you had 3 people. Yeah, these spirits were waiting. Like Aphrodite was trying to kill my cat with Michael and some other people too, but he kind of just got pissed, and I was just like, no one cares. I'm trying to solve like her entourage. It's actually kind of funny because they kind of came through and they were here because of the problem, but I was trying to solve the problem, but then they came to mess with me, and I was like, I said, I guess no one's solving the problem but me. Like, and he just wanted to just stand in front of me. I was just like, wow, like that's how shit goes. And now he's gonna relate and laugh with some other person somewhere and say, hey, we caused the problem. I'm gonna laugh to him and say, yeah, you caused another problem, but I'm not talking to you about it. Whatever. He won't remember me. You're not strong enough, Boy Scout. But in any event, I'm not, you know, get pulled into the whole his whole little scheme. He was trying to like fuck with me in a big way. I just looked at him like, sure, I'm trying to solve this. It doesn't matter. I was trying to see if the problem was me. Okay, so back to what you were talking about. That I had to make sure that I solved the thing. You know, I guess I could have solved it without RP. I should have followed my intuition. I should have followed my intuition. Sometimes, you know, your intuition is like the greatest thing you have. Like you'll see it, and you'll say, hey, you know. It's okay. Okay, so what I was saying was, okay, oh, but those 3 people, those were the only 3 I saw. And now he's going to, Michael's trying to go to Thoth right now, because he's like, oh, I need to tell you something. Like, that's how, like, I'm laughing at this issue, because he's just, like, he's trying to run to the situation. He's like, hey, like, because he's trying to basically beat me, because he's like, hey, I want to explain to him something. Because he's trying to, like, that's when, you know, like, when something needs to be solved, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna solve it on my own, but I'm not gonna solve it, because it's not gonna be solved this way. Either you're dealing with the iconic version of him, or if he's just pissed, then I think it probably was the Arconic version. I think it was the Arconic version, at least that came through. But who knows? I felt like it was that version. My friend Sylvie, she's effort. She the way she explained it to me, like there's 2 different versions of Michael. There's the same. There's the Arconic version, but you know, which is more militant, and he's just like, it's my way or the highway. It's a lot of different things. Like he's a different kind of energy.
Yeah, I know. I used to venerate Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just has like a different type of moral system than us.
No, I'm aware some of them are robotic, some of them are very emotional, some of them are loving. Like you know, but mind you, you know, it's because they fall underneath certain things, and you know where they don't like that or they do like that. It's just they fall within a certain system of rules, and it's just within place by source, and they can't not acknowledge that because you know it's just in place that is real. You know, where someone knows about it, I think it's that they don't like that someone, let's say like myself, knows about it. It's just like there's certain things that they listen to or follow, and you know they have to because they were, you know, let's say it like this, just like if someone, you know, we're all connected to the source, right? You know, like, and we're all, you know, part of source. Let's say, you know, source, or you know, the creator is like, okay, well, I put together all these different archangels. I put all these archangels into existence, or into being, or into place. And mind you, Michael's so pissed. Like he's just like he's like, because here's the thing. Earlier, him and Effort, like they were upset because I was laughing. I was smiling because I said, "Hey, I'm following myself today." But they were upset because I was solving all my problems, or I was about to solve all my problems, because they basically, it's like, "Oh, we're not here with you. We're not doing this with you, and you know you're happy right now." And I'm like, why would I want to be? You know, here's. I'll explain it later. Say it like this. I felt happy because I was free. I was just like, I'm smiling because I'm myself. Not, you know, going back to basically what you were saying, goes like kind of like with the whole religion thing. Like I was just like, I'm happy because I am myself. you know, like I'm happy because like I'm happy for me, not for someone else or something else. Like I don't fall underneath anything, but you know, doesn't understand that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, sometimes you have these.
Was that my computer? Oh wait, no, it's not this. Oh, I had a mini heart attack. I had a mini heart attack.
I see the other practitioner. That's not karma, don't talk to.
Didn't tell me who would have.
That your so